I woke up to find myself transported to a post-spiritual revival China where I was being severely bullied, facing the arrogant demeanor of the S-rank warriors from the Wokou pirates. In fury, I awakened the mythical dual portal system. The story begins in the world of Nezha conquers the Dragon King, where completing the main quest rewards you with the Lotus Avatar, a divine skill that grants immunity to all damage. Even more exciting is the system's built-in infinite storage space. I could exchange a few bags of salt and glass beads for such top-tier resources as a 10,000-year-old ginseng in a mythical world. What are you waiting for? Hand it over to the state immediately. The nation has directly entrusted me with the leadership of the highest martial arts organization, Soar, placing me above all grandmasters. Now, armed with state-exclusive resources, I step once more into the mythical world, not only to mend the relationship between Nezha and his father, but also to bring back divine treasures for China that could overturn the world's balance of power. However, it seems that Shen Gongbao has already noticed this anomaly. 1. S-rank warrior from Sakura country. Baka, Won-san, you Chinese seem very displeased. Are you provoking us, the great people of Sakura country? Mr. Sada, anger is merely the wail of the weak. As an esteemed S-class martial artist, why bother with these lowly commoners? Come, this way please. Our chairman has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Ha Yoshi, anger is just the wail of the weak. You speak very wisely. Huaxia, Zhangcheng, a bustling street. The old Japanese devil, Sada, swept his gaze across the crowd, his beady eyes behind glasses brimming with filth, disdain, and a hint of smugness. The subordinate surnamed Wang beside him immediately began bowing and scraping, an obsequious smile plastered across his face. Then he straightened his back and barked angrily at the furious Chinese civilians around him. You all must have a death wish. After adjusting his suit, he sneered haughtily and continued his tirade. This Mr. Sada from Sakura country is an S-rank martial artist. Do you know what that means? Even the mayor of Jiangchang would have to bow respectfully to him. Get the hell out of the way. If you upset Mr. Sada, not just you, but even our entire Huaxia will face severe sanctions from Sakura country. None of us will have a good day then. By the end of his rant, this traitor surnamed Wan was brimming with smugness and pride, thoroughly convinced of his own grandeur at that moment. Surroundings. Although many Chinese citizens were furious, this dog traitor surnamed Wan was right. Sada was an S-rank martial artist. An S-rank martial artist ranks first below the grandmaster, and their status, when placed in places like Sakura country or Eagle country, would at most be equivalent to that of a county magistrate. But in China, even a prefecture-level mayor wouldn't dare provoke them. The reason is truly heart-wrenching. 5 years ago, Blue Star suddenly entered an era of spiritual energy resurgence. Subsequently, spiritual veins and secret realms began appearing in countries all around the world. These spiritual veins can yield vast amounts of spirit stones, and the spiritual energy within them can be partially absorbed by certain individuals, altering their genes and triggering various mutations, such as fire control, flight, beast taming, mountain moving, sea filling, sword riding, and so on and so forth. These individuals share a unified designation, martial artists. As for the secret realms, they hold countless magical artifacts, rare spirit herbs, and abilities such as the power to manipulate lightning, summon ancient beasts, or glide through earth, all of which can vastly enhance a martial artist's combat prowess. Typically, even a newly initiated E-rank martial artist can already take on 10 opponents single-handedly. As for an S-rank martial artist like Sada, one person could rival an entire Chinese heavy combined arms battalion. Their combat strength is simply terrifying. As for grandmasters above S-rank, they are simply unimaginable. But unfortunately, in today's China, despite its vast territory, there isn't a single secret realm or spiritual vein to be found. This has caused China's overall strength to lag severely behind the current world. The newly gathered crowd began discussing among themselves. Why are so many people gathered here? What happened? What else could happen? Same as before. Those damned Japs are running wild on our turf again, beating our people and humiliating us. What? This is our Chinese territory. Shouldn't we beat him to death? The opponent is an S-rank martial artist. Sigh, alright, forget I said anything. At first, it seemed quite novel, but after hearing the explanation, they just felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Outside the crowd, a young man about 178 centimeters tall, wearing a black down jacket, happened to be passing by. Seeing this scene, his heart felt equally heavy. Those damned little Japs are going too far. Chu Guang's eyes were filled with fury. At the same time, the idea in his heart grew even more resolute. Reminder to host, this dual crossing gate is a mythical dual crossing gate, capable of traversing the mythical worlds of ancient China. Available mythical worlds for transcension, Nezha's rampage at the sea. Main quest, mend the relationship between Nezha and his father, Li Jing. Side quest, prevent Aobing from freezing Chengtang Pass. Quest reward, obtain Nezha's Lotus Incarnation ability, granting immunity to all physical and soul damage. Failure penalty, dual crossing gate disappears. Mission time limit, 43 days. Note 1, the system comes with infinite storage space, but cannot store living beings. Note 2, this dual crossing gate can only be freely accessed by the host. Note 3, comes with purification function, so there's no need to worry about issues like biosafety. At this moment, those voices echoed in his mind once again. 7 days had passed since he arrived in this parallel world where spiritual energy was reviving. During these 7 days, Chu Guang repeatedly traveled to the world of Nezha raises havoc in the sea. Relying on the profiteer attribute, I've managed to trade for quite a few good items. Antiques, gold, silver, various precious medicinal herbs, and even a few bags of edible salt and a couple of glass beads were exchanged for a mystical herb, a 10,000-year-old ginseng. The talisman seals above have suppressed and concentrated abundant spiritual energy, making it directly usable for martial artists' cultivation. I originally planned to develop cautiously and lie low in peace. However, China's current status is far too low. Over the past 7 days, he has witnessed far too many injustices. High-end restaurants with signs like "No Chinese or dogs allowed," foreigners committing crimes without facing Chinese jurisdiction, foreign companies only paying taxes to their home countries, and so on. Like a sheep among wolves, everyone took a bite out of China. It couldn't help but remind him of his homeland in his previous life. That humiliating experience replayed in my mind scene by scene. If it weren't for the last remnants of China's foundation barely holding on, these jackals would have long torn our mighty nation apart. However, with the continuous advancement of top-tier martial artist strength, the deterrent power of nuclear weapons is becoming almost negligible. Let me ask you this: how could our dignified China possibly endure such insults from those white pigs and Japanese slaves? Nothing to say, hand it over, must hand it over. No secret realms with spiritual veins? I have a portal to the deities of Huaxia, along with an infinitely vast system storage space far superior to those spiritual vein secret realms. After firmly imprinting the vile face of that old devil Sada in his mind, Chu Guang strode resolutely and determinedly toward the direction of Jiangcheng Military District. Half an hour later, they had already arrived at the military zone gate. "Hello, is there something you need?" As Chu Guang moved closer to the military district, the sentry on duty glanced over and asked curiously. Chu Guang wasn't one for small talk and got straight to the point. "Hello, comrade. I'd like to see your commanding officer." Of course, given my current status, it's not easy for me to meet him directly, so please take a look at this first. With those words, he mentally communicated with the system in his mind and activated the fantasy Dual-Gate. Instantly, a bizarre glowing portal appeared beside him at the previously empty military compound entrance. Standing approximately 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide, behind the light gate was a summer valley, where streams babbled and lush greenery flourished. The sentinel before him, too, report to the national system. He paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure, his expression turning both delighted and respectful as he inquired. "Hello, comrade. Would you mind giving a detailed introduction to your abilities first?" In the 5th year of the spiritual energy resurgence, ordinary people were no longer unfamiliar with the extraordinary abilities of martial artists. Martial artists are rare. In Huaxia, due to the absence of mystic realms and spiritual veins, they are exceptionally rare. 1 in 100,000 wouldn't be an exaggeration. The total number nationwide barely exceeds 10,000. Thus, in today's Huaxia, martial artists hold an extremely high status. Facing forward, Chu Guang nodded and replied, "Of course. This thing is somewhat like a spatial rift. I can pass through this light gate to enter the world inside. According to my investigation, this world is the mythological realm of our Huaxia. Yes, exactly the kind of mythological world you're imagining, such as Nezha's feud with the Dragon King, Jingwei filling the sea, and Nuwa mending the heavens, and so on. But unfortunately, this light gate can only be crossed by me alone." Boom! Upon hearing this, the sentry in front of him was utterly stunned. He had never heard of martial artists with such unusual abilities before. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that the world behind the door is a mythical one, where all kinds of resources must be extremely abundant, and the implications of this are entirely different. Realizing this, he quickly spoke with admiration and gratitude. "Comrade, hello. Please come over here to register, and I'll report to you immediately." Chu Guang, got it. He entered the mailroom and began registration. The sentry on duty immediately switched his walkie-talkie to a special channel and exclaimed excitedly, "Battalion Commander, there's a critical development." 1 hour later, Chu Guang was escorted to a nationally classified secure room within the military compound. Creak! The door was pushed open as an elderly man with a general star on his shoulder strode in briskly. He was followed by 2 guards. The old man's hair was half gray, yet his voice remained vigorous as he extended his right hand with a hearty smile and said, "Hello, Comrade Chu. I am the chief commander of the Central Military Region. My name is Li Aigua." He looks very kind and amiable, just like the grandfather next door. Chu Guang was extremely excited inside and also recognized the importance China placed on this matter. He immediately extended his right hand as well, shaking it and saying, "Hello, Chief Li." Li Aigua smiled and nodded. "MHM. After motioning for Chu Guang to take a seat, he inquired, "Comrade Chu, could you elaborate on that world in detail?" "The more detailed the better." Chu Guang responded with an "hmm." All right, it was the same introduction, yet laden with far more details. For example, the main mission of the Light Gate, the time limit for completing the task, the mission rewards, and the ability to proceed to the next deity world after completing the task, and so on. To convince the other party, Chu Guang materialized the dual passgate once more and then opened the system's storage space. From within, he took out the 10,000-year-old ginseng suppressed by talismans and introduced it, saying, "Chiefly, this is a 10,000-year-old ginseng. In today's Huaxia, it's enough to elevate a warrior at the initial E rank by 3 major realms, allowing them to cultivate up to the initial B rank. In the martial arts world, each major realm is divided into 3 minor stages, early, middle, and late. The scene before me was like magic, utterly unbelievable. What's even more incredible is the spiritual energy emanating from this medicinal ginseng. Intensely rich, exquisitely pure. Li Aigua is a grandmaster-level martial artist, and he dares to assert that on the current Blue Star, apart from the sole infinite-level secret realm in Eagle Country, it's absolutely impossible to find similar spiritual herbs anywhere else. As for its market value, it can only be described as terrifying. At the very least, it's over 1 billion yuan. After staring for a long time, Li Aigua took a deep breath, reluctantly shifting his gaze away from this 10,000-year-old ginseng. He looked at Chu Guang, his eyes filled with excitement and fervor, and said with deep emotion, "Comrade Chu, you're absolutely right. The spiritual energy of this ginseng, even in my eyes, is of the highest quality. It's definitely enough for an early-stage E-rank martial artist to cultivate all the way to the early stage of B rank. And such top-grade spiritual herbs are worth at least 1 billion on the market. Even then, it's typically a case of even if you have the money, there's no market, as the supply is dictated entirely by Eagle's mood." The speaker's careless words are taken to heart by the listener. A cold glint flashed in Chu Guang's eyes as he said with unwavering determination, "Chiefly, in the mythical world, I obtained such spiritual medicine just by exchanging some trivial items like glass and edible salt. For a mythical world where time is measured in millennia, spiritual medicine of this quality is nothing extraordinary. So, we won't have to worry about the Yankees' attitude anymore. Moreover, with sufficient resources and enough top-tier combat power, those foreigners will have to consider our offerings from now on." Upon hearing this, Li Aigua immediately clenched his fists and said indignantly, "Yes, the humiliation of living at the mercy of others, we Chinese have long had enough of it. If it weren't for the loss of deterrence from nuclear weapons and firearms, if the pinnacle combat strength of our China weren't so far behind those foreigners, things wouldn't have come to this." Chu Guang nodded earnestly, as if recalling something, then sighed deeply and said, "But it's not all good news, there's a downside. Only I can pass through this door, and the storage space can only carry inanimate objects. Of course, there's good news too, both the dual portal and the system's storage space come with built-in purification functions, so there's no need to worry about biological safety concerns." Before them, Li Aigua's eyes flickered with a trace of disappointment upon hearing this, but it was instantly replaced by renewed determination. He chuckled and comforted, saying, no problem. Comrade Chu, we are already extremely satisfied with the abilities you've demonstrated so far. There's just one issue, only you can travel to the mythological world. The nation is deeply concerned. If something unexpected were to happen to you there, how would China proceed on its path forward?" This was no exaggeration. A warm current surged through Chu Guang's heart. He could sense that when Li Aigua said these words, they were sincere and heartfelt, not just empty formalities. He waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "That's a minor issue. If there's any danger, I can just think about it and open the two-way portal to return to my homeland. Even if the deities there have the highest cultivation, they can't follow through, so there's no need to worry about safety." Hearing this, Li Aigua felt slightly reassured, but still shook his head and said, "It's not enough, far from enough. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, the country must conduct regular comprehensive physical examinations for you from now on. If someone were to administer some slow-acting poison or plant some kind of goo poison, the loss to the country would be too great. Comrade Chu, we cannot allow even the slightest accident to happen to you. We hope you can understand this." By the end of his speech, Li Aigua looked at Chu Guang with an expression that could only be described as earnest. Chu Guang felt a warmth in his heart. The nation is also acting for my own good, so of course I wouldn't refuse. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I can understand the nation's thoughtful intentions. In any case, I'll protect myself well. If there's any danger, I'll immediately open the dual passage door and return, absolutely not letting the nation worry about me." The concern in Li Aigua's eyes lessened a bit more as he gratefully nodded and said, "Thank you, Comrade Chu." Next, the two sides discussed some details further. During this time, Chu Guang continuously retrieved items he had obtained in the mythical world from his system space. At the same time, he opened the dual crossing door, wanting to try if he could exploit a bug. A rabbit that doesn't exploit bugs, can it really be a good rabbit? Right? But unfortunately, after several attempts, the bug simply couldn't be exploited. Helpless, Li Aigua had no choice but to abandon this idea and swiftly reported the information to Beijing. 3. Dragon Ascension Organization. In Yanjing. Upon confirming the intelligence as genuine, the entire Yanjing region was shaken to its core. Upon processing the news, Yanjing headquarters immediately issued an order. Effective immediately, Comrade Chu was appointed as the newly established Chief Executive Officer of the Dragon Ascension Organization. Additionally, a detailed document outlining the Chief Administrator's duties and benefits was issued. The duties comprised 7 points. First, resolutely uphold the unity and integrity of China. Second, resolutely. The compensation package also consists of 7 points. First, serves as the special emblem of the Dragon Ascension Organization, holding status above all members and reporting directly to Yanjing. Second, a monthly stipend of 30 million RMB, 10 high-grade spirit stones, and access to a training room equipped with an advanced spirit gathering array. Third, rights and obligations are reciprocal. However, after reviewing the full list of privileges, Chu Guang was somewhat astonished. Simply because these rights were far too extensive. In a nutshell, within the bounds of the law, he could do whatever he wanted and have whatever he desired. Moreover, the name Dragon Ascension Organization had successfully piqued Chu Guang's interest. Noticing his puzzled expression, Li Aigua explained with a smile. Comrade Chu, the Dragon Ascension Organization is a martial arts group newly established in our nation last year. It operates at the highest level of secrecy, bearing the heavy responsibility of revitalizing our nation and enjoying all the resources China can muster. Only those who can join this organization are at least grandmaster-level martial artists, or once-in-a-millennium geniuses, or academician-level professionals. Chu Guang. Every single member of this organization is extraordinary. Now consider myself, standing above all members. This position transcends mere detachment. By the way, Comrade Chu. Li Aigua pressed on. Regarding your appointment date, are you planning to go now or at some other time? Chu Guang pondered for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. I'll wait until I return from the Nezha world before heading over. The country has given me so much. I should at least bring back a gift for it, shouldn't I? Li Aigua nodded gratefully. Thank you for your hard work, Comrade Chu. What preparations does the country need to make for you? After a moment's thought, Chu Guang replied. Prepare more glassware, edible salt, cooking oil, meat, high-quality armor and iron tools, knives, bows, and crossbows. I plan to approach the Li family as a merchant, then get close to Nezha. I'll gradually resolve the grudge between father and son while completing the side quest. Also, get me the complete plot materials for the Demon Child version of Nezha Stirring the Sea. There are numerous versions of Nezha Stirring the Sea. Within 7 days, Chu Guang had determined this was the Demon Child Nezha version, the one featuring the Heavenly Thunder spell. Li Aigua pondered for a moment before asking. Comrade Chu, should we equip you with some firearms for self-defense? Or perhaps incorporate them into the goods you'll be selling? Chu Guang shook his head. No. First, I have the double door walking ability, which is sufficient for self-defense. If I were to pull out hot weapons and be seen by certain malevolent deities, it would only invite trouble. Second, similar to the first point, our strength is still too weak. If we attract the attention of deities like Shen Gongbao, completing the system's tasks will become extremely difficult. Li Aigua nodded slowly. Indeed, very thoughtful. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Comrade Chu, you may rest within the military zone for now. Half a day should suffice. Chu Guang. Understood. Subsequently, under the arrangements of several receptionists at the military district, he stayed until around 7 p.m. By then, the state had already prepared the supplies. There was a large quantity of edible salt, cooking oil, glass art pieces, meat products, and more all premium brands reserved for special supply. Then came various blades and crossbows that could be called works of art, such as Longquan swords, Tang swords, black swords, and so on. Chu Guang also noticed something peculiar. That these blades bore no engraved markings whatsoever. Even the packaging for the cooking oil, salt, and other items had been specially treated to remove all textual traces. Truly, the state has thought of everything far more thoroughly than I ever could. Chu Guang silently admired the effort. Fortunately, the goods he had previously sold were all bulk items, eliminating any risk of leaks. With a sweeping gesture, he tossed everything into the system's storage space. Then, with a thought, he activated the dual portals. He stepped forward, crossing through the portal and entering the mythical world. The light gate vanished. Creak. The door to the military zone's national-level confidential room swung open. Another elderly man, bearing the rank of general yet radiating scholarly grace, strode in with purposeful steps. Spotting the visitor, Li Aigua's face broke into a smile as he said, "Old Su, you're here." Su Wendian, the military region's chief of staff, nodded and smiled in response. He then handed a document folder to Li Aigua and said, "Old Li, here's Comrade Chu's complete file. Take a look." Li Aigua. "All right." Taking the file folder, he pulled out the documents inside. After examining them carefully, he couldn't help but nod and smile, saying, "Not bad. He's a good kid." A native of Jiangcheng, he was the model child everyone envied, growing up a three-good student in the eyes of his teachers. After graduating from university, he worked as a piano teacher at a music store, and his online posts reflect sound values. Hearing this, Su Wendian smiled with emotion and remarked, "He truly is a good kid. Ah! If only our nation had the capacity, if only the door could accommodate a third person stepping in, why must his small frame bear such a heavy burden? An ordinary person would surely be crushed by the pressure. Li Aigua wholeheartedly agreed, his voice tinged with sorrow. That's exactly right. For now, we can only do everything possible to support Comrade Chu within our means. Yes. Su Wendian also felt a pang of sympathy. Then, as if remembering something, he shifted the question. By the way, Old Li, what's the stance from Yanjing? Li Aigua replied. They share our perspective and have authorized the establishment of a chief executive position within the Dragon Ascension Organization for Comrade Chu. We originally planned for him to report to the Dragon Ascension Organization first, but he wants to go to the Xuanhuan world first. He said he wants to bring back some gifts for the country. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Chief of Staff Su Wendian burst into laughter, his tone tinged with admiration as he remarked. What a wonderful young man. With his assistance, the rise of our nation is just around the corner. Li Aigua was equally moved, replying. Indeed. Precisely for this reason, we absolutely cannot neglect Comrade Chu's security arrangements. I will personally oversee this matter. Su Wendian. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he immediately asked. By the way, the League of Nations discovered just the day before yesterday that a new secret realm vortex has appeared in a section of the Atlantic Ocean. Should we send more people there? Even if we might not secure much, it's still worth a try. The secret vortex holds countless treasures, but it is also fraught with danger. The treasures are proportional to the dangers. Therefore, the International Alliance has classified vortexes into 4 tiers. Pool level, river level, sea level, and boundless level. Pool level, accessible to martial artists below B rank. River level requires a rank martial artists or higher to enter. Sea level requires S rank martial artists or higher. The boundless tier requires martial artists of grandmaster rank or higher to qualify for entry. The secret realm discovered in the Atlantic Ocean this time was precisely of the sea tier. Alas! Across the vast expanse of China, S-class martial artists are exceedingly rare, numbering only 200 or 300 at most. In contrast, overseas nations boast over 3,000 Eagle brand S-rank martial artists. Even the land of the rising sun boasts over 1,000 S-tier martial artists. Moreover, they possess numerous life-saving artifacts and combat-enhancing techniques. At the same level, China's S-rank martial artists were mercilessly crushed. In the past, Chinese martial artists sent to seize resources often faced near certain death a mission where 9 out of 10 would perish. Ah! Li Aigua sighed deeply and said. Forget it. This isn't the first time we've sent warriors out. Each time, barely 1 in 10 survives. Our nation has very few high-level martial artists left. Su Wendian fell silent. He understood clearly that if all of China's high-level martial artists were to fight to the death, those petty troublemakers wouldn't just be humiliating us, the history of decades past would likely repeat itself. But if they didn't seize martial resources, they would lose all influence in this era of spiritual energy revival. Then, history would inevitably repeat itself. The only difference would be a matter of time. Su Wendian gazed into the void before him, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes as he murmured. I hope Comrade Chu can bring back some surprises for us Huaxia. Even a small one would suffice. Our nation can barely endure anymore. As he finished speaking, Li Aigua beside him let out a bitter smile, unable to suppress another long sigh. This was a deadlock, with no solution in sight. At present, only Chu Guang could break through this stalemate. For the first divine world, Nezha's riot at sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gentle mountain breeze rustled through the trees, accompanied by the chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects. When the white light before Chu Guang faded, he opened his eyes once more to find himself back in that familiar Emerald Valley. It was midsummer, brimming with vitality, a stark contrast to the biting cold of winter back in Huaxia. Chu Guang first opened his system storage space, retrieving a set of period-appropriate ancient attire and cloth shoes. After dressing, he set off toward the direction of Chentang Pass as he remembered it. Chentang Pass, situated on the coast of the East Sea, was a crucial military stronghold of the Shang dynasty and the frontline defense against the Eastern Marquis, Jiangwanwan. Of course, that was in another version of events. In the Demon Child version, it had become the frontline against the demonic tribes. Li Jing and his wife, Lady Yin, had originally been stationed within the pass. But due to the heavenly thunder curse, Li Jing had no choice but to leave Chentang Pass. He sought out Tai Zhenwen to take him to meet Yuanchi Tianzuan, hoping the Celestial Lord would lift the curse. The vast responsibility of Chentang Pass was thus entrusted to Lady Yin. With so many responsibilities, Lady Yin found herself unable to spare the time, gradually neglecting Nezha. This neglect shaped Nezha's solitary, rebellious, and cold personality. In truth, this was merely the outward manifestation of a troubled child yearning for attention and affection. The valley wasn't too far from Chentang Pass. In less than half an hour, they had arrived. Passers-by paid little heed to Chu Guang's distinctive hairstyle. Instead, some acquaintances greeted him warmly. Hey, isn't that Mr. Chu? Where are you headed? Mr. Chu, do you still have that fine salt you sold last time? I have the money, I want to buy every last bit this time. Mr. Chu, that glassware you supplied last time, its quality was beyond anything this old man has ever heard of or seen in my lifetime. Only celestial beings in heaven could possibly possess such exquisite glassware. Do you happen to have any more? Chu Guang responded with a smile to each. Uncle Zhao, I must attend to some business at the general's residence. Mr. Zhou, we still have plenty of that fine salt. However, I'm occupied at the moment. Please come find me at Treasure Pavilion when you're ready. Treasure Pavilion was a shop Chu Guang had opened during these 7 days after earning money through the double crossing gate. Literally, a place where only rare treasures are sold. That 10,000-year-old ginseng root had been acquired from Mr. Zhou himself. As they exchanged greetings, suddenly, a crowd gathered ahead on the street, pointing and gesturing toward the center. A chorus of curses and grumbles soon filled the air. Chu Guang listened intently, his expression instantly turning utterly bizarre. He struck someone. The demon child struck someone. What? That accursed Nezha, does he have any regard for the laws of our great Shang dynasty? Yeah. He thinks he can bully people just because his dad's the commander. That damn disaster star. Should keep your voice down. If the demon child flies into a rage, even you and I will get beaten. Chu Guang also edged closer. In the center of the crowd, 2 figures lay sprawled. One lay sprawled on the ground, an adult man in his 20s, with a rat-like face. The other was a child of 3 or 4, his right foot planted firmly on the man's body. The child wasn't very tall, with a slightly chubby build, large eyes, and 2 cute pigtails sticking straight up on his head. He looked utterly adorable. Yet Chu Guang saw in the child's eyes an unease, disgust, and a hint of grievance that didn't belong to someone so young. So this is Nezha? He's actually quite cute. That was Chu Guang's assessment of the little Nezha before him. After all, he knew the story well and understood what Nezha was like. Moreover, having been educated in modern times, he held none of the prejudices common among ancient people. He didn't see him as a harbinger of disaster or a demon child. That's not true. Just then, a little girl pushed her way through the crowd, tears streaming down her face. She pointed at the bully being trampled on the ground and explained. He tried to steal the money my dad gave me and even hit me. Brother Nezha was just helping me. Hearing this, the crowd looked closely. Sure enough, the girl held several shell coins in her hand, and her left cheek bore a scrape likely from being shoved and falling. But prejudice and discrimination had already taken root. The villagers remained unconvinced, continuing their accusations. Even if he was in the wrong, he shouldn't have hit him like that. Look at him, he's beaten to a pulp. His bones must be broken. If you ask me, that demon child is just that, a demon child. He has no sense of restraint. How old is he even? What will happen when he grows up? I recall this little monster is barely 3 years old. His mother carried him for 3 years only to give birth to this lump of flesh. What a disgrace to our Chen Tangguan people. The accusations grew louder, laced with personal insults. Chu Guang searched his conscience. Even he couldn't bear such words, how could Nezha possibly endure them? Sure enough. Unable to endure any longer, Nezha in the crowd suddenly bellowed at the top of his lungs. Get lost. What business is it of yours how this young master conducts himself? The surrounding villagers. Whoa, let's get out of here fast. This demon child is about to lose it. Yeah, when he gets mad, he could tear down all of Chentang Pass. After all, this demon child knows demonic arts. Mr. Chu, what are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and leave. The demon child is already furious. Be careful he doesn't beat you to a pulp. Chu Guang paid no heed to the villagers, remaining rooted to the spot. The system's main quest was to bridge the rift between Nezha and his father, Li Jing. This moment might be his chance. Before him, Nezha channeled his magical power, concentrating it into his right foot, and delivered a fierce kick. The furious kick landed with such force that it sent the scoundrel flying 7 or 8 meters away. His ribs were likely shattered. Nezha snarled. If you do this again, I'll beat you every single time I see you. Blood already trickled from the ruffian's mouth, but he couldn't care less. Struggling to his feet, he fawned. Yes, demon boy, no, young master Nezha. I'll never dare again. Then he hurried away. That kick earlier, Nezha had actually controlled its force. Otherwise, with his strength, the ruffian wouldn't have gotten away with just broken ribs. His very soul would have been shattered. This showed that Nezha wasn't inherently evil, it was just that the world's malice toward him was too great, and he hadn't received enough maternal and paternal love to soften it. Chu Guang stepped forward, silently moved, and spoke up. Young Master Nezha, why did you not explain or defend yourself just now? You clearly did nothing wrong. Hearing this, Nezha instantly turned his head toward Chu Guang. He scrutinized him from head to toe. Apart from his peculiar hairstyle, everything else seemed perfectly normal. Who are you? How dare you question this young master? Believe me, I'll beat you up. Nezha turned his face away, radiating an aura of keep your distance. In the original story, whenever Nezha appeared, the people of Chentang Pass trembled in fear. But it hadn't always been this way. Had it not been for the world's prejudice, he would never have been forced down this path. Chu Guang shrugged it off and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Chu Guang, a merchant seeking business with your mother." Nezha remained aloof and unapproachable. "Oh, a merchant? Just go see my mother. But she's rarely home. You'll have to go to the military camp. Kids aren't allowed in there." The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. It was clear Nezha was subconsciously complaining that his mother was always too busy to spend time with him. Chu Guang smiled and nodded. "All right." Then, with a sudden thought, he pretended to reach into his robe to retrieve something. In reality, he pulled a shuttlecock and a conch shell from his system space. He handed them to Nezha and said, "I never like owing favors. Since you showed me the way, these two things are yours. See this conch shell? Blow into it and it produces a pleasant melody. As for this shuttlecock, I find it quite entertaining when bored. It's not worth much anyway, so I'll give it to you too." Nezha enjoyed kicking shuttlecocks, as depicted in the film Nezha, the Demon Boy. But aside from the third prince of the East Sea, Ao Bing, no one else played with him. Merely kicking the shuttlecock a few times led both parties to regard him as their dearest friend. In modern times, such a situation would undoubtedly leave someone scammed out of their last pair of underwear. But in this mythical world, it was an entirely different story. Before him, Nezha stared blankly at the two gifts before him, feeling a bit dazed. It wasn't the value of the gifts. It was because this was the very first time anyone had ever given him a gift. The very first time. His guard suddenly shot up. He glared at Chu Guang coldly and demanded, "Why are you giving me things? I'm a demon child. Aren't you afraid I'll beat you up? Don't you hate me? When I lose my temper, even I am afraid of myself." Chu Guang looked utterly exasperated, shaking his head and countering, "Why should I be afraid? If you were truly a demon child, you wouldn't have helped this little girl. As for hating you, if you ever do something truly heinous, I'll have plenty of time to hate you then." With that, he gave Nezha no chance to refuse, shoving the shuttlecock and conch shell into his hands before waving goodbye. Carrot and stick. This tactic would be hard for even an adult to handle, let alone a child. Though it smacked of manipulation, it was the only way to complete the system quest. The effect, needless to say, was immediate. Watching Chu Guang's retreating figure, Nezha's wide eyes reflected an incredibly complex expression. For in Chu Guang's eyes and words, he sensed none of the loathing or fear he had seen in the people of Chentang Pass. Instead, it resembled his mother's, a gaze tinged with pity and kindness, like that of an older brother who cared deeply for him. Shock. Complexity. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within him. "Big brother, why are your eyes red?" The little girl beside him noticed something was wrong and immediately asked with concern. "Ahem, nothing. The wind's too strong, sand got in my eyes." Nezha shook his head hastily, putting on a brave face. His gaze followed Chu Guang's retreating figure, then dropped to the seashell and shuttlecock in his hands. A warm current swirled within his heart, refusing to fade. But the gloom within his heart wouldn't dissipate so easily. Shaking his head, he murmured unconsciously, "No, no, no. Everyone except mother thinks you're a demon child. How could anyone possibly be kind to you? That Chu fellow is definitely up to something. I need to be wary of him." Though these thoughts swirled, the seed of the neighborhood big brother persona had already taken root. Nezha instinctively wanted to hate him, but whenever he recalled Chu Guang's gaze devoid of even a trace of disgust or prejudice, he simply couldn't bring himself to feel that hatred. He could only force himself to suppress the thought and push it aside. 5. First transaction stuns Lady Yin. The military camp lay northwest of Chentang Pass. Eastward lay the sea, westward the mountains, and rising from the earth stood a mighty fortress. A faint mist swirled atop it, like some kind of formation, separating the desolation and grimness ahead from Chentang Pass. Below the fortress stood a large military camp housing at least several thousand soldiers. The training grounds echoed with the clamor of combat drills. Interestingly, even though Chu Guang wasn't a martial artist, he could sense that these were all ordinary men wielding mundane weapons. Yet they managed to hold their own against the demonic forces. Perhaps this was the surreal humor typical of anime settings. "Halt!" As he walked on, a sharp command suddenly cut through the air at the camp gates, cold and stern. "Who goes there? This is a restricted military zone. Trespassers will be shot on sight." Chu Guang had anticipated this, showing not a hint of surprise. He bowed slightly and addressed the sergeant leading the group with a smile. "I am Chu Guang, a merchant. I wish to discuss important matters with your Lady Yin." The sergeant major frowned slightly and asked, "Do you have proof to substantiate this claim?" Chu Guang produced a small iron sword from his person. This artifact, crafted by an ordinary Huaxia alchemist, was forged from HRB 500E rebar. Processed in an industrial forging furnace, it now radiated abundant spiritual energy, its blade shimmering with an ethereal glow, clearly no ordinary item at first glance. The sergeant before him was instantly dumbfounded. This. After scrutinizing Chu Guang several times, he quickly clasped his fists and announced loudly, "Please wait, sir. I shall report to the mistress at once." Even his address had grown respectful. "Chu Guang. Very well." He then handed the small iron sword to the man. After waiting roughly the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he passed through the camp under the guidance of a sentry, cleared the security check, and entered a large military tent. Seated prominently in the main position was a female general vigorously poised, yet her brows bore the weight of exhaustion. It was Lady Yin. She held the small iron sword, forged from rebar, in her hand. As she examined it, her face betrayed unmasked admiration and astonishment. In this Bronze Age where bronze served as the primary material, high-strength rebar could truly be described as a divine weapon. "Madam! The man has been brought." The sergeant's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Lady Yin snapped back to attention, lifting her head to scrutinize Chu Guang. With his scholarly demeanor, unruffled composure, and gentle smile, he bore no resemblance to a cunning merchant. He looked more like a man of letters. "Mr. Chu, please be seated." Extending his right hand with a smile, he gestured invitingly, then called out toward the entrance of the tent. "Someone, bring tea for this general's esteemed guest." In his overexcitement, he nearly gave himself away. Chu Guang found himself both amused and exasperated. In the original drama, Lady Yin's constant use of "this old woman" seemed coarse, yet perfectly embodied a woman's boldness and open-heartedness. Now, upon closer inspection, a slender waist, willow-green brows, and a cherry-red mouth, she still possessed a certain charm. But Chu Guang was no chow, so his gaze held only admiration as he replied. "Thank you, madam." Madam Yin waved her hand and said with a smile. "No need for formalities, Mr. Chu." Then she hurriedly inquired. "May I ask, Mr. Chu, how many more of these are there?" Chu Guang smiled and countered. "Why do you ask, Madam Yin?" Madam Yin's expression grew even more excited as she replied in a raised voice. "This item carries a peculiar aura that seems almost ethereal. Moreover, it is incredibly resilient, at least 10 times more durable than any blade or weapon I've ever encountered in my life. If we could obtain such divine weapons in large quantities, our chances of defeating the demons at Chentang Pass would be greatly increased." Chu Guang feigned deep thought before replying after a moment. "The quantity of this item is limited. I only came across a few by chance. If Lady Yin desires it, it is not impossible to obtain, but..." Lady Yin instantly understood. "How much does Mr. Chu require?" "The Yin family will spare no effort." Chu Guang feigned a pained expression, then paused before replying. "I, Chu, require no money, but I do need certain spiritual treasures. If Lady Yin can procure them, we may exchange them. Such as ginseng, lingji mushrooms, spiritual herbs, and the like. And please introduce me to the great Unity Immortal. I'd very much like to exchange some items with him." As Nezha's master, the true immortal Tai possessed an abundance of valuable treasures. And he has one fatal flaw: he's a drunkard. I mean, figuring out a way to get his heaven-shaking brocade, wind fire wheels, fire-pointed spear, and such, that should be doable, right? If we could bring these divine artifacts back to China during its spiritual energy revival, our nation's strength would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Not to mention all the cultivation techniques and such. Madam Yin, standing before him, was utterly taken aback. She hadn't expected Chu Guang's request to be so unique. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. She nodded in agreement immediately. "No problem. However, I need to see a token of your sincerity, Mr. Chu." Chu Guang. "No problem." A thought flashed through his mind, and he opened the system storage space, pulling out the samples one by one. Tang swords, ink-stained blades, armor, edible salt, glassware, meat products, and more. This was a mythical world filled with immortals and monsters, so Lady Yin didn't pay it much mind. However, as Chu Guang began his explanations, the calm in her eyes gradually gave way to astonishment, and finally, outright horror. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The shock lingered within her, her voice thick with disbelief as she exclaimed. "This is salt?" "Yes, it's salt, snow salt, no less. So fine, so pure. Even an immortal would struggle to conjure such exquisite snow salt through magic. This Tang sword may have an unusual shape, but it's incredibly practical. And its material is even better than that iron dagger. Unbelievable. Wait, am I seeing things? This is glass? Whoa, so much glass. Unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. Mr. Chu possesses such a wealth of treasures, each one so unique and awe-inspiring. Though they may not rival true divine artifacts, they are truly remarkable in their own right. Take edible salt and glassware, for instance. They pale in comparison to the treasures of the Supreme Immortal. But the latter are scarce and precious. The former, on the other hand, are plentiful and cheap as dirt." Upon hearing this, Lady Yin was once again dumbfounded. 6. Nezha causes trouble. "What? As many as you want?" Madam Yin stared in disbelief. Even a deity wouldn't dare make such a claim. "Mr. Chu, are you saying that with enough money, every single soldier guarding the Chentang Pass could have this snow salt? That every one of them could wield such divine weapons?" After Lady Yin had a moment to compose herself, Chu Guang smiled and nodded. "As you command, madam. These items are quite affordable. A single 1,000-year-old ginseng root could purchase a great quantity. And the value of such a root is merely enough to extend an ordinary person's lifespan by a mere 2 years. Compared to the mortal realm, the mythical world abounds with spiritual herbs and elixirs. However, ordinary people rarely encounter them. But for Li Jing, the commander of Chentang Pass, it was no trouble for the Li family. Lady Yin was overjoyed and immediately declared with a hearty laugh. Mr. Chu, gathering spiritual herbs and medicines isn't too difficult. As the Li family holds the position of commander of Chentang Pass, we can certainly collect some. But how shall we calculate the price? Xu Guang paused to recall the rates set by the Huaxia state. 1,000-year-old ginseng root can be exchanged for 100 bushels of snow salt and 100 black iron swords. Madame Yin nodded in satisfaction. Very well. The Yin family will remember this. This price was not low by Shang dynasty standards. After discussing some further details, Xu Guang began inquiring about Tai Yizhenren and Li Jing. As expected, Tai Yizhenren had taken Li Jing to seek out Yuanchi Tianzuan, hoping the celestial lord would lift the heavenly thunder curse. The outcome was utterly disappointing. Fortunately, with the assistance of that white cloud, they obtained 2 life-swapping talismans. Based on the timeline, they should already be on their way back. Just as they were talking. Report, madam. It's terrible. The third young master has escaped again. Outside the main tent, a soldier dashed in, his voice filled with urgency. Madame Nian's previously relaxed expression instantly turned anxious. After all, she was just a mother Nezha's mother and she doted on him excessively. She knew her child's temperament while every time he ran off, trouble followed. That boy is going to be the death of me. Gritting her teeth, she muttered the complaint before urgently demanding. Where is he? Take me there at once. The soldier delivering the news immediately replied. He's in the nearby fish pond village. It seems he got into a dispute with some older children and they're about to come to blows. Please hurry over, madam. A flicker of resignation crossed Lady Yin's eyes, but her anxiety was stronger. She nodded urgently. Lead the way. She then turned to Chu Guang beside her and apologetically replied. Mr. Chu, Jair has gotten into trouble again. I must go see to it. Please return to the Li residence regarding the transaction matter. We can discuss it further upon my return. Chu Guang shook his head and countered. I'm quite curious about the third young master myself. Why don't we go together? Madam Yin. This. All right then. Then, the two rose and, guided by the soldiers, hurried toward Yutong village. Along the way, Chu Guang casually inquired. Madam Yin, when did the third young master become like this? Hearing this, a sharp pang of pain pierced Lady Yin's heart, and she couldn't help but sigh deeply. I don't know either. I only remember that Jaira used to sneak out to play often, and then gradually he became like this. Ultimately, it's my fault as a mother. I failed to spend enough time with Jair. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become someone despised by the common folk. Those involved are often blind to the situation, while outsiders see it clearly. Xu Guang continued to feign ignorance and inquired. What about his father? With a father around to guide him, surely things wouldn't have turned out this way? Madame Yin gave a bitter smile and shook her head. As I mentioned earlier, his father is away on important business and cannot return for the time being. Xu Guang didn't press further, for he had already identified the key issue. Ultimately, Nezha had become this way precisely because he lacked family companionship, combined with a lack of proper guidance and overly strict discipline. Much like many left-behind children in rural areas. Why do so many left-behind children drop out of school, get into fights, engage in early romance, and associate with unsavory characters? The root cause was identical to Nezha's situation. Therefore, approaching the conflict between Nezha and his father from this angle made resolving it far less difficult. In just over the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, they arrived at the scene in Yutong village. Just like in the Nezha version. Those 4 or 5 children had tried to frame Nezha, only to be outmaneuvered by him. Enraged, they hurled insults at Nezha, calling him a demon child, a monster, and a scourge upon Chentang Pass, only to nearly be knocked flying by a single slap from Nezha. This scene drew a crowd of villagers to gather and watch. The notion that the injured party bore no guilt, coupled with Nezha's status as a demon child, led to a predictable public outcry. That damned Nezha. He doesn't even spare children. How could Magistrate Li have fathered such a monster? Keep your voice down. Don't you want to live? Where's Lady Yin? Why hasn't she come yet? If she doesn't reign in this demon child soon, our Yutong village is doomed. At the center of the crowd, Nezha endured the villagers' accusations and prejudice. Though he'd faced this many times before, each instance felt like a knife slicing through flesh. So what if I'm a demon child? Keep talking, and I'll beat you to death. He deliberately raised his voice to a shrill pitch. At his words, the entire crowd fell silent, scrambling backward several steps, their eyes filled with terror. Only then did Nezha nod in satisfaction. Now it was much quieter. Look, everyone! Lady Yin is coming. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Following the shout, all eyes turned toward the northwest. There she was, Lady Yin, clad in armor and helmet, accompanied by over a dozen armored soldiers in Chu Guang, charging toward them at full speed. 7. Discrimination and prejudice. Parting the crowd, Lady Yin immediately dismounted and approached Nezha. Kneeling down, she anxiously asked, "Char, are you alright? You scared the life out of me." Feeling a twinge of guilt, Nezha flashed a smile and replied cheerfully, "Mother, I'm fine." A hint of charm even graced his smile. Seeing that Nezha was indeed unharmed, Lady Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She then hurriedly apologized to the surrounding villagers. "I apologize to everyone. My son sneaked out and caused trouble for you all. I will keep a closer eye on him from now on and make sure he doesn't cause any more trouble." With Lady Yin backing them up, the villagers found their courage and immediately began complaining. "Madam Yin, you really must keep a closer eye on your third son. Every time he goes out, he causes trouble. We common folk can't keep enduring this." "Exactly. This time he even attacked a child. If we hadn't caught him early, the child would be dead by now. Honestly, I think the barrier beast should shrink the protected area. Best if it never leaves the Li residence at all." Hearing these words, Lady Yin felt deeply distressed, yet she forced herself to endure it, accepting their complaints with a bowing and scraping smile. It wasn't just her. Nezha beside her felt equally distressed. But seeing his mother's resigned expression, he slowly unclenched his fists. Chu Guang noticed this subtle change. Combining it with his knowledge of the original storyline, he instantly understood what was happening. He didn't speak it aloud, however. Instead, he walked up to Nezha and, just as he had done when they last met, asked with a smile, "Third young master Nezha, why not explain? Why not refute?" Nezha shook his head instinctively and countered, "How did you end up here?" "Chu Guang. I came to discuss the trade with your mother and happened to hear about the trouble here, so I dropped by to see what was going on." Nearby, Lady Yin overheard their exchange. Quick-witted, she immediately sensed something amiss and couldn't help but ask Chu Guang, "Mr. Chu, are you saying there's a reason for Zhao's actions?" Chu Guang didn't answer, instead gesturing for her to ask her own child. Unfortunately, Nezha remained silent, stubbornly refusing to speak. Chu Guang couldn't bear to watch any longer. No wonder the Li Jing family's domestic environment was in such a state. Without the external force of the heavenly thunder curse, this deadlock would likely remain unresolved for all eternity. Seeing Nezha remain silent, Lady Yin before him could only turn her gaze toward him, her eyes pleading like a mother's. "Ah." Chu Guang sighed softly and could only say, "Lady Yin, haven't you noticed that you yourself don't truly accept your child? No matter what happens, your first instinct is always to blame your child, then apologize profusely without ever communicating or asking why. You just dote on him out of maternal instinct. This approach places immense pressure on your child." Boom. Those simple words struck Mrs. Yin like a thunderbolt. But. She instinctively wanted to argue back, but found herself at a loss for words. After a dozen seconds, as if something occurred to her, she hurriedly gestured for Chu Guang to continue. Chu Guang, who knew the entire story, felt no pressure whatsoever as he continued. Simply because Nezha is a demon, the demon child they speak of. No matter what conflict arises, your first instinct is always that your child is at fault. But as a mother, you couldn't bring yourself to be too harsh with your own child. So, in the name of love, you made Nezha obey, accept discipline, and stay within the barrier. Truthfully, one instance of proper guidance, one moment of understanding, one genuine conversation is 1,000 times more effective than your so-called love that only harms your own child. Boom. Chu Guang's words thundered like rolling claps of thunder, echoing incessantly in Lady Yin's ears. Each word, though ordinary and devoid of any spiritual energy, carried the weight of law itself, causing Lady Yin's body and soul to tremble violently. He looked at Chu Guang with a complex expression, then turned his gaze to his son, Nezha. There, Nezha's expression had changed as well. Where before he had held only a faint regard for Chu Guang, now his large eyes welled up once more. A warm current surged through his heart countless times, a feeling akin to finding a kindred spirit. Chu Guang's words were nothing less than a true reflection of Nezha's own heart. But Madame Yin seemed to recall something and instinctively countered. But at the very beginning, his father and I tried to understand him, to communicate with him. But Nezha was still like this. Hearing this, Chu Guang shook his head slightly and said, "That's because Nezha didn't want to burden you with worry." Ah. It seems, as a mother, you truly don't understand your own child. If you did, none of this would have happened. All around. Over 100 villagers heard this and felt their heads buzzing. But once they came to their senses, they shook their heads in disapproval. "No, Lady Yin, don't let him deceive you. You must keep Nezha under strict control. Otherwise, how can we people of Chuntang Pass live our lives?" Exactly. Lady Yin, don't listen to his nonsense. He may dress well, but with that haircut, his words are utterly untrustworthy. Yet one parent remained level-headed. Glancing at his bullied child, he snapped angrily. "Kid, did you guys provoke Nezha first, or did he pick on you? Tell me the truth, or I'll beat your bottom bloody." This child was only 2 years old, the very same kid from the demon child version who got knocked unconscious and stripped naked by Nezha. He hesitated. Dad. I. Speak up. The vicious demand echoed once more. Seeing his father's terrifying expression, the child couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out the truth. We wanted to play a prank on Nezha. Ernio even said Nezha was a monster, a little monster. Ernio was the oldest child among them. With that, the truth was finally revealed. The crowd gasped in disbelief, while the parents of the children turned their accusations and curses toward their own offspring. Meanwhile, at Lady Yin's side. Boom! A sensation like being struck by lightning struck her once more. She stared blankly at Nezha. His eyes were filled with hurt and sorrow, not at all like a demon child, just a child. Jar, I'm sorry. Mother wronged you. Bitterness surged like a tidal wave. Lady Yin hastily embraced Nezha, her heart heavy with regret and remorse. Chu Guang had been right. Even she and Li Jing had never truly accepted Nezha. Simply because he was born from a demonic orb. Hearing his mother speak to him like this for the first time, a profound sense of understanding and forgiveness welled up within him, making Nezha's eyes grow even more moist. Mother, I'm fine. His voice trembled slightly. I don't want to see you arguing with these people over me. They're trash, looking down on everyone else. When he finished speaking, the crowd didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. On the contrary, they seemed to think it was only natural. Moreover, a hint of fear flickered across their faces. Once discrimination and prejudice take root, changing them is incredibly difficult. In the original story, had Nezha not saved all the people of Chentang Pass, he would have remained forever branded in their minds as a demon child, a troublemaker. 8. Choose destiny to overcome his disciple. Lady Yin tried to explain. Jar, the matter of the demon child and the heavenly thunder curse absolutely must not be revealed. Lady Yin could only sigh deeply and fall silent. The misunderstanding resolved, and after compensating with some money, Lady Yin led Nezha back to the Li residence. She intended to confine Nezha within the barrier once more. But suddenly, a thought surged through her mind. She couldn't help but look at Chu Guang. As if making a momentous decision, she spoke earnestly. Mr. Chu, would you grant the Yin family one request? Should you agree, the Li family would be eternally grateful. Whatever conditions you require, we shall fulfill them without question. Chu Guang was puzzled. He had come to discuss business. What could the other party possibly want? But considering the crisis facing the native Huaxia, he replied. Madam Yin, please state the matter first. I can present my conditions afterward. Madam Yin. Her tone immediately grew more earnest and reverent. I wish for Jar to become your disciple, Master Chu. The Yin family dares not make excessive demands. We only hope that under your guidance, Jar may grow up healthy and happy. At the word grow, Lady Yin seemed to recall something, a hint of reluctance flickering in her voice. Chu Guang understood she was thinking of the heavenly thunder spell. At most, 2 years remained. At that time, Nezha would surely die. However, familiar with the storyline, Chu Guang understood that though Nezha would perish, with the aid of his master, Tai Jinren, he would ultimately be reborn through the lotus and cause great turmoil in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. So, if he took Nezha's master position, what would become of Tai Jinren? When the heavenly thunder curse struck, his own power would be insufficient to help Nezha rebuild his body. He immediately refused. No, Lady Yin. Chu never takes disciples. Hearing this, Lady Yin grew anxious, staring blankly at Chu Guang. Her eyes filled with disappointment as she asked. Is there something holding you back, Mr. Chu? Even Nezha beside them wore a look of disappointment. After spending time with him twice, he no longer disliked Chu Guang, he even held him in great respect. After all, Chu Guang understood him better than anyone. Originally, upon hearing he could apprentice under Chu Guang, Nezha had been thrilled and delighted. But upon hearing the refusal, he instantly grew sullen and asked. Does Master Chu look down on Nezha? Then, his sensitive pride flared up. He immediately pouted, shook his head, and said nonchalantly. If you don't want me, fine. I'll just enjoy my freedom. Despite his words, Nezha's pleading eyes had already given him away completely. Seeing this expression, Chu Guang felt both amused and a little sorry for him. He could only bluff. Chu is fated to be unlucky with disciples. Refusing to take you on is actually for the third young master's own good. However, if discipleship isn't possible, third young master could come to Chu's treasure house and work as a shop assistant. As for the prejudice and discrimination in the common folks' minds, I have my own ways to dispel them. This way, he wouldn't be outright snatching the position of Nezha's master from Tai Jinren. Really? Before them. Madam Yin and Nezha looked on in disbelief. Seeing Chu Guang nod, they instantly broke into smiles and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Nezha, in particular, began hopping and jumping with excitement. True to his demonic essence, he leapt hundreds of meters high, soaring into the clouds. Landing with a kick against a tree trunk, he snapped the 2-meter wide trunk clean in half at the waist. His face beamed with a childlike innocence and simplicity. However, noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the surrounding villagers, Nezha immediately cleared his throat lightly and feigned indifference as he said. Shopkeeper, Nezha is. Ah, right. Nezha is here to help because he fears you might not manage the treasure pavilion well. Yeah, that's it. No need to thank this young master too much. Ugh, no need to thank Nezha too much. Just let Nezha clean up those treasures later. Xu Guang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How could Nezha be cleaning treasures? He clearly just wanted to play. A child's nature was so simple and easy to read. Xu Guang nodded with a smile. Of course. My treasure pavilion could use a helper to polish the treasures. Just be careful not to damage them. Nezha's delight grew, and he blurted out. Really? Hee, shopkeeper, that's wonderful. Nezha will start right away. Ahem. Since the shopkeeper needs help, Nezha will reluctantly agree to lend a hand. Nezha was overjoyed. This meant he wouldn't have to stay cooped up in that boring barrier every day, feeling like a lonely kid with no one to play with. At least he'd have Mr. Chu for company, and all the treasures at the shop to play with. Just thinking about it filled him with confidence for the future. Xu Guang's smile remained unchanged as he said. Oh, and you can just call me Mr. Chu. And feel free to drop by anytime. The title shopkeeper just sounds so old-fashioned. Nezha. Understood, Mr. Chu. His smile grew wider. Though he desperately wanted to maintain his aloof, haughty persona, he was genuinely thrilled, especially since it was a child. How could he possibly keep it up? Thus, Nezha's face took on a peculiar expression. One moment he was grinning broadly, the next he was feigning solemnity. Madame Yin, watching nearby, felt her eyes grow moist. Crystal clear tears welled up at the corners of her eyes, trickling down her cheeks. For a mother, what could possibly be more thrilling than seeing her child's joyful smile? It had been over a year. Since his birth, this was the first time she had ever seen Nezha wear such a joyful smile. The very first time. This smile was utterly genuine, radiant, and utterly joyful. As she watched, tears welled up in Lady Yin's eyes. The look she gave Xu Guang was filled with inexpressible gratitude. 9. Trading the 10,000-year Snowlingji. Mr. Chu. Wiping the tears from her face, Mrs. Ying bowed to Xu Guang once more, her voice brimming with gratitude as she said. Thank you. I have complete peace of mind in trusting Nezha to you. Furthermore, Mr. Chu, if you have any requests, please speak freely. The Li family will spare no effort to fulfill them. Xu Guang instinctively wanted to refuse. But he remembered his vow. He had come to this mythical world not for himself alone, but for the China he left behind. After pondering, he said. I do require certain items, various spirit-infused medicinal herbs, plants, spirit wood, and so forth. Divine artifacts from immortals would be most ideal. Of course, I, Chu, will not shortchange Lady Yin. Everything shall proceed according to our agreed-upon terms. Lady Yin. Very well. With him having made his position clear, she saw no need for further discussion. She would simply strive to fulfill or even exceed the terms. Afterward, the group returned to the Li residence. True to her word, Lady Yin immediately produced all the rare medicinal treasures stored in the Li residence. Xu Guang was astonished yet overjoyed, secretly congratulating himself on his decision to conduct business in the mythical world. Truly befitting the commander of Chuntang Pass, especially Chuntang Pass in the mythical world where treasures abounded. Among the offerings were 4 spiritual herbs, 2 varieties of ginseng, and 6 lingji mushrooms, one of which was a rare 10,000-year snowlingji. Originally intended as gifts for Nezha's birthday banquet, these treasures were now laid out before them. Xu Guang unhesitatingly pulled out the measurement equipment provided by the state and began testing. The final results were even more astonishing. The 4 spiritual herbs possessed exceptionally potent spiritual energy. If consumed by martial artists, those below S rank could advance at least one major realm. The 2 ginseng roots were of lesser quality, only 100 or 200 years old, but still acceptable. Martial artists consuming them could likewise advance their cultivation. The 6 lingji mushrooms, however, were different. 5 of them could double a martial artist's physical strength upon consumption. Not only did they work on S-rank martial artists, but they could also elevate an S-rank martial artist's strength by one minor realm. On Blue Star, where spiritual energy had revived, advancing even a single minor realm for martial artists above a rank was incredibly difficult, comparable to the rigorous requirements for admission to prestigious universities like Huaqing University through the National College Entrance Exam. Yet consuming these 5 lingji mushrooms requires no effort. They forcibly elevate practitioners by one minor realm while doubling physical strength. Their potency is nothing short of terrifying. Of course, compared to the 10,000-year supreme snowlingji below, they fell far short. Using state-provided methods and instruments, Xu Guang discovered that this lingji proved effective even for grandmaster-level martial artists. Its boundless spiritual energy could not only transform one's constitution and elevate cultivation levels but also extend lifespan and cure incurable diseases. Xu Guang was stunned. An image flashed through his mind: Zhao Tianxiang. Now 93 years old, he was originally a top physicist of Chinese descent in the Eagle Nation. After the spiritual energy revival, due to certain reasons best left unsaid, his strength had surged dramatically, propelling him directly to the grandmaster level. At that time, there were only about 10 grandmaster level martial artists in China. Upon witnessing the global oppression and humiliation of China, Zhao Tianxiang resolutely returned to his homeland, determined to restore China's place among the nations of the world. But those damn little Japanese puppets and white pigs. On his journey home, this patriotic grandmaster was ambushed by the United Front. Though he finally returned to the embrace of his motherland, he was gravely wounded, his life hanging by a thread. But now, with this supreme 10,000-year snow spirit ginseng, China gains another grandmaster-level warrior ready for battle. Chu Guang murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was filled with anticipation. When this great master of our Chinese nation emerges once more, what reaction will those little Japanese puppets and white-skinned pigs have? These treasures were too precious. Chu Guang carefully stored the spiritual medicine in his system's storage space and made a decision. He would find an opportunity to return to his homeland, China, within the next couple of days. It wasn't merely to share good news. That elder Zhao Tianxiang, one of the few grandmasters in our Huaxia with true combat prowess, was gravely wounded. His days were numbered. If he delayed any longer, what if the man passed away? With his mind made up and all the spiritual herbs secured, Chu Guang finally turned to Lady Yin before him and asked sincerely, Madam Yin, I am most satisfied with these gifted elixirs. Please name your price. Madam Yin replied with a touch of embarrassment. Mr. Chu, for caring for Zhar, our Li family should have presented you with a generous gift. We dared not expect any return favor. However, since you insist, the Yin family dares to propose a price. Chu Guang smiled and nodded. No problem. Then, both sides began discussing the price. After all, Li Jing and Lady Yin hadn't attained immortality. While the herbs would benefit them, their effects weren't particularly potent, so the price they offered was very low. Chu Guang wasn't the type to haggle over trifles. As a great nation, Huaxia held no fondness for taking advantage of others. Thus, he offered a very generous price. Rice, 5,000 tons. Edible salt, 10 tons. Edible oil, 20 tons. Vegetables and meat, 200 tons. Glassware, 100 pieces. Blades such as black swords and tang swords, 15,000 blades. With such abundant supplies, Li Jing's forces would undoubtedly be well equipped and formidable by the time they marched against Zhou. Lady Yin was a bit confused. Mr. Chu, what exactly do you mean by tons? Chu Guang. After a moment's thought, he explained. In my caravan, 1 ton equals 2,000 jin. Madam Yin. A bit confused. After a quick mental conversion, she blurted out. So 5,000 tons of grain equals 10 million jin? That's 10 million jin. Keep in mind, Zhentang Pass's current military grain reserves barely reach 10,000, sure, just over a million jin. Not to mention the vast quantities of snow salt, glaze tiles, weapons, and cooking oil. The supplies weren't just abundant, they were downright terrifying. While those spiritual herbs and lingji mushrooms hold immense value, these are tangible provisions and weapons, real, tangible benefits. Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu, this is simply too much. Truly, far too much. Those spiritual herbs and medicines may be valuable, but we mere mortals cannot become immortals. They serve little purpose for us. This grain and fodder, however, is of immense practical use. Mr. Chu, this is really too much. Madam Yin was somewhat overwhelmed by the generosity. As for whether she doubted Chu Guang's ability to deliver, such a thought never crossed her mind. For he had even demonstrated divine arts. Immortals would never deceive mere mortals like them. Chu Guang sipped his tea and smiled as he said, The spiritual herbs you've provided, Madam Yin, are of immense value to me. These supplies are a token of my gratitude. They should arrive within 3 days. All you need to do is find a place to store them beforehand. Furthermore, Lady Yin may send people to gather as many spiritual herbs as possible. I am in dire need of them. Whatever quantity you have here, I shall take it all. These spiritual herbs, if placed on their homeworld Blue Star, would be worth at least 10 billion. In contrast, these supplies were worth only a few tens of millions. Chu Guang had intended to offer more, but considering future transaction needs, he reluctantly held back. Madam Yin nodded firmly before him, her expression growing even more grateful as she said, Rest assured, Mr. Chu. We will find ways to gather more spiritual herbs. When the time comes. Just as she was about to continue, a servant's voice suddenly called from outside the door. Madam, the General and Master Tai have returned. A look of joy flashed across Lady Yin's face. She immediately turned to Chu Guang and changed her tone. Mr. Chu, my husband and the immortal Tai have returned. Let us go meet them together. I recall you wished for an introduction. Chu Guang was somewhat surprised they had returned so quickly. Yet, his face also lit up with delight as he nodded and replied. Indeed, I am very eager to meet immortal Tai. Madam Yin. Very well, please come this way, Mr. Chu. Chu Guang. After you, Madam Yin. The two rose and walked toward the exit of the council chamber. No sooner had they stepped out than a flying pig and a cloud of auspicious mist appeared, soaring in from the horizon. 10. Life-swapping talisman. Its speed was no slouch. Before long, it drew near. Chu Guang observed them discreetly. Upon the auspicious clouds sat a burly middle-aged man clad in armor, sporting a long beard, his stern face tinged with a hint of worry. It was none other than Li Jing. Not yet deified, he was not yet the famed heavenly king Li Jing, bearer of the pagoda, but merely the commander of Chentang Pass. Beside him, riding a flying pig, sat a lecherous-looking, obese figure clutching a Buddhist whisk, his face flushed with drunkenness, Taizhenren. The Tai in the demon child version was indeed different from other adaptations. This fellow always spoke with a Sichuan accent, perhaps because his Qianyuan mountain cave residence was in Sichuan and his behavior was reckless and unrestrained. The line that stuck most with Chu Guang was, "You hit me. You hit me. Madam." As the auspicious clouds dispersed upon landing, Li Jing stepped before Lady Yin, his face now heavy with worry. He hurriedly inquired. "While I was away, did Zhao cause any trouble?" "Not at all." Mentioning Nezha made Lady Yin's heart ache. She recalled Chu Guang's words. Though she was his mother, she didn't truly understand her child. Deep down, she didn't accept him, seeking only to bind him in the name of love. "However, I have already entrusted Zhao to this Mr. Chu." Suppressing her sorrow, Lady Yin spoke slowly, recounting today's events in full detail, including the specifics of her deal with Chu Guang. At first, Li Jing listened with furrowed brows and a look of displeasure. Yet as the story unfolded, his expression gradually shifted. Shock. Awe. Incredulity. Gratitude. Deeply moved. Finally, all was replaced by profound admiration and respect. From the direction of Nezha's room, faint cheers drifted over, deepening Li Jing's expression of gratitude. Clasping his hands together, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle and said from the bottom of his heart, "Mr. Chu, I am profoundly grateful for your willingness to instruct my son. And with those provisions and supplies, the people of Chentang Pass will face no fear of natural disasters for 2 years. Such immense kindness is beyond repayment. Should Mr. Chu ever require anything in the future, a single word from him will suffice." Li Jing shall spare no effort. No flowery words were needed between men. The other's declaration spoke volumes. Chu Guang felt a pang of emotion. How profound is a parent's love? Reflecting on his primary mission, he replied, "Such trifles are scarcely worth mentioning. However, Chu's daily affairs are complex. Nezha will still need someone to escort him to and from his duties. This matter will require General Li's personal assistance." At this, Li Jing shook his head with a wry smile. "Please understand, Mr. Chu. General Li is overwhelmed with official duties and truly lacks the time." Madame Yin, standing nearby, immediately interjected with a smile. "Mr. Chu, I shall take on the task of escorting Nezha from now on. With my husband back home, I have ample time." Chu Guang sighed inwardly, shook his head, and replied with a smile. "Commander Li, I believe it would be best if you personally handled this matter. Spending more time with your own child allows you to understand him better, doesn't it?" Upon hearing this, Li Jing instinctively wanted to retort. But the words stuck in his throat, unable to form. It wasn't that he lacked time, he had scattered moments here and there, but he was simply bogged down by trivial matters. "But Mr. Chu, Li Jing has many." Before Li Jing could continue his explanation, Chu Guang cut him off. "Some less important matters can be handled by Mrs. Yin. After all, you are husband and wife. I imagine Mrs. Yin would be more than willing to assist." Madame Yin, standing nearby, instantly understood and immediately urged her husband. "Husband, from now on, you should be the one to pick up and drop off Zhao. Mr. Chu is absolutely right. Zhao needs companionship." Hearing the word companionship and recalling Nezha's repeated looks of disappointment, Li Jing finally relented. "Very well. We'll rely on you, Mr. Chu. Should Zhao misbehave, please inform Li Jing directly. I will discipline him strictly." Chu Guang. Headache. No wonder he and his son Nezha act like sworn enemies. With a father like that, what child could endure it? Strict discipline depends on the situation. Proper communication and understanding are essential. You'll understand when the time comes. Chu Guang had intended to continue persuading him, but seeing Li Jing's utterly bewildered expression, he could only give up. Next came matters of trade. Like Lady Yin, Li Jing decided to dispatch people to gather spiritual herbs and medicines throughout Chentang Pass, selling them at extremely low prices. Unable to refuse their goodwill, Chu Guang had no choice but to agree. He then excused himself from Taizhenren, using the pretext of drinking to coax him out of the Li residence. Watching their retreating figures, Lady Yin finally gathered her courage. Her voice trembled with fear as she hesitantly asked, "Husband, what did the Celestial Lord say?" Li Jing. "Ah." He sighed helplessly and recounted the truth in detail. Of course, he omitted the matter of the life-swapping talisman. He did not wish to burden his wife with such worry. Bitterness surged within her heart. Despair crashed over Lady Yin like a 10,000-meter tidal wave, engulfing her. Boundless darkness descended, and once again, her eyes swelled red. Beads of tears as large as beans streamed from her eyes, sliding down her weary cheeks and leaving long trails of wetness. "Zhao, my Zhao." Madame Yin covered her face and wept bitterly. Beside her, Li Jing felt as though 1,000 needles pierced his heart. His nose stung, and an expression of profound sorrow spread across his steel-like cheeks. Yet his eyes betrayed a deathly resolve. 11. Making a deal with Tai Jinren. Outside the Li residence, Chu Guang led Tai Jinren toward his treasure pavilion. Before arriving, he had requested a bottle of Maotai from the local huaxia. Following the revival of spiritual energy, Mutai had adapted to the times by releasing a spiritual liquor specifically for martial artists. The liquor was made from spirit rice and spirit water. Even the bottles used for packaging contained significant amounts of spirit stone fragments. A single bottle commanded a staggering price of 888,888 yuan. The volume was meager, just 200 milliliters. Even a standard bottle of mineral water held 500 milliliters. Originally intended for personal consumption, but upon considering the treasures on Tai Jinren's person, he reluctantly parted with it. Treasure Pavilion stood in the most bustling part of Chentang Pass, its decor crafted to the highest commercial standards. At first glance, opulence, grandeur, magnificence, splendor. Even Tai Jinren couldn't help but praise it at first sight. Mr. Chu, this treasure pavilion of yours is quite something. In all my travels across the land, I've seldom seen a shop so splendidly adorned, I tell you. His Sichuan dialect clashed hilariously with his lofty title, adding a touch of comedic charm. Chu Guang smiled wryly. Not at all, not at all. It's merely a mundane object. To receive praise from an immortal master like you is truly an honor for this humble one. Tai Jinren chuckled slyly, shaking his head. Not at all, not at all. How could Mr. Chu be an ordinary mortal? Though the spiritual energy within you is faint, it's already far superior to that of common folk. After 7 days of peddling, Chu Guang had barely scraped together enough spiritual herbs and medicines to become an entry-level martial artist. His cultivation level, early E rank. His strength was extremely weak, so it was only natural that Tai Jinren had noticed. He offered no explanation, instead pulling out a key and unlocking the door as he said, "With my meager spiritual power, I'm no different from an ordinary person in your presence, true immortal. Enough of that. Please come in, master. Fine wine is on its way." Creak. The door swung open. At the mention of wine, Tai Jinren couldn't contain himself, bursting into playful laughter. Exactly. This immortal hasn't tasted fine wine in ages, haha. Chu Guang. Put. He nearly lost it, bursting out laughing. This guy is way too sleazy. He's practically been corrupted by this version of the demon child. Suppressing the urge to laugh, he returned to the back room, retrieved the wine cup, and then, with a thought, opened the system storage space. As an immortal, Tai Jinren wasn't particularly surprised by the storage space. Instead, his eyes gleamed with anticipation, practically begging for the wine to appear. The quality of wine is judged not only by its flavor but also by its potency. In this world of Chinese mythology, even immortal wine had limited potency. Many wines preserved to this day likely have an alcohol content lower than beer, comparable to homemade rice wine. But Chu Guang's bottle of Maotai boasted an alcohol content of 56%. Crafted by the Huaxia Maotai group using spirit rice and spirit water as raw materials, while its spiritual energy couldn't match the immortal wine of this timeline, its taste and aroma were absolutely superior. Sure enough. The moment this bottle of Maotai was retrieved from the system space, the moment it was uncorked, the instant its fragrance filled the air. Tai Jinren's expression froze solid. Simply because the fragrance was overwhelmingly rich. Among the wines he had tasted before, there were certainly those with rich aromas, but they invariably carried traces of other impurities. Yet this exquisite vintage before him, while not entirely free of such undertones, possessed them in the faintest, most subtle of traces. Whoa! Whoosh! After taking several deep gulps in quick succession, Tai Jinren's true nature as a wine enthusiast was fully revealed. He resembled a convict released after a decade in prison, suddenly witnessing a stunning goddess performing a pole dance right before his eyes. Gulp! He involuntarily swallowed a large mouthful of saliva and hurriedly inquired. "Mr. Chu, what is this wine called? How can its aroma be so rich and mellow? This immortal has never encountered anything like it." As he spoke, he greedily inhaled the wine's fragrance, his expression growing even more intoxicated and astonished. Chu Guang remained calm inside, replying with a smile. "This wine is called Maotai. It is brewed by Chu using a special method. Please do not overindulge, immortal. This liquor is potent. If the other party wished, with his divine power suppressing the effects, even thousands of pounds of liquor could be consumed without discomfort." However, upon hearing Chu Guang's words, Tai Jinren immediately abandoned any thought of suppressing the liquor's potency with immortal power. Instead, he eagerly exclaimed, "The stronger the better, a good laugh needs a strong drink to match, ha 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 ha. To be honest, Mr. Chu, this immortal does enjoy wine, especially strong spirits. It's just a pity that the brewing techniques aren't perfected yet. Forcing the production of potent liquor with immortal power causes it to lose its original aroma." Chu Guang. "In that case, master, please sample this Maotai. Feel free to critique it, any shortcomings I shall refine." Tai Jinren. Absolutely. Absolutely. Seeing this, Chu Guang wasted no words and immediately poured Tai Jinren a cup. Tai Yizhenren lifted the cup, took a sniff, and his face lit up with delight. He then downed it in one gulp. The 56 proof liquor slid down his throat, settling in his stomach as the rich aroma of Maotai lingered on his palate. Tai Yizhenren. Whoa! A look of astonishment spread across his face once more. He drew in a deep breath and exclaimed with genuine admiration. Fine liquor! Fine liquor! Fresh and savory, rich and mellow, lingering sweetness, intense cellar aroma and crucially, fiercely potent. Stronger than any liquor this immortal has ever tasted. Ha ha ha, this immortal has truly broadened his horizons today, ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Chu Guang inwardly nodded in approval. Tai Yizhenren's modest collection held promise. He promptly poured another cup. Tai Yizhenren didn't hesitate for a moment, downing another cup. After another round of effusive praise, he drank again. One cup after another, and soon, the entire bottle of Maotai was finished. Tai Yizhenren's spirits were thoroughly lifted. Since there was no more Maotai, he'd drink what he'd brought instead, and he pulled Chu Guang into the drinking as well. Thus, Chu Guang tasted his first sip of immortal wine in this mythical realm. The taste was peculiar. It lacked the aroma of grains and the rich, lingering sweetness of wine. Though called liquor, it tasted more like water, as ethereal as a pavilion suspended in the heavens, devoid of any earthly warmth or earthiness. Yet it wasn't entirely without merit. It possessed one remarkable effect: abundant spiritual energy. As the vast spiritual energy washed down with the wine, by the second cup, Chu Guang realized he had unexpectedly broken through to the mid-stage of an E-rank martial artist. No wonder they say divine connections are rare. Is this the perk of dealing with immortals? A gleam of excitement flashed in Chu Guang's eyes. An idea began to take shape in his mind. The mortal and the immortal continued drinking. They drank for over 3 full hours. Chu Guang consumed at least half a kilogram, while Tai Yizhenren drank well over 10 kilograms. Were it not for his immortal constitution, he would surely have succumbed to alcohol poisoning. Compounded by the lack of immortal energy to temper the effects, he became thoroughly intoxicated. Slung his arm around Chu Guang's shoulder and began singing incessantly. Truth be told, Shang Dynasty songs were truly awful, especially with their archaic ancient tones. It was like having a tongue-twisting Italian sing the Book of Songs, utterly dreadful, even worse than that Chinese pop maestro's rendition of Cancer. But it didn't stop there. Hooking his arm around Chu Guang's shoulder, he began bragging about his impending ascension to become one of the 12 golden immortals. Chu Guang found himself both amused and exasperated. Men love to brag and show off after drinking, it's human nature, but why do even immortals act this way? And he was downright sleazy, a dead ringer for the Tai Yizhenren from the Demon Child version. Then, pointing at the myriad modern Chinese artifacts within the treasure pavilion, he asked incessantly, Mr. Chu, what is this? Its craftsmanship is remarkably intricate. Mr. Chu, what is this? Why is it so cloyingly sweet? Mr. Chu, this painting is quite peculiar. The iron-eating beast depicted is equally strange, it lacks even a trace of ferocity. Chu Guang couldn't help but chuckle, patiently explaining. Master, this is called a mechanical watch. It's used to tell time. This is chocolate. Care to try some? It tastes absolutely wonderful. Oh, this is called a photograph. Think of it as another form of painting. The iron-eating beast is named Hua Hua. It hasn't attained sentience yet and poses no threat. After another hour or so, having thoroughly broken the ice with Tai Yizhenren, Chu Guang revealed his true intentions with a smile. Master, if you take a liking to these mundane items of mine, how about we make a trade? Including that Maotai liquor. At the mention of Maotai liquor, Tai Yizhenren's eyes lit up instantly. He eagerly replied. This true immortal loves a good deal, oh. Mr. Chu, please share the details. Chu Guang. To be perfectly honest, I've long yearned for the path to immortality. Might you have any suitable cultivation techniques, protective artifacts, or similar items? Regardless of quantity or quality, I am in dire need of such items. In exchange, I can provide large quantities of Maotai liquor and these peculiar items. What do you think, true master? 12. Immortal liquor, immortal pills, immortal arts. Tai Yizhenren, already tipsy, grew excited upon hearing Chu Guang showed no interest in cultivation techniques or magical artifacts. Pounding his own fleshy chest, he boomed his assurance. No problem at all. Since Mr. Chu doesn't mind, feel free to pick whatever you like. Just don't touch the treasures and cultivation techniques on the right side. With that, he unfastened his storage pouch, opened it, and handed it to Chu Guang. Gulp. He didn't forget to take a swig of immortal wine as he did so, his cheeks flushing as red as a monkey's butt. Chu Guang took it and peered inside. His eyes immediately lit up with fervor. For the treasures and cultivation techniques within were so abundant they were downright terrifying. Magical treasures, map of mountains and rivers, 7-colored treasure lotus, heavenly brocade, 9-dragon divine fire cloak, yin-yang sword, fire-pointed spear, and more. Techniques, fire control art, deity sealing art, water evasion formula, heaven and earth transformation art, thunder command spell, and more. Additionally, there were techniques for alchemy, medicine refinement, and physical cultivation so numerous it resembled a private library and treasure vault combined. Without exaggeration, if our Chinese nation possessed these treasures and techniques, how could those Japanese bastards and white-skinned pigs dare to run rampant? Xu Guang instinctively reached for the map of mountains and rivers and the seven-colored treasure lotus. But alas, these truly great artifacts had all been placed on the right by Tai Jinren. In contrast, the left side held pills, talismans, spiritual herbs, magical treasures, cultivation techniques, and other items whose quality was clearly inferior to those on the right. The immortal wine was also on the left. Of course, in the context of the mythical world, these were indeed items of the lowest possible grade. Yet for the newly awakened spiritual energy of native China, these were all divine treasures of immeasurable value. Xu Guang spoke up. True immortal, how many items from the left side would you require for exchange? Tai Jinren. His original intention was for Xu Guang to select just a couple of items, but he hadn't expected the other party to want them all. He immediately chuckled and shook his head, saying, No. Mr. Chu, have you heard the saying, the way must not be lightly imparted? Xu Guang. Of course I have. Tai Jinren. Exactly. You can't have everything. Mr. Chu, you may select no more than 3 items. Now then, as for the exchange, this immortal doesn't ask for much. 300 bottles of fine Maotai wine will suffice. Xu Guang. He instinctively wanted to bargain, but seeing the expression on Tai Jinren's face, one that clearly conveyed he was already being generous, Xu Guang reluctantly gave up. 3 things it is, then. Better than nothing, and being divine artifacts, they'd surely be immensely useful to the native Huaxia. After a moment's thought, he asked directly. Master, I need a cultivation technique suitable for most martial artists, ordinary mortals. And it must have a high ceiling. Do you have one? Tai Jinren pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No. However, his eyes then lit up as he continued. This immortal possesses a fire control technique that harnesses the power of the 3 flavors true fire to slay foes. Though it lasts only 10 breaths and lacks endurance, its simplicity is its strength. Even the most basic celestial soldiers can cultivate it. Xu Guang's eyes lit up as well. If he remembered correctly, the fire within the Supreme Lord Lao Jun's alchemy furnace was precisely the 3 flavors true fire, a celestial flame. Even that monkey with skin as hard as bronze and bones as strong as iron, possessing an indestructible body, had been severely scorched by the 3 flavors true fire, which had also forged his fiery golden eyes. If all martial artists of our Huaxia mastered this technique, would we still need to fear those little Japanese bastards and white-skinned pigs? He immediately declared. True immortal, I am most willing to exchange for this technique. Burp. Tai Jinren belched loudly, then waved his hand. From his storage pouch, an ancient-looking book, enveloped in immortal energy, drifted out slowly. This, is the very item. Xu Guang carefully accepted it, opened his storage space, and placed it inside with care. Thank you, true immortal. He bowed in gratitude, then continued his inquiry. Master, I also require some elixirs. While they may not grant immortality to mortals, they should at least grant them some strength and allow them to possess a measure of spiritual energy within their bodies. Do you have any? Tai Jinren looked slightly puzzled. Mr. Chu, have you not considered yourself? He waved his hand dismissively and said. Very well. This immortal should not pry into your affairs. The elixirs you seek are quite common. With that, he channeled his divine energy into his storage pouch, retrieved a vial, and handed it to Xu Guang. This is called the Spirit Gathering Pill. Even an ordinary mortal who consumes it can gain at least 100 years of cultivation. But remember, it only works on mortals. Xu Guang's eyes lit up even brighter. A single pill could grant a century's worth of cultivation, and it worked on ordinary mortals too. Truly a divine elixir. With this, our Huaxia will gain 100 more martial warriors. Thank you, true immortal. Xu Guang expressed his heartfelt gratitude before requesting the 3rd item, a spiritual vein. One of the fundamental reasons for China's lowly status was the absence of spirit veins. If we could transform a few spirit veins, the benefits would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, the technique for creating spirit veins belonged to the realm of great magic. Tai Jinren refused to impart it, strictly speaking, because Xu Guang was merely an outsider. Become his disciple on the spot? Tai Jinren wouldn't accept him either. He could only settle for the next best thing, a bottle of immortal wine imbued with colossal divine power. This immortal wine was crafted on the spot by Tai Jinren and poured into that empty bottle of Maotai liquor. The divine wine possessed immense efficacy. In Tai Jinren's own words, though this wine cannot compare to the sacred water within the jade vase of Guanyin Bodhisattva of the South Sea, its effects are still profound, effective even for ordinary immortals. For the elderly, a single sip can extend their lifespan by at least 100 years. For the young, a single sip can grant demonic wisdom, revealing the myriad aspects of the world. Here's a question, if one drinks only a single drop at a time, does that still count as one sip? And if diluted with more water, would it still be considered immortal wine? Regarding these 2 questions, Tai Jinren provided the following answers. The bottled elixir can be consumed in no more than 7 sips. Beyond 7 sips, the more it is diluted, the weaker its effects become. Upon hearing this, Xu Guang nodded with great satisfaction. If this divine wine were brought to Blue Star, it would undoubtedly draw martial artists from across the globe like moths to a flame. It might even spark a major upheaval. One must not be greedy. Excessive greed only backfires. With the 3 flame true fire technique, the immortal pill, and the immortal wine now secured, Chu Guang immediately pledged to deliver the 300 bottles of Mao Tai within 3 days. At this, Tai Zhenren let out a lecherous chuckle, his sleazy grin reappearing. Next. Originally, according to Chu Guang's plan, he was supposed to stay in Nezha's sea world a little longer. Now that the spiritual herbs and immortal pills were secured, he recalled the hopeful gazes of Li Aigua and the others, and pondered the tragic plight of our Chinese nation. He made a decision: depart immediately. As for matters here, he instructed Tai Zhenren to inform the Li household that he was preparing supplies and would return in about 3 days. He also gave specific instructions regarding Nezha. The main quest must not be forgotten, and it had a time limit. Once he returned from the mainland, he would have to act swiftly. 13. Sea-level secret realm, codename Poseidon. By now, dusk had fallen. The sun had long set, and night enveloped the land of Chentang Pass. Li Mansion. Li Jing and Lady Yin sat in the main hall, seemingly awaiting someone. Before long, a flying pig approached from the distance. Perched on its back, Tai Zhenren clutched a wine flask in his right hand, his face flushed with drunkenness. He swayed unsteadily, occasionally flashing a lecherous grin. Upon arriving at the Li residence's main hall, his drunkenness was instantly suppressed by his immortal power. Master Immortal, what is the situation? Li Jing and Lady Yin hurriedly rose to their feet, their expressions filled with anxiety. Don't fret. Tai Zhenren leapt off the flying pig, took a swig from his flask, and chuckled drunkenly. This immortal has thoroughly investigated the matter. That Mr. Chu is neither a villain nor a demon in disguise. However, the immortal continued after careful calculation, this one has determined he has transcended the 3 realms and exists beyond the 5 elements. His exact origins remain beyond my divination. Li Jing was astonished. Then who exactly is this Mr. Chu? Lady Yin. Or rather, what exactly is this Mr. Chu? Tai Zhenren scratched the back of his head, pondered deeply, then shook his head. I cannot say. I cannot divine it. But my master, the primordial lord, should be able to discern it. Unfortunately, he is currently in seclusion. Li Jing. May I ask, Reverend Immortal, what should we do now? Tai Zhenren's eyes darted about as he suggested. How about this? I see no ill intent in Mr. Chu. Let us proceed as planned this morning and entrust Nezha to him. It seems Nezha quite likes him too. At least with Mr. Chu, he can happily spend his remaining 2 years. At the words the remaining 2 years, Lady Yin's face betrayed an uncontrollable sorrow, her heart stung with pain. She nodded, her expression heavy with sorrow. Beside her, Li Jing's eyes held an even deeper, deathly resolve. At the same moment, above the vast sky, within a mass of dark clouds, a figure clad in black, with a face like a leopard's, remained concealed within the shadows. His cheetah-like gaze fixed upon the figures within the hall. His acute hearing had recorded every word of their earlier conversation, and a contemplative look flickered in his eyes. Mr. Chu. Interesting. It seems I, Shen Gongbao, must pay a visit to this Mr. Chu in the coming days. He muttered haltingly, the expression in his leopard-like eyes deeply intriguing. Meanwhile, Blue Star Timeline, Apple City, Manhattan District, Eagle Nation. Within the headquarters of the International Alliance, an international conference on secret realm exploration rights was underway. Delegates from over 100 countries and regions attended, totaling nearly 500 participants. The conference's focus was batch-based research into exploration rights for the newly discovered ocean-tier secret realm in the Atlantic. Simply put, nations on Blue Star are divided into several batches for phased exploration. Undoubtedly, the nations entering the secret realms first would reap the greatest benefits. Subsequent batches would only be left to pick up the scraps discarded by earlier nations. The meeting has been held intermittently over the past 3 days. After 3 days of intense debate, the final outcome is as follows. First batch, Eagle Nation, Sun Never Sets, Romantic Nation. Second wave, Land of Cherry Blossoms, Land of the Morning Calm, Land Down Under, Land of Maple Leaves. Third batch, Afghanistan, Germany, Camel Country. Fourth batch, Monkey Nation. China and Russia were placed in the 6th batch, ranked below North Korea, the headscarf-wearing Camel Nation, and the various Stan countries landing in the same category as Uncle Zhou. This is blatant suppression, blatant discrimination. How could China and the polar bear to the north possibly accept such an outcome? Objection. The Chinese representative was an elderly man named Zhou Zhenhua. Though approaching 60 this year, he was a martial artist of S-tier strength. On Blue Star, where spiritual energy had revived, power tiers were ranked from weakest to strongest, EDCBAS Grandmaster Great Grandmaster Earth Immortal Realm Heavenly Immortal Realm God Realm. Zhou Zhenhua, his temples graying, eyes blazing like torches, his fury nearly tangible, spoke each word deliberately. By any standard of evaluation, our China should never be relegated to the 6th tier. Have you all gone too far? If the other party showed goodwill, he would reciprocate with courtesy. But Such blatant discrimination. If I didn't blow my top, would you really think all of us Chinese are spineless? Besides, diplomats aren't the type to shy away from trouble. Forget losing one's temper, they'd roll up their sleeves and get into a fight if necessary. Back when Big Mao and Little Mao clashed, didn't they come to blows right there at the League of Nations? As soon as he finished speaking, the polar bear representative beside him also spoke up angrily. We oppose this as well. Such an unfair batch allocation is utterly unacceptable to us polar bears. This is nothing short of blatant contempt and sacrilege. This representative's name was Ivanov. Standing 185 centimeters tall, weighing 145 kilograms, wearing glasses, and possessing late S-class strength, his physique resembled that of a male bear. When he flew into a rage, his aura was genuinely intimidating. Yet the representatives led by Eagle-san exchanged mocking glances, as if watching the impotent rage of the weak. They chuckled and said, "Look at yourselves, guys. You're pitiful. Calm down. We're only thinking of your safety. Your strength is too weak. The secret realm is filled with all manner of terrifying beasts and forbidden formations. If any of your few martial artists were to die in there, your citizens would be devastated." Yeah, that's a perfect excuse and it's true. That's right, folks, calm down. We genuinely have your best interests at heart. Zhou Zhenghua and Ivanov stared at the expressions on these people's faces. Utterly repulsive. Utterly revolting. Ivanov's gaze turned icy. We polar bears never fear danger. If anyone thinks we're dangerous, we wouldn't mind putting them in danger too. I swear, our people would be delighted to see that happen. These words were nothing short of a threat. 14. The issue of exploration rights is nothing but blatant discrimination. Upon hearing this, Eagle Sauce adopted a pitying expression and slowly delivered the prepared response. Very well, in that case, the polar bear will be moved to the second batch. The Arctic bear differs from China. After the spiritual energy revival, although there were no secret realms within their territory, two spiritual veins emerged. One lies on the Siberian plateau, the other near Moscow. The Siberian Plateau Spirit Vein ranks second globally only to Eagle Sauce's, boasting the world's second highest purity and reserves of spirit stones. This has significantly boosted the Arctic bear's strength. Unfortunately, mining spirit stones from this vein proved extremely difficult, yielding limited output barely sufficient for domestic demand. They simply couldn't spare any surplus for export to China. At the large roundtable conference venue. Upon hearing it had been rescheduled to the second batch, Ivanov remained deeply dissatisfied. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, it was clear this had been a pre-arranged setup. Why not the first batch? And why only us polar bears? What about China? Their strength absolutely shouldn't be placed in the sixth batch, they should be in the second batch at the very least. Hearing this, representatives from Eagle Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Sun Never Sets Nation all grinned, shaking their heads and saying, "Mr. Ivanov, this is our collective decision. China possesses neither spiritual veins nor secret realms within its borders. It is only fitting that it be grouped with nations similarly lacking such resources. If you believe we've erred, you may file an appeal. We'll deliberate for decades or even centuries before responding." Humiliation. These words were nothing short of blatant humiliation. Ivanov was about to explode, but Zhou Zhenghua beside him spoke up to stop him. Out of fear, they resort to suppression. He understood exactly what these people were thinking. Regardless of the outcome, even if it means losing our right to explore the secret realm, China will never sign such a humiliating agreement. Zhou Zhenghua's words dripped with scorn, his gaze as cold as frost. It was a pity that the mushroom cloud had largely lost its deterrent effect, otherwise, these clowns wouldn't dare act so brazenly. These words perfectly aligned with the desires of the Eagle Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Stick Nation. They immediately adopted a regretful expression and sighed dramatically. ZZZZZZ, look here, folks. China gave it up willingly, we didn't force them. This is a sea-level secret realm. Its resources are incredibly abundant. Who knows? We might even find elixirs capable of enhancing a grandmaster's power. Highly likely, considering the last ocean-tier secret realm, Atlantis, yielded similar elixirs. And we've barely scratched the surface, less than 1% explored so far. Yes, a huge opportunity. Why would China voluntarily give this up? What's dignity anyway? What good is it when faced with such benefits? China is being so incredibly foolish. A group of trashy individuals sneered, their faces twisted with scorn. China once stood at the center of the world. At the height of its civilization's flourishing, these white pigs were still living like savages. Though it later endured a period of darkness, it swiftly rebuilt itself and ascended to the ranks of Blue Star's elite powers, a nation whose every move sent tremors across the globe. Yet in this era of spiritual energy revival, deprived of secret realms and spiritual veins, our mighty Huaxia is gradually being swallowed by darkness once more. It has only been 5 years since. How could those who had known the light endure this humiliating darkness? Zhou Zhenghua was so furious his lungs felt like they would burst, ready to explode. Yet, considering China's current predicament, he could only grit his teeth and storm out in fury. Refusing to sign this humiliating agreement was the only thing China could do at present. The Russian Bear representative Ivanov, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch. He hurriedly spoke in Chinese to dissuade him. Mr. Zhou, this is the sea-level secret realm. Why not just endure it for now? Hearing this, Zhou Zhenghua's face twisted with intense conflict. By the 5th year of the spiritual energy revival, only one sea-level secret realm had appeared globally. Location, near the Hawaiian Islands. Code name, Atlantis. As the saying goes, crisis and opportunity often go hand in hand. Sea-level secret realms are extremely perilous, housing numerous high-tier demonic beasts, all manner of bizarre forbidden formations, and many ruins seemingly left over from ancient times. These ruins bear a resemblance to the divine civilizations of antiquity, yet also seem somewhat different, sparking endless speculation among people. Moreover, the secret realm is vast and seemingly endless. The deepest explored realm so far is a pool level 1, which began being explored when spiritual energy first began to revive. After 5 years, only about 37% has been explored. Last year, the sea-level secret realm Atlantis emerged, yet its exploration rate stands at a mere 1%. Even so, the sheer volume of divine artifacts, magical treasures, spiritual herbs, and elixirs obtained has been beyond count, causing nations like the Eagle Nation to surge in power several-fold. It can be said that if China were to lose the exploration rights to this secret realm, the gap in its comprehensive national strength would widen further. Yet the thought of that humiliating 6th batch made it impossible for Zhou Zhenghua to utter the word agreed. Mr. Ivanov, I must return to my country immediately to report on my duties. Please understand. With that, Zhou Zhenghua departed the venue, accompanied by 2 furious diplomatic attaches. Behind them, the eagle-eyed, cherry-blossom nation, stick-wielding nation, and other little Japanese lackeys and white-skinned pigs watched with expressions brimming with amusement. Haha, look at that arrogant Chinese guy. That look of humiliation, unable to fully vent his anger, it's a sight to behold. Good heavens, look at that pitiful Chinese man. If he'd just agreed to be our eagle's vassal state, he wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation. Indeed. In Arasha Kingdom's view, China should sign the Alliance Convention, embracing the principles of freedom and openness. The representatives chattered away, each adding their 2 cents, before turning their discussion back to the sea-level secret realm. Over an hour later, all discussions concluded. Codename of this ocean-level secret realm, Poseidon. Reason, when this sea-level secret realm appeared, an anomalous event occurred. Fish schools within hundreds of nautical miles converged toward it. Additionally, this meeting was broadcast globally by official media outlets. At that moment, the livestream chat exploded with fervor from countless eagle-eyed Americans, cherry-blossom-loving Japanese, and 3-starred flag-waving Europeans. In contrast, the Chinese media livestream was filled with resentful curses. Damn eagles, bloody Japanese, this is no way to treat people. But seriously, this is a sea-level secret realm. Are we really going to give up on it? But if we don't, what's the difference between that and begging on our knees? Damn it, is there anyone with innate martial talent activated by spiritual energy? I'm Lady Rank myself, let's just raid the Japanese embassy as a team. This pisses me off. Hey, wake up. The ambassador at that embassy is at least early B tier. Damn it, forget it. Gonna play some games instead. This is just too frustrating to watch. They weren't the only ones watching the live stream of this meeting. Jiangcheng Military District, inside a tidy office. Liaigua and Chief of Staff Su Wendian were also watching the live stream. 15. Delivering the first batch of supplies. Originally, the plan was that once matters with the League of Nations were settled, they would contact the Dragon Ascension organization to prepare early. After all, this was also a crucial opportunity for our nation. But as they watched, both nearly cursed out loud on the spot, boiling with rage. Soldiers are never known for their temper. Bam! Liaigua's fist, as big as a sandbag, shot up and slammed hard onto the desk before him. He was so furious his teeth nearly ground to dust as he shouted. What a bunch of arrogant bastards! They've gone too far. Don't they fear China's retaliation, regardless of the consequences? Chief of Staff Su Wendian beside him gave a bitter smile and shook his head. According to the latest intelligence from our underground comrades, 3 grandmasters from the Eagle Nation have already reached the early stages of the Earth Immortal Realm. That's just their overt combat strength. Behind the scenes, there might already be late Earth Immortal Realm practitioners or even Heavenly Immortal Realm beings. Heaven Immortal Realm martial artists possessed powers so immense it bordered on the absurd. When combined with formations or magical treasures, they could even withstand mushroom clouds. This is the realm of immortals. As for the divine immortal realm beyond heavenly immortal, no one has ever reached it. After all, it's only the 5th year since the spiritual energy revival began. And in our vast land of China, forget about heaven immortal realm practitioners, we don't even have any earth immortal realm cultivators yet. Our strongest warrior, Zhao Tianxiang, is only at the late grandmaster stage. Due to his innate talent, he was expected to enter the earth immortal realm within half a year. Unfortunately, he suffered severe injuries, and whether he can survive at all remains uncertain. But Li Aigua, at the early stage of grandmaster cultivation, knew full well what it meant to enter the realm of celestial immortals. This elderly man, who had once fought in wars, now looked utterly despondent, his brow heavy with a tide of sorrow. Must our nation China remain in this state of despair forever? Li Aigua cried out in anguish, his right fist clenched so tightly it cracked, his heart stabbing as if pierced by embroidery needles. Su Wenting beside him looked equally despondent, about to offer comfort when, finally, a rare piece of good news arrived. Ring ring ring. The landline phone rang. Suppressing his frustration and sorrow, Li Aigua shouted into the receiver. This is Li Aigua, commander of the Jiangqing military region. On the other end, the head of the military region's national-level confidential office reported with surprise. Commander Li, Comrade Chu has returned. Boom. The words reverberated like a muffled thunderclap in Li Aigua's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. But as the commander of the military region, he regained his composure in less than a second. Snap. He instinctively sprang to his feet and asked the phone with unbridled excitement. Comrade Chu has returned? Is this true? The voice on the other end was unwavering. Absolutely. Li Aigua. Alright, I'll be there immediately. We'll ensure Comrade Chu's security and reception arrangements are handled without the slightest negligence or delay. The person on the other end of the line. Beep beep. The call ended. Su Wentian, standing nearby, hurriedly asked for confirmation. Old Li, is it really Comrade Chu who's returning? Li Aigua chuckled. Yep. Come on, let's hurry to the confidential room and see what surprises this kid has brought us. Su Wentian was overjoyed and nodded eagerly. Right, let's go, let's go. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and added. Old Li, I just remembered something. After all, the mythical world is incredibly dangerous. Even if Comrade Chu hasn't brought anything back, we shouldn't be disappointed or blame him. Li Aigua waved dismissively. Old Su, I know. Haste makes waste. Comrade Chu hasn't been in the Sea of Chaos world for long. Don't worry about the harvest for now. If we can gather some world intelligence, that's already excellent. Su Wentian. Having just witnessed China's humiliation, he genuinely feared his old comrade might place the pressure on Chu Guang. In his view, Chu Guang was still far too young. What if the pressure crushed him? By then, even if Beijing flew into a rage, it would be too late. Inside the confidential meeting room, in the lounge area, Chu Guang sat on a luxurious sofa, surrounded by 5 or 6 doctors from Jiangqing First People's Hospital. They were holding various medical instruments, busily conducting a thorough physical examination. Security concerns could not be overlooked. Chu Guang understood the nation's well-intentioned efforts and thus offered no resistance. Fortunately, the examinations proceeded swiftly and concluded quickly. Squeak! The moment it ended, the confidential room door swung open. Li Aigua and Su Wentian entered, walking straight up to Chu Guang. Li Aigua wore a broad smile as he inquired. Comrade Chu, welcome back. How are you feeling? Chief of Staff Su Wentian beside him added. Comrade Chu, if you feel any discomfort, you must speak up. Your safety is of utmost importance, you understand that, right? Chu Guang felt a warm glow inside. He stood up and replied with a smile. Commander Li, Chief of Staff Su, I've already been examined. I'm fine. Right, let's get down to business. I heard earlier that things have been a bit unusual for us in Huaxia lately. As he finished speaking, Li Aigua and Su Wentian's expressions turned somber. They sighed and nodded in agreement. Yes, the nation's situation has indeed become rather peculiar lately. Those cherry blossom and eagle nations have truly overstepped. In the past, they would never have dared to act this way. Hearing this, Chu Guang's eyes flashed with a cold glint. His voice was icy as he stated bluntly. In the past, China had no choice. But from this moment onward, everything will be different. Li Aigua keenly sensed the implication in Chu Guang's words. His heart stirred, and he hurriedly asked. Comrade Chu, so, what gains have we made from returning from the mythical Nezha stirring the sea world? Chief of Staff Su Wentian didn't ask, but instead looked at Chu Guang with equally expectant eyes, his excitement palpable. Chu Guang wasn't one to keep people in suspense. He nodded directly. There have been some gains and not insignificant ones. He then glanced around the room. Li Aigua and Su Wentian understood his meaning and immediately explained. Comrade Chu, these comrades were all assigned by the state. They've signed confidentiality agreements and taken oaths, pledging absolute loyalty to our nation. Chu Guang. Very well. In that case, there was no need to keep it hidden any longer. With a thought, the system's face opened. One by one, he brought forth the myriad spiritual herbs, elixirs, immortal wines, cultivation techniques, and divine abilities obtained from the Nezha stirring the sea world. 16. We've struck it rich. Our Huaxia has hit the jackpot. As he unpacked the treasures, Chu Guang began his introduction. Commander Li, Chief of Staff Su, this is 10,000-year Snowlingji. Its spiritual energy is immense, and its medicinal effects are truly miraculous. Not only can it transform one's constitution and elevate cultivation levels, but it also possesses the power to extend lifespan and cure incurable diseases. Most crucially, it remains effective even for martial artists at the grandmaster level. Following that, Zhu Guang retrieved the flask of immortal wine from his system space and continued his introduction. Commanderly, Chief of Staff Su, this is the immortal wine I obtained from the mythical realm, from Taizhenwen himself. Its effects are equally miraculous. For the elderly, a single sip can extend their lifespan by at least 100 years. For the young, a single sip can awaken demonic wisdom, granting insight into the myriad aspects of the world. After finishing his introduction, he took out the immortal pills obtained from Taizhenwen and continued. This is the spirit-gathering pill, also obtained from Lord Tai. Its potency is astonishing. An ordinary person who consumes it can gain at least a century's worth of cultivation. Of course, this refers to a century's worth of cultivation in the mythical realm. As for actual combat strength, we can establish a benchmark comparison chart by conducting experimental tests against our own spirit chi revival world. I estimate the strength gained would be no less than early B rank, possibly even higher. But remember, this only works on mortals. Zhu Guang's voice wasn't loud, yet at that moment, it felt like an 18-level tropical storm sweeping through the room with devastating force, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. Li Aigua, Su Wentian, all comrades present in the secure room. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Their heads buzzed, their bodies struck as if by lightning, frozen solid in place like the stone of waiting. The shock surged through them like a raging river, wave after wave, relentless and unending. Originally, no one had high expectations. Chief of Staff Su Wentian had even given special instructions about it. But now, Zhu Guang had delivered such an incredible surprise to them all. What a surprise! 10,000-year snowlingji, immortal wine, and elixirs, these divine treasures once confined to myth and legend, now lay before me. And their effects were utterly terrifying. Immortal wine that grants 100 years of extra life with a single sip, lingji potent enough to affect even grandmasters, and immortal pills that grant explosive power increases even to ordinary people. Any one of these treasures, if revealed on present-day Blue Star, would send martial artists worldwide into a frenzy. Li Aigua instinctively released his aura. Upon touching these divine treasures, waves of overwhelming energy radiated from them, sending shockwaves through his heart. Then, joy overwhelmed him. He could now confirm without a doubt that Zhu Guang's words held not a shred of falsehood. Ha 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 ha! Li Aigua burst into hearty laughter, repeatedly slapping Zhu Guang on the shoulder as he exclaimed with boundless excitement. Comrade Zhu, you've done us proud. You've brought several priceless divine artifacts to our nation this time. With these alone, you've become a great hero of China. Chief of Staff Su Wentian beside him beamed with delight, his lips curled in a perpetual smile as he remarked. Comrade Zhu Guang, with these items, our nation's strength will undoubtedly advance to new heights. Thank you so much. You've given our nation and its people hope. Had things continued on their original trajectory, China's path would only have grown more arduous, likely fading into history's dust. But now, Zhu Guang's emergence, especially the divine artifacts he brought this time, offered them a glimmer of dawn, like someone struggling in a dark muddy swamp finally grasping a lifeline. Inside the secure chamber, over a dozen staff members including medical personnel were equally exhilarated. Their eyes sparkled with joy, radiating a happiness dozens of times brighter than that of the New Year celebrations. The way they looked at Zhu Guang could almost be described as admiringly. Perhaps because they were fellow countrymen, seeing everyone so delighted filled Zhu Guang with genuine joy as well. He sincerely said, Commander Li, Chief of Staff Su, I am, after all, a Chinese man. Chinese blood runs through my veins. So there's no need for all these thanks. By the way, I've brought more than just this. There's plenty more. Upon hearing this, Li Aigua had intended to share a few more heartfelt words, but his eyes lit up at the last sentence. Comrade Chu, more good stuff? Chief of Staff Su Wentian, standing nearby, immediately turned his eager gaze toward him and asked. Comrade Zhu Guang, would you mind showing us? Even the staff and medical personnel present turned their eager gazes toward him. Zhu Guang wasn't one to keep people guessing. He nodded directly. Yes, there's plenty more good stuff. He immediately entered the system space and began retrieving the remaining supplies one by one. The 3 flavors True Fire Technique, spirit herbs, elixirs, and several lesser-grade lingji mushrooms, among other items. While the remaining items weren't as exceptional as the 3 flavors True Fire Technique, they were still extremely rare. Any single item, placed on the current Blue Star market, would be worth at least 20 million RMB. In the end, Li Aigua roughly estimated the total value of the supplies Zhu Guang had brought back this time to be at least 300 billion. Of course, even with 300 billion, acquiring them would be nearly impossible. These were top-tier, highly sought-after items with no market availability. Take the 10,000-year Snowlingji and the 3-flame True Fire Technique, for instance. Li Aigua and Su Wentian were overwhelmed with delight, their eyes gleaming with excitement like indelible ink. Their hearty laughter echoed throughout the national-level secure facility. Ha 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 ha, old Su. Our nation has struck gold this time. Big time. All these treasures back in the day, you couldn't find them even with a lantern lit. That's right, old Li. Our nation's rise is finally within reach. Take this 3 flavors true fire technique. If widely adopted, it would elevate the strength of every martial artist in China to a whole new level. Exactly. I'm sick and tired of living like turtles. Once we're strong enough, we'll kick every last one of those bastards out of our homeland. Ah. Old Li, hearing you say that suddenly reminds me of Comrade Xiliang and the others. Hearing Comrade Xiliang's words, Li Aigua's heart suddenly ached and a wave of sorrow washed over his face. A year and a half ago, the sea-level secret realm codenamed Atlantis appeared near the Hawaiian Islands. The International Alliance immediately convened a meeting to compile a list of nations participating in the exploration. Among them, China was placed in the second batch, sharing the same status as Russia. To bolster its martial prowess and secure greater resources, China dispatched its only 2 grandmaster-level martial artists at the time. One was Wu Keqiang, who, in addition to his grandmaster status, served as commander of China's Eastern Theater Command with the rank of general. The other was Qi Liang, who, in addition to his grandmaster status, was also the captain of the Fujian province warship at that time. Additionally, over 10 grandmaster-level martial arts experts were dispatched to accompany them. These represented China's absolute elite combat forces at the time. However, during that secret realm expedition, they were first wounded by the realm's monstrous beasts and forbidden barriers, then jointly slaughtered by Eagle's grandmaster-level experts. In the end, with the exception of Comrade Wu Keqiang, the entire force was wiped out. For over a year after that, China remained in a state of collapse. Although Zhao Tianxiang, a returning exile, joined the cause midway, he was already gravely wounded. Moreover, how could a mere grandmaster possibly alter the course of events on Blue Star? 17. Departure, returning to the Nezha's sea-raising world. Ah. Lost in thought, Li Aigua sighed deeply and shook his head. Let's not dwell on it. If only our nation had been stronger back then, things wouldn't have come to this. Chief of Staff Su Wentian. He took a deep breath, suppressing the sorrow welling up inside. Seeing that the 2 pillars of China had calmed somewhat, Zhu Guang before them continued. Commander Li, Chief of Staff Su, there is one more matter. To secure these precious resources, I promised Mrs. Yin and Master Tai considerable benefits. Rest assured, these supplies are easily accessible to the state. Here, I've compiled a complete list for your review. With a thought, he opened the system space once more and retrieved the supply list. Li Aigua hastily reached out and carefully took it, examining it closely. After less than a few seconds, he burst into laughter, dismissively remarking, Comrade Chu, these supplies are nothing to speak of for our nation. Rest assured, we will prepare them as quickly as possible. Zhu Guang nodded. Ideally within 3 days, that's the timeline I committed to them. Li Aigua. Comrade Chu, 3 days aren't necessary. I'll order preparations to begin immediately. Everything will be ready within a day. Zhu Guang. All right. Next came the details. After about 10 minutes of finalizing the details, Zhu Guang moved into the top-tier luxury suite the state had prepared for him. Only after the state had prepared the supplies and he had received them could he return to the world of Nezha's sea adventure. Only then could he give an account to Tai Zhenren, Lady Yin, and Li Jing. As a military man, Li Aigua acted with remarkable efficiency. Immediately after leaving the secure room, he ordered the mobilization of national resources to swiftly prepare supplies. Rice, cooking oil, Maotai liquor, and so on. These supplies were easily obtainable for the state. Even the costly Maotai liquor was merely a matter of paperwork. Meanwhile, Chief of Staff Su Wentian followed protocol, swiftly relaying the news to the national headquarters in Yanjing. 10 minutes later. Yanjing, upon receiving the news, was shaken once more. They never imagined that in just a few short days, Zhu Guang would bring back such a wealth of valuable goods. Any single item was something China could only dream of obtaining today. Surprise. Thrill. Joy. Unexpected. A whirlwind of emotions swirled over the skies of Yanjing. Immediately afterward, a high-level meeting was convened to further supplement and revise the guidance document issued last time. The obligations remained at 7 items, but the rights were expanded to 11. The key points are as follows. First, elevate Comrade Zhu Guang's security clearance to the highest level. Second, elevate Comrade Chu's personal security clearance to the highest level. Third, among the materials from this transaction, the 10,000-year Snowlingji and the flask of immortal wine are to be placed under Comrade Chu's personal disposal. Fourth, relocate the secure storage facility to the Dragon Ascension Organization's base. Fifth, each of these directives distinctly underscores Huaxia's high regard for Zhu Guang. Upon reviewing them, Su Wentian and Li Aigua found nothing amiss. However, after reviewing them, Zhu Guang furrowed his brow slightly and pointed to the third clause, stating, Commander Li, Chief of Staff Su, I can accept everything else, but I believe the third point is unnecessary. It should go to comrades who need it more. Take our compatriot Zhao Tianxiang, for instance. He's returned to our country, is currently critically injured and on the verge of death. He desperately needs this 10,000-year Snowlingji. Hearing this, Li Aigua and Su Wentian felt profound emotion welling up within them. The gaze they cast upon Zhu Guang was as tender and benevolent as that of elders looking upon their own young kin. Li Aigua urged. Comrade Chu, this is given to you by the state. You should accept it. The state is also considering your safety. Su Wentian echoed the plea. That's right, Comrade Chu. The world of Nezha's sea adventure is fraught with danger. If anything were to happen to you, what would we in China do? Despite their words, Chu Guang still shook his head. Commander Li, Chief of Staff Su, after completing the mission in the Nezha stirring the sea world, I'll receive mission rewards. Plus, with the double piercing gate technique at my disposal, safety is absolutely no concern. Besides, I've already consumed plenty of that immortal wine with Tai Zhenren. My strength has peaked, drinking more won't help. With that, Chu Guang deliberately released his aura. His previous strength had been early E rank, but a single sip of the immortal wine had boosted him to mid E rank. Now, he had reached late E rank. It must be noted, however, one must not consume too much of this divine wine at once. Otherwise, an excessive influx of divine energy into the body will inevitably cause adverse effects. It was akin to overindulging in potent tonics, which could lead to death from excessive nourishment. Therefore, during that encounter with Tai Zhenren, though he drank quite a bit, the total amount of immortal energy absorbed was not substantial, resulting in no significant change in his strength. Before them, Li Aigua and Su Wentian initially intended to persist, but seeing Chu Guang's genuine reluctance, they could only acquiesce. A day passed swiftly. With the assistance of Huaxia, known as the infrastructure powerhouse, all necessary supplies had been fully gathered and centralized in 2 logistics centers. Simultaneously, Jiangqing's secure facility, the specialized medical team assigned to Chu Guang, and other resources began relocating to the Dragon Ascension Organization's secret base in the vast northwest. Chu Guang was originally supposed to accompany them. However, considering the Nada world and the mission timeline, it was ultimately decided that he would depart only after completing the mission in Nezha's world and returning. Inside a massive warehouse at the Jiangcheng International Logistics Center, Chu Guang placed the final batch of supplies into his system space, then waved farewell to his companions, Li Aigua and Su Wentian. With a thought, he opened the dual passage door, stepped through, and returned to the Nezha stirring the sea world. Behind him, Li Aigua and Su Wentian watched the scene unfold. Though they had grown accustomed to it, each time they witnessed it, they couldn't help but feel astonished and moved. Old Su, do you think we're dreaming? Witnessing the dual passage door vanish before their eyes and staring at the now empty warehouse, Li Aigua blurted out the question instinctively. Su Wentian sighed deeply and replied. Oldly, of course it's not a dream, but I can't shake this feeling of unreality either. As if recalling something, Li Aigua felt an inexplicable pang in his nose, his voice growing wistful as he said. If this is a dream, I hope we never wake up. I truly dread facing the pitiful international standing of our China. Hearing this, Su Wentian's tone grew equally melancholy. Ah. Oldly, let's not dwell on that. Think about all those priceless treasures in our vault, those elixirs and cultivation techniques you couldn't buy even if you tried. This definitely isn't a dream. It's all real. Li Aigua nodded emphatically. Yeah, let's not talk about that. By the way, about this Poseidon sea-level secret realm, is the government really planning to abandon it? Su Wentian shook his head. Not sure. But now that China has the capital to compete, I believe we absolutely cannot give up. 18. Shen Gongbao's threat. Oh, and oldly, the latest from Yanjing, they want us to relocate the secure room to the Longting organization's base. After a pause, Su Wentian added. After a moment of serious contemplation, Li Aigua nodded. Agreed. That location is considerably safer, and Comrade Chu's security will be better ensured. When should we begin? Su Wentian. Right now. When Comrade Chu returns, we'll just need someone to go over. Li Aigua. Alright. Nezha's sea rushing timeline. Chentang Pass, Treasure Pavilion, Rear Courtyard Room. A white portal suddenly materialized. Chu Guang stepped through it, his entire form appearing in the backyard. The moment he appeared. How interesting. Just as I suspected. You are not from this world. A familiar voice slowly echoed through the air. Chu Guang knew exactly who this voice belonged to, Shen Gongbao. More accurately, the stuttering leopard spirit. He looked up toward the sky on his right. There, atop a dark cloud, stood Shen Gongbao, clad in a sleek black outfit. Meeting his gaze, the opponent channeled his immortal energy, closing the distance in an instant. Their eyes locked. Familiar with the plot, Chu Guang remained composed, smiling faintly as he asked. Shen Daoyu, you honor my humble abode. Might I ask what brings you here? Please enlighten me. Hearing this, Shen Gongbao was secretly startled. The fact that the other knew his identity caused a flicker of caution to appear in his leopard-like eyes. He responded with a smile of his own. Fellow Taoist Chu, I merely wish to caution you against meddling in matters that do not concern you. The consequences will be yours to bear. Realizing the warning's intent, Chu Guang sighed softly and said, Have you ever heard the saying, do your best, then leave the rest to fate? The Heavenly Lord has already made his decision. There's no need to dwell on an identity that doesn't belong to you. Shen Gongbao's gaze turned icy. So, you know everything, fellow Taoist Chu? Then Shen will have no choice but to detain you. Though he spoke thus, Shen Gongbao made no move to attack. With his dual-world traversal system, Zhu Guang feared Shen Gongbao not at all. At worst, he could simply turn back immediately. He continued. Friend Shen, heed my counsel, your actions have already reached the Heavenly Lord's ears. He merely chooses not to intervene. This is a matter of karma. I truly do not wish to see you become a sacrificial pawn. The demonic child version of Nezha stirring the sea actually harbors a rather sinister suspicion. Those above, seeking to secure both spirit orbs to bolster their own faction strength, deliberately orchestrated Shen Gongbao's exchange of the orbs. Then, after all those convoluted procedures, they could seamlessly claim both spirit pearls as their own. Though this conjecture is extremely dark, even absurd, it is not without merit. Shen Gongbao's leopard-like eyes sank into deep thought as he couldn't help but ask. What exactly do you mean by that, fellow Taoist Chu? Zhu Guang offered no detailed explanation, merely stating. I'll say this much, if you wish to live, renounce your status as one of the 12 golden immortals. You are demonic. Even if you truly attain this status, it will only bring you suffering. Boom. These words sent a buzzing sensation through Shen Gongbao's skull. He stared intently at Zhu Guang. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After staring for over 10 seconds, seeing Zhu Guang's expression unchanged, his leopard-like eyes flickered with contemplation. Oomph. Do you really think a few words from you, Taoist Chu, could thwart my plans? That would be underestimating me, Shen Gongbao. With that, Shen Gongbao's immortal energy surged within him. Mounting a dark cloud, he departed the treasure pavilion without delay. Watching his figure gradually vanish into the sky, Zhu Guang silently shook his head. Clearly, his earlier words had succeeded in unsettling Shen Gongbao's resolve. Though it was merely a dark conjecture, what if it were true? Moreover, in the investiture of the gods, Shen Gongbao's original fate was indeed rather grim. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Zhu Guang returned to his room to organize his next plan. The main objective was to resolve the conflict between Nezha and Li Jing. The side quest was to prevent Aobing from freezing Chen Tang Pass. According to the original timeline, Nezha would escape from the map of mountains and rivers 2 years later, encounter Aobing again, and then trigger the ice siege of Chen Tang Pass. But now, with both tasks occurring simultaneously, there was only one possibility: the plot had accelerated. The entire night passed swiftly. Early the next morning, Zhu Guang tidied himself briefly before setting off for the Li residence. Upon hearing the news, Li Jing and his wife personally came out to greet him. Ah, Mr. Chu, welcome back to Chen Tang Pass. Welcome. Li Jing clasped his hands together, his face beaming with a broad smile, and Lady Yin beside him wore an equally warm expression. Zhu Guang replied with a smile. General Li, Lady Yin, there's no need for such formality. Let's discuss this inside. Li Jing. Please, Mr. Chu. Madam Yin. Mr. Chu, please lead the way. Zhu Guang. Very well. Upon entering the Li residence, Zhu Guang got straight to the point. General Li, Lady Yin, I have brought back all the goods from our last transaction. Would you happen to have a spacious area? I'll unload everything right now. Li Jing's expression brightened. Really? Ah, then thank you very much, Mr. Chu. The Li residence happens to have a very spacious courtyard. I'll take you there immediately, Mr. Chu. Madam Yin, standing nearby, was equally delighted. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Chu. This journey must be quite arduous. Our Li residence has recently gathered quite a collection of rare herbs and medicines. We shall present them all to you at that time. Zhu Guang shook his head. Madam Yin, you're too kind. We business people value fair exchange. We can discuss the specific price for the new batch of spiritual herbs and medicines at that time. Hearing this, Lady Yin and Li Jing could not refuse. Their hearts filled with gratitude, they nodded in unison. Very well, then. We are truly grateful, Mr. Chu. Then, he found a very large courtyard. Without hesitation, Zhu Guang focused his mind, and a vast quantity of supplies flew out. Over 10 million pounds of supplies piled up like a small mountain, completely filling the entire courtyard. Then, seeing the mountain of supplies before them, the array of weapons and provisions, Li Jing and Lady Yin were utterly dumbfounded. These were all incredibly useful and valuable items. Shock. Having prepared themselves mentally and weathered many storms, they quickly recovered. Gratefully, they addressed Zhu Guang. Mr. Chu, your immense kindness and generosity are beyond what our Li family could ever repay. Should you ever need assistance with anything in the future, I, Li, will not hesitate to help. Beyond these words, Li Jing could find no other way to express his overwhelming emotions. Madam Yin beside him felt the same way. Her eyes shone with overwhelming emotion. Zhu Guang smiled and shook his head, saying, General Li, Madam Yin, you flatter me. It was merely a small favor. Then he changed the subject. Let's not dwell on that for now. By the way, where are Nezha and the others? The system quest was the most urgent matter at hand. While supplies were crucial for Li Jing, they were hardly a minor issue for Huaxia. There was no time to waste on this. Before them. Upon hearing this, Lady Yin immediately responded. Mr. Chu, Jar and Immortal Tai are cultivating their arts within the map of mountains and rivers, realm and nation. Shall we personally escort you there? Chu Guang silently calculated. According to the original storyline, Nezha would remain within the map of mountains and rivers for 2 years, devoting himself entirely to mastering magical arts and supernatural abilities. Upon emerging, he would encounter Ao Bing, followed by the birthday banquet and the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. But now the original plot had changed. Who knew what would happen next? 19. Nezha's method for crossing the Heavenly Thunder curse. With this thought, Chu Guang immediately said, "Agreed. I've been meaning to meet Nezha and the great Immortal Tai myself. Madam Yin." Very well. Soon after, guided by Lady Yin and Li Jing, they arrived at a vast plaza. At the plaza's center, a scroll floated in midair, radiating a multicolored glow that looked utterly magical, exactly as depicted in the Demon Child version. Li Jing. Mr. Chu, Nezha is inside. I'll ask Grandmaster Tai to summon him out first. Chu Guang inquired. Can we go inside? Truth be told, he was quite eager to take a peek inside the mountain and river map. Li Jing. This is simple enough, but I must first have the Immortal come out to escort us. Chu Guang. No problem. With that, Li Jing stepped forward, his hands rapidly forming intricate hand seals. As he did so, wisps of white mist slowly materialized in the void before him, rising gently into the air, creating an ethereal illusion of drifting clouds. Then, the map of mountains and rivers trembled slightly. As it quivered, the white mist pulsed in sync, accompanied by a humming resonance. Within seconds, the map burst into white light. A white beam and a red beam drifted out, instantly materializing into 2 figures. None other than the Tai Immortal, speaking with a distinct Tianfu dialect, and Nezha, sporting his signature sky-piercing sideburns. Mr. Chu. Shopkeeper. Spotting Chu Guang, both wore expressions of delight. Taizhen, in particular, couldn't help but let out a soft gulp, clearly recalling the fine wine of days past. Chu Guang cleared his throat lightly and said with a smile, "I heard you were inside the map of mountains and rivers, so I came to see for myself. By the way, Nezha, I hear you've taken Taizhen as your master?" Nezha replied with a touch of pride. "That's right. It's not that this young master wanted to take him as a teacher, he begged me to accept him as his disciple. Plus, both my master and mother say I'm the reincarnation of the Divine Pearl, destined to save all the people of the world. That's why I must learn immortal arts so I can become the savior of every soul under heaven." As he spoke, Nada's childlike, innocent smile reappeared on his face. His eyes brimmed with hopeful anticipation. As if remembering something, he quickly added, "Oh, right, shopkeeper. Even though Nezha studies immortal arts every day, he still has time to visit the treasure pavilion. You mustn't go back on your word about what you promised." Hearing this, Chu Guang glanced at Tai Jinren and the couple Li Jing and his wife. Sure enough, he saw a hint of pleading in their eyes. Chu Guang, privy to the situation, understood the meaning behind their looks. He promptly addressed Nezha. "Of course I won't go back on my word. However, from now on, General Li will need to escort Nezha more often." Li Jing, standing nearby, responded with deep gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Chu. I shall certainly see to it. Rest assured, Mr. Chu." Chu Guang. Nezha, aren't you still learning immortal arts? Go study within the earth and heaven diagram first. Nezha. Alright then. Since you asked Nezha to go, Nezha will go. Nezha had heard Chu Guang's words clearly, but his childish pride wouldn't let him appear overly obedient, hence the absurdly humorous response. As Nezha entered the map of the earthly realm, Taizhenren hurried over, his eyes glazed over like a drunkard's, asking eagerly, "Mr. Chu, did you bring the wine?" Gulp. He swallowed another large mouthful of saliva, his drunken appearance truly unmatched. Paired with his potbelly, the whole look was actually quite comical. Instead of answering immediately, Chu Guang opened his system space with a thought, materializing all 300 bottles of spiritual liquor Maotai within. "Master, here are 300 bottles of Maotai. Take them." At that moment, Taizhenren stared at the full 300 bottles of Maotai, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Whoa, that's a lot. All top-notch liquor. He casually opened a bottle, gulped down a large mouthful, and his chubby, plump face beamed with utter satisfaction. Fine wine, haha." With that, he waved his right hand's Buddhist whisk, and all 300 bottles vanished instantly. Beside him, Lady Yin stepped forward, seemingly sensing something. Her tone was earnestly sincere as she inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Chu, is there something you wish to discuss?" If there were no matter at hand, why would he have sent Nezha into the map of mountains and rivers first? Taizhenren and Li Jing weren't fools either. They understood perfectly well what Chu Guang was hinting at and turned to look at him with equal curiosity. "Mr. Chu, speak freely of any matter. Should you have any requests, we shall fulfill them to the best of our ability." Chu Guang studied the three of them intently before letting out a long sigh. "Ah. General Li, Lady Yin, and Master Tai, how long do you intend to keep this from Nezha?" For the sake of the main storyline and any side quests, Chu Guang must reveal what he knows of the plot in advance so they could face it together. Take the matter of Ao Bing's ice siege on Shentang Pass, for instance. Though spoiling the plot might seem like showing off, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. Boom. Before him, Lady Yin, Li Jing, and Tai Yizhenwen all felt their hearts tremble simultaneously. They had expected Chu Guang to reveal something else entirely. So, Mr. Chu also knows that Gyre is the demon orb? Madame Yin's voice was bitter, her expression sorrowful. Especially when she uttered the words demon sphere, it felt like a knife slicing through her heart. After all, Nezha was flesh of her flesh. Li Jing and Tai Yizhenwen both sighed deeply, saying helplessly, "Ah. Mr. Chu, we assume you are aware of this matter, though we cannot say where you learned it. But this is truly the best solution we could conceive." Chu Guang shook his head. "Actually, that's not the case. I happen to have two solutions here. However, the price to pay is rather steep." As the words fell, Lady Yin, Tai Yizhenwen, and Li Jing all froze, their eyes narrowing in disbelief, each wondering if they had misheard. 20. Revealing the Spirit Pearl's location to Tai Yizhenwen. In their minds, what possible solutions could Chu Guang offer? After all, his strength was far too weak. But then they reconsidered. He wouldn't have uttered those words without some certainty. Mr. Chu. After coming to this realization, Lady Yin suddenly knelt down, her eyes brimming with tears and pleading. From the depths of her heart, she said, "If there is any way to save Gyre, the Li family will pay any price, no matter how great." Li Jing beside her echoed the sentiment, his eyes brimming with supplication. "Mr. Chu, I, Li, swear here, if Gyre can be saved, the Li family will spare no effort to fulfill any wish within your power." Even Tai Yizhenwen glanced over with curiosity. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he cautioned. "Mr. Chu, since you already know about the demonic pill, there's no need for me to keep it hidden any longer. You should understand, Mr. Chu, that this demon orb was captured by my master, the primordial lord. Beyond my master, there is likely no one in this world who can break the heavenly thunder curse." The intent was not to threaten, but to caution Chu Guang against overconfidence. To offer hope only to shatter it with one's own hands, that was truly terrifying. Hearing this, Chu Guang's expression grew solemn. He nodded and said, "I am well aware of what those words imply, which is precisely why I dare not underestimate myself. As for expressions of gratitude, let's save those for later. When the time comes, simply gather more spiritual herbs and medicines. Chu truly needs such items." Li Jing nodded eagerly. "Mr. Chu, spiritual herbs and medicines, even if my Li family were to exhaust our entire fortune, we would gather sufficient quantities for you." Madame Yin echoed this sentiment. "Yes, Mr. Chu. Might you enlighten us as to which two methods you refer to?" Chu Guang nodded. "Since that is the case, I shall explain. The first method, trading lives." The words fell, and Li Jing and the other two fell silent, their minds reeling as if struck by thunder. Li Jing and Tai Yizhenwen, privy to the details, wore expressions of profound complexity. Lady Yin, unaware of the details, looked puzzled. "May I ask, Mr. Chu, could you elaborate on this technique of exchanging lives?" Chu Guang. This technique is not particularly difficult. It only requires two life-swapping talismans. Affix them to Nezha and another person, and it will be accomplished." As soon as he finished speaking, an expression of immense joy flashed across Lady Yin's face, mixed with a hint of complexity. "Master Chu, does this mean we must find a living person?" Chu Guang. "Yes." After a moment's thought, Lady Yin made her decision and declared in a loud voice. "Mr. Chu, this is no trouble at all. My prison in Shentang Pass holds many death row inmates. These prisoners have committed countless atrocities, each guilty of unforgivable crimes. I could go and select one to exchange for my son Nezha's life. At least then these condemned men would die for a purpose." For the sake of her own child's life, Lady Yin found it difficult to harm another's child. Yet, when it came to the condemned prisoners in the dungeon, Lady Yin felt not a shred of guilt. Each of them had committed heinous crimes. Indeed, as she said, they deserved to die. Yet Chu Guang's response struck her like a thunderclap. "No. Madame Yin, this life-swapping talisman only works with a blood relative." Boom. These words struck Lady Yin like a bolt from the blue. It was equally devastating news for Tai Yizhenwen and Li Jing. "Mr. Chu." Li Jing hurriedly spoke up to stop him. It was clear that Chu Guang was fully aware of the situation, even knowing that Li Jing had resolved to sacrifice his own life to save Nezha's. Tai Yizhenwen also tried to speak. But Lady Yin interrupted him. Her expression shifted rapidly from stunned bewilderment to one of tender resolve. She addressed Chu Guang with unwavering conviction. "Mr. Chu, if such a method truly exists, then let my life be exchanged for Gyre's. If it means my son can live on, then my death would be worth it." "Madam!" Li Jing, standing nearby, cried out urgently. But the resolve to die had already solidified in Lady Yin's eyes. Tai Yizhenwen. "Ah!" A long sigh escaped him, accompanied by a dull ache in his head. This matter felt beyond his ability to handle. But just then, Chu Guang spoke again. "Lady Yin, generally, please hear me out regarding the second proposal before reaching a final decision." At his words, all turned to look at him. "Please proceed, Mr. Chu." Their tone was respectful and earnest. As for Li Jing, his tone held an added note of pleading. He could die himself, but not his son and wife. Tai Yizhenren frowned slightly, equally curious about what Chu Guang's second solution might be. Under the gaze of the three, Chu Guang slowly spoke, revealing the second approach. This second method is more complex, and the sacrifices required are significant. According to my calculations, when the heavenly thunder curse strikes, it will only require the spirit pearl and the demon orb to counter it together, with the protection of a powerful immortal and the assistance of the seven-colored lotus. Then, when the heavenly thunder curse strikes, the physical body may be destroyed, but the soul will surely endure. With the soul intact and the seven-colored lotus present, the physical body can be reshaped at any time. Boom! Upon hearing this method, Tai Yizhenren was the first to be struck dumb, feeling as if lightning had struck him. He understood exactly what powerful immortal Chu Guang referred to. He knew even more clearly that the seven-colored lotus was in his own hands, a precious magical artifact bestowed upon him by his master, Primordial Lord. But how could the other party know so much? And, Mr. Chu, this method, is it truly effective? This doubt echoed not only in Tai Yizhenren's mind but also in the thoughts of Lady Yin and Li Jing. Chu Guang replied slowly. Of course it works. It's just a bit complex and somewhat difficult. Moreover, the powerful immortal involved will have to make a significant sacrifice. I wonder if he's willing to do so. With that, Chu Guang turned to look at Tai Yizhenren. Li Jing and Lady Yin also turned their gaze toward Tai Yizhenren. Tai Yizhenren. Mr. Chu, is your method truly effective? This matter is far from simple, it absolutely cannot be taken lightly. Chu Guang nodded in response. Of course it's no jest. I'm absolutely certain. Tai Yizhenren frowned, shaking his head. Mr. Chu, you're being overly confident. Setting aside the immense power of the Heavenly Thunder incantation, what about the Spirit Pearl? Do you even know its whereabouts? Since Primordial Lord had already entered seclusion, Tai Yizhenren naturally had no knowledge of it. Moreover, he didn't believe anyone else would know either. After all, the Spirit Pearl's disappearance was too bizarre. Even he himself had searched for a long time without finding any clues. Under the gaze of his interlocutor, Li Jing, and Lady Yin, Chu Guang maintained his usual confident and composed demeanor, responding calmly. I certainly know the whereabouts of the Spirit Pearl, and I also know how it was lost. However, when it comes to the reason for its loss, I fear the true immortal might find it difficult to accept. Hearing this, Tai Yizhenren's expression suddenly tightened. His tone grew exceedingly respectful as he hastily pressed. Mr. Chu, the Spirit Pearl is of utmost importance. If you know the reason, please share it. Whatever the reason may be, this true immortal will not hold it against you. 21. Revealing the Spirit Pearl, the shocked Tai Yizhenren. Hearing this, Chu Guang, who had never intended to conceal the truth, nodded and replied. Very well. According to my calculations, this Spirit Pearl should have fallen into Shen Gongbao's hands, and he likely presented it to the Dragon Clan dwelling in the East Sea. I recall the Dragon Clan recently produced a prodigy named Ao Bing, who has likely fused with this spirit orb. Moreover, Ao Bing has now become Shen Gongbao's disciple. Boom! 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 As these words fell, Lady Yin, Li Jing, and Tai Yizhenren before him all began to question their very existence. Simultaneously, expressions of utter disbelief surfaced in their eyes. Shen Gongbao was Tai Yizhenren's junior disciple, both were disciples of Yuanzhi Tianzuan. How could he commit such an act? Stealing the Spirit Pearl and conspiring with the Dragon Clan, these were acts of treasonous rebellion. In this demon child version, the Dragon Clan was a race even the celestial court feared. The Shang dynasty, where Chen Tang Pass stood, was also hostile towards the dragons. It can't be possible. Tai Yizhenren refused to believe his junior disciple had betrayed him, unable to contain his question. Mr. Chu, is there any proof of this? Chu Guang shook his head. The truth has been spoken. Whether you choose to believe it is not up to me. Moreover, the second approach is currently the optimal solution. If you have many doubts, true immortal, you might consider visiting the Dragon Palace to meet Ao Bing and ask him directly. Hearing this, Tai Yizhenren hesitated. First, Chu Guang had no conflicting interests with them. In fact, they were, to some extent, aligned in their interests. There was no reason for him to deceive them. Second, Chu Guang's information was far too detailed. Had it been even slightly vague, he wouldn't have reacted this strongly. Beside him, Li Jing and Lady Yin exchanged glances, their eyes clouding over with contemplation. Moments later, that contemplation hardened into resolve. Li Jing first bowed respectfully to Tai Yizhenren with both hands, saying, Master, this second method is extremely costly and rather troublesome. We would not wish to trouble you with it. He then addressed Chu Guang. We thank you, Mr. Chu. We will proceed with the first method and need not trouble you further. Nevertheless, we remain deeply grateful for your kindness, Mr. Chu. Hearing this, Chu Guang remained largely unmoved, while Tai Yizhenren furrowed his brow slightly and said, Generally, Lady Yin, the second method is currently the most viable option. And with Mr. Chu so confident, this matter is certain to succeed. Wait a few more days. I shall personally journey to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea to confront the Dragon King directly. Truthfully, Taiyi Jinren still found it hard to believe that his junior disciple would commit such an unorthodox act. But now, he had no choice but to accept it. Xu Guang. He nodded, making no move to stop him. Oh, right. Taiyi Jinren seemed to recall something. He produced another copy of The Immortal Self-Cultivation, handed it to Chu Guang, and said, Mr. Chu, this book has been my companion for many years. Please deliver it to Nezha for me. Let my disciple cultivate diligently, striving to vanquish demons and uphold the way in the future. Xu Guang took it and glanced at it. To his astonishment, the scroll contained not a single word. Yet, as spiritual energy coursed through his body, he sensed a vast torrent of knowledge surging from the scroll, flooding into his mind. Is this what reading the heavenly script feels like? Fascinating. Chu Guang was secretly startled, but he didn't show it on his face. He replied, Of course. Chu will certainly comply. Taiyi Jinren waved his Buddhist whisk and nodded gratefully. Blessings be upon you, my friend. As the words fell, he swept his right hand with the dust and a flying pig materialized out of thin air. It carried Taiyi Jinren toward the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Suddenly hearing a dialect from the celestial realm, Chu Guang looked both startled and amused. He carefully stored the scroll away before plunging headfirst into the map of mountains and rivers. He needed to bring Nezha back to his treasure chamber and prepare for whatever the main storyline demanded. At the original location, Li Jing and Lady Yin watched the entire scene unfold. When Taiyi Jinren declared his intention to go to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, both of them were deeply reluctant. After all, according to Chu Guang's explanation, the second method would demand a tremendous sacrifice from Taiyi Jinren and involved the priceless seven-colored lotus. But the other party left no room for objection, setting off immediately. Watching Taiyi Jinren's figure vanish into the horizon, Li Jing and Lady Yin's eyes brimmed with profound gratitude. Li Jing. Honorable immortal, the Li family will never forget this immense kindness. But, there was no need for this. Why go to such lengths? Beside him, Lady Yin's expression grew increasingly complex as if lost in thought. Turning to her husband, her tone seemed to seek confirmation, yet carried more of an accusation. Speak up. Are you hiding something from me? Her expression shifted, deliberately adopting a fierce, demonic glare. Li Jing's heart skipped a beat. He forced a laugh. Madam, please hear me out. Madam Yin wasn't foolish. After sharing a bed for so many years, she knew her husband's every thought. But the thought that he was doing this for Zhar softened her heart instantly. She said, I don't oppose your actions, General. But keeping this from me was wrong. Don't you dare do it again. Or don't blame me for losing my temper. Li Jing's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he nodded frantically. Yes. It won't happen again. At the same time, his gratitude toward Chu Guang and Taiyi Jinren deepened. Lady Yin felt the same way. Of course, both of them, including Taiyi Jinren, shared one lingering question. How could Chu Guang know so much? Considering he had transcended the three realms and existed beyond the five elements. Therefore, this seemed make sense after all. Within the map of mountains and rivers, Nezha, sporting sky-piercing sideburns, continuously repeated casting various spells. Holding an object resembling a brush in his hand, he wildly waved and painted in the air. As he scribbled, the rocks, earth, trees, and everything around Nezha underwent violent transformations. It could be said that within this map of mountains, rivers, and the realm, with this brush in hand, you become akin to a creator, capable of doing anything you desire. Shopkeeper. Spotting Chu Guang appear within the mountain and river map as well, Nezha, who had been practicing his techniques, immediately stopped. He then adopted a smug expression and boasted. Let me tell you something. My mother, my father, and my master all told me I'm the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, bearing the heavy responsibility of saving the world. That's why they sent me here to learn magic. Young Master Cough, Nezha really has no choice. I truly don't want this heavy responsibility. But what can I do? Nezha has such great responsibilities. By the end, the childish pride was unmistakable. 22. Plot twist. Taiyi Jinren heads to the Dragon Palace. It must be said, Nezha's innate talent was truly extraordinary. Even Taiyi Jinren couldn't compare. Any spell that took Taiyi Jinren considerable time to master, Nezha could grasp in mere moments. After pondering the main quest and side quests, Chu Guang's expression softened. He smiled and asked, Nezha, do you trust your parents? Nezha. Why do you ask, shopkeeper? Chu Guang. Answer first. Nezha. Well, of course I do. Even though my dad's super strict with me and my mom's too busy to look after me, I still trust them completely. But, never mind. My dad only knows how to yell at me. I don't like him. Li Jing was indeed very strict with Nezha, even causing some psychological barriers. Chu Guang understood this well and continued. Truthfully, General Li has his own reasons for being this way, though it also stems from his lack of understanding. I won't ask you to try and understand how difficult it is for adults. Just remember, from now on, you only need to be yourself. Also, your parents are very good to you. Never resent them. Nezha waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. Shopkeeper, don't lecture me. It's not my fault anyway, blame those ignorant commoners. But hey, I'm a divine spirit pearl destined to save all the people someday. So I won't hold it against them. Put. Xu Guang couldn't help but chuckle, watching Nezha's self-satisfied expression. Kids are so easy to fool. He nodded and said. Alright, come with me first. We'll return to the treasure pavilion, then come back tonight to cultivate within the map of mountains and rivers. At the mention of returning to the treasure pavilion, Nezha's already large eyes widened even further. But a child's pride wouldn't let him show too much excitement, so he pretended to be earnest and said. Alright, since it's the shopkeeper's request, let's go. Xu Guang. Alright. There was no need to dwell on such details. With a flick of Nezha's brush, a portal of light appeared. The two stepped through it, leaving the map of the realm behind. Outside, Li Jing and Lady Yin remained where they stood. Mr. Chu! Mr. Chu! They called out in unison, their eyes turning toward Nezha. Nezha's eyes flickered with hesitation. He wanted to smile, but his childish pride made him deliberately adopt a cool, aloof expression. Xu Guang said. Madam Yin, I'll take Nezha back with me. General Li, you can come pick him up later. After bringing him back, send him to cultivate within the map of mountains and rivers. Li Jing clasped his hands together. Thank you, Master Chu. Lady Yin also bowed. Thank you, Master Chu. Xu Guang. Nodding, he then led Nezha out of the Li residence and headed toward the treasure pavilion. It was worth mentioning that. Before departing, Xu Guang shot Li Jing a meaningful glance before leaving. After the two departed, Li Jing seemed to recall something and followed after them. Not in a blatant manner, but stealthily. Upon exiting the Li residence, it unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. The moment the citizens of Chentang Pass saw Nezha, their expressions instantly shifted from disgust to fear. He snuck out again. Help! What's there to save? Haven't you seen Mr. Chu? Nezha seems quite calm beside him. I'd say we should all keep our distance. Better watch out for that demon child causing trouble again. An atmosphere of dread filled the air. But upon seeing Xu Guang beside Nezha, the villagers grew perplexed. Ignoring their stares, Xu Guang admonished Nezha, who was seething with anger. Nezha, don't pay attention to their words. Prejudice and discrimination exist, but we'll figure out how to overcome them later. Nezha. Understood, boss. Nata was very obedient. He immediately folded his arms behind his head, picked up a piece of straw from somewhere, and held it between his teeth, looking utterly unconcerned. The murmurs among the surrounding villagers grew louder. Mr. Chu is such a good man, why does he keep hanging around with that demon child? Yeah, it's just baffling. And that demon child seems completely under Mr. Chu's control now. Let's just hope this demon child doesn't cause trouble, or else we common folk of Chentang Pass will be in for it. Amidst these murmurs, Xu Guang led Nezha toward the treasure pavilion. Behind them, in a corner, Li Jing, who had followed them all the way, watched the scene unfold, feeling a pang of unease. He knew his son was unwelcome. But he never imagined it would be this unwelcome. After all, he was just a child, yet he had to endure such immense pressure and discrimination from so many people. Gyre, it's all my fault. Li Jing's heart ached deeply. At that moment, Nezha had already followed Xu Guang into the treasure hall. Here, they found all manner of items brought from China. Thermal imaging cameras, drones, low-light night vision goggles, delicious snacks, fun toys, and all sorts of glassware, sports equipment, and more. Seeing it all for the first time, Nezha's young mind was profoundly overwhelmed. Pointing toward the sports equipment section, he asked, Mr. Chu, what are all these things? They're so new and exciting. Xu Guang stepped forward to explain each item. This is a shuttlecock. You love kicking shuttlecocks, don't you? As for these, this is a basketball, this is a soccer ball, and this is a badminton shuttlecock. Let me show you how to play with them. After each demonstration, the child's playful spirit was fully ignited. They tried every single piece of sports equipment in the treasure pavilion. Among them, Nezha especially loved kicking shuttlecocks and playing badminton. Seeing Nezha's joy, Xu Guang decided to join him in a game of badminton. In the backyard of Treasure House, Nezha held back his full strength at Xu Guang's reminder, otherwise, he might have shattered the badminton racket. Thus, they played happily for over half an hour. Nezha's pure, giggling laughter echoed throughout the courtyard, occasionally punctuated by the others' childish shouts. Shopkeeper, this is my celestial horse meteor ball, catch it. Then came a fierce swing of the racket as the shuttlecock flew toward him. Xu Guang laughed like a child as he declared. This move is called the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. It's specifically designed to counter your celestial horse meteor ball. He swung his racket just as fiercely. The two traded shots back and forth, laughter filling the air. Not far away, in the shadows, a pair of eyes watched with envy, tinged with a faint, almost imperceptible sadness. 23. The Healing Father, Li Jing. After all, Xu Guang was a late-stage E-rank martial artist. Such a brief exchange had barely taxed his energy. The two shouted various slogans. Pineapple Ball, Mars Powerball, and so on. Chu Guang fully immersed himself in the children's play, even shouting Ultraman Autumn. But as they happily battled on, Nezha suddenly stopped. As if struck by a thought, his right hand holding the racket slowly dropped. His entire body turned around instantly, head bowed low, looking utterly heartbroken. Confusion filled Chu Guang's mind. A possibility flashed through his thoughts, and he immediately stepped closer, asking curiously, "Nezha, what's wrong?" He gently patted Nezha's shoulder with his right hand. It was worth mentioning that he was already drenched in sweat. But Nezha, true to his demonic origins, showed not a single drop of sweat on his body, nor the slightest hint of fatigue. The child's young heart was deeply moved, and Nezha instinctively turned his head. Then, Chu Guang noticed that the little Nezha before him was actually crying. Yes, he was definitely crying. His eyes were glistening with tears, and paired with those striking, skyward swept bangs, he looked almost like a little girl who'd been bullied. Even though Nezha was a boy. "Nezha, you." Chu Guang was about to speak. The Nezha before him shrugged his shoulders, shaking off Chu Guang's limp hand, then said with a look of displeasure, "Mind your own business." Hearing this, Chu Guang couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. This Nezha was exactly like the one from the mythological world, arrogant to the core. He shrugged indifferently and said, "Fine, I won't meddle then. Whatever you do from now on, I won't interfere." Hearing this, Nezha's heart instantly clenched, but he still feigned indifference as he replied, "Fine, don't bother." Chu Guang suppressed the urge to laugh, coaxing the little brat like a parent would. All right. If you need anything, just say the word. The shopkeeper will help you if he can. If it's about those commoners in Chentang Pass, I have my own ways. I can make them less prejudiced against you, even make them admire you." Nezha shook his head slightly. "Shopkeeper, it's not that. All right. Growing up, no one besides my mother ever made me this happy playing together. I'm touched. Is that better now?" "Put." Chu Guang chuckled, nodding. "Got it. But from now on, the shopkeeper can accompany you to play ball, right?" Hearing this, Nezha's eyes lit up with delight, but he kept up his nonchalant act and said, "Wah. All right then." Since the shopkeeper wants Nezha to accompany him, Nezha can only reluctantly agree. Unexpectedly, Chu Guang didn't play by the usual script. He shook his head and said, "Of course it's fine, but I won't have much free time from now on. If Nezha wants to play again, I'll find someone else for you." "Nezha? Ha? Find someone? Who?" Chu Guang hinted meaningfully. He should already be waiting outside Treasure Pavilion. "I'll go fetch him now." "Nezha? Well, fine. What can I say? I'm just too kind-hearted. I'll reluctantly accompany them." Chu Guang. He placed the badminton racket away and immediately stepped out the door. Outside Jinbao Zhai, a dark figure darted and twisted through the air, landing swiftly at the entrance. It was none other than Li Jing. His eyes were slightly red and swollen, his usually stern face filled with deep emotion. Seeing Nezha so happy just now, how could he, as a father, not feel joy? But when he heard Nezha say that only his mother had been by his side since birth, he knew he had failed to give his son enough companionship. That his child felt distant from him, even rebellious, was only natural. But in an instant, he concealed all those emotions, leaving only a stern expression. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps echoed as Chu Guang, clad in specially tailored ancient Chinese attire, slowly emerged from the treasure chamber. He approached Li Jing. "General Li, now you understand why Nezha has become this way." His tone was not accusatory, but rather a statement of fact. Li Jing sighed deeply. "Ah. Mr. Chu, I knew something of the matter, but never imagined it was so severe." Chu Guang continued. "Human nature is inherently good at birth. This transformation did not happen overnight. No one is born a demon child. Had Lady Yin guided him correctly from the start, this situation might never have arisen. Nezha's nature remains fundamentally good." Li Jing. "Ah. Mr. Chu, thank you. I understand everything." Chu Guang. "All right, let's go inside first. Nezha is waiting for us. Spend some time with him." Li Jing's face brimmed with gratitude. "All right." With that, the two entered the treasure pavilion and made their way to the back courtyard. Sure enough, upon seeing Li Jing arrive, Nezha's previously cheerful expression instantly turned deeply resistant. "Father." Even the sound of his address carried a palpable reluctance. He knew his father had come to take him back. And his father was strict. There was no way he'd allow Nezha to keep playing badminton. Worse still, he'd likely be confined within the barrier. At best, he might be sent to cultivate within the mountain and river map. Seeing Nezha's unwilling expression, Chu Guang explained with a smile. "Nezha, it's still early. Why not invite General Li to play a few rounds of badminton with us? The shopkeeper is tired anyway, so he'll just watch you play from the sidelines." At these words, Nezha froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Chu Guang, then glanced at his stern father before him, unable to contain his voice as he asked, "Mr. Chu, are you serious?" Instead of answering directly, Xu Guang turned to Li Jing and said, "General Li, what do you think?" Li Jing's face remained stern as he nodded solemnly and replied, "Yes. Jar, playing ball is like navigating life, one must understand how to conduct oneself. Today, through this game, your father will teach you some lessons about being a man." Xu Guang. The tone of this lecture was enough to give anyone a headache, not just Nezha, but even himself. No wonder his relationship with Nezha was so strained. Without the heavenly thunder spell, peaceful coexistence would be nearly impossible. Stop, stop, stop. Seeing the reluctance in Nezha's eyes mingled with stubbornness, Xu Guang hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over, urging Li Jing. "General Li, Nezha is still young. Let him play properly. Those things can wait until he's older. We'll discuss them when he's older." Li Jing finally snapped out of it, his stern expression softening slightly as he nodded firmly. He then turned to Nezha before him and said, "Jar, father is about to kick the ball. Catch it." Then, what followed was the most awkward badminton scene Xu Guang had ever witnessed in his life. Both men remained expressionless, as if merely completing a task. The awkwardness was thick enough to scrape off 3 bedrooms and a living room with your toes. But not all moments were devoid of joy. While returning a shot, Li Jing accidentally collided with a tree trunk. The impact was so forceful it left a tree-shaped mark on his face, causing Nezha to burst into uncontrollable laughter. Yet Li Jing felt not a hint of pain. Because in that instant when he saw his child laughing heartily, his heart was completely healed. He also realized that perhaps he wasn't such a failure of a father after all. P.S. Please support with gold tickets. Please support with gold tickets. 24. The Great Upheaval, Ice Presses Chen Tang Pass. A child's face is like the heavens' temper. Sometimes they're as sweet as honey, other times as sour as vinegar, and their mood swings are lightning fast. Nezha was no exception to this rule. The resentment he once harbored toward his father, though not entirely vanished during their playful banter, gradually began to fade. This was a promising start. At the very least, it signaled that Nezha was beginning to accept this man as his father. Xu Guang discreetly checked the system task progress, 71%. Once it hits 100%, the mission will be complete. Xu Guang breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He would maintain this progress. Then, he must prepare for the second system task. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, General Li! A loud shout came from outside. The tone was extremely urgent. Though Li Jing felt a twinge of displeasure, seeing Nezha so joyfully engrossed in play brought him, as a father, a deep sense of comfort. But let's attend to the urgent matters first. Jar, father has matters to attend to. Rest for a while. Li Jing tried to soften his tone. But the words that came out sounded more like a stern reprimand. Xu Guang, standing nearby, sighed inwardly. Thankfully he was here. In the original myth, there was the heavenly thunder tribulation. Otherwise, with a father like Li Jing, the relationship with his child would never have been good. Though Nezha's eyes betrayed disappointment, he nodded obediently. Father, go ahead. Jair doesn't need anyone to accompany me. As always, influenced by the child's psychology, he remained a man of sharp words but a soft heart. Sigh. Seeing the disappointment in Nezha's eyes, Li Jing felt a pang of sorrow, but he steeled himself and left. Just as he set down his badminton racket, 2 soldiers arrived in the backyard with Xu Guang's permission. Accompanying them was the flying pig ridden by Taizhenren. A large cloth sack hung from the pig's neck, clearly Taizhenren's storage pouch. A bad feeling washed over Li Jing, and he hurriedly asked, "What's going on? Isn't that the immortal's mount? Where is the immortal?" The 2 soldiers replied breathlessly. "Reporting to the general, it's terrible news. The immortal was ambushed on his way to the East Sea and will not be returning." They then proceeded to recount the events in a halting manner. Here's what happened. Taizhenren had journeyed to the East Sea seeking an explanation and to reclaim the Spirit Pearl. At the very least, he demanded they spare Nezha's life. But things did not go as planned. Shen Gongbao had long since set an ambush in the East Sea, collaborating with the Dragon Clan to capture Taizhenren alive. Fortunately, at the last possible moment, Taizhenren cast a spell, transforming into a duplicate form. He swiftly departed with Flying Pig and his storage pouch. He himself, however, was completely trapped within the East Sea. The Avatar, meanwhile, had vanished without a trace. The surprises did not end there. Currently, Ao Run, the Dragon King of the Western Sea, was personally leading 10,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals on their way to Chen Tang Pass. Clearly, this was an attempt to wipe out every last trace. Could this be the ice pressure on Chen Tang Pass side quest? Beside him, Xu Guang, upon hearing this, suddenly felt a stir within. A preposterous thought flashed through his mind. According to the original storyline, the ice siege of Chen Tang Pass wouldn't occur for another 2 years. Yet his time in the Nezha Sea Rampage storyline could only last a maximum of 40 days. Therefore, the side quest clearly wasn't referring to the disaster at Chen Tang Pass caused by Ao Bing, it was obviously this one. Right before his eyes. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's heart burned with anxiety. Taizhenren had been kind to the Li family. No matter what, he couldn't stand idly by. Moreover, the Dragon King of the Western Sea, Ao Run, was already on his way to attack. What should be done about Chentang Pass now? Li Jing's very nature made him someone who would never submit to being slaughtered. He pressed on immediately. Did the Immortal Master say anything else? The two reporting soldiers immediately answered. He mentioned one more thing. The Immortal Master decided to pass down the heaven-shaking brocade, the wind fire wheels, and other treasures to the third young master. He hopes the third young master can defend Chentang Pass and safeguard the map of the mountains and rivers, then wait for his master, the Primordial Lord, to emerge from seclusion and request his assistance in rescuing them. If the Primordial Lord were to intervene, the Dragon Clan would be nothing but a mere trifle destroyed with a single wave of his hand. A complex expression flickered in Li Jing's eyes. That Taizhenren still thought of Nezha at a time like this truly a good master. But alas, his own power was too feeble. Just as he pondered this, Nezha, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. He stepped closer, his face a mix of excitement and disdain as he declared. Father, the Western Sea Dragon King is but a mere trifle. I could destroy him with a single flick of my wrist. Besides, didn't my master bestow many treasures upon me? With those treasures, I'll ensure the Dragon King of the Western Sea never returns alive. Hearing this, Li Jing's expression grew complex. He looked at Nezha intently, then shook his head. Jar, this matter is rather serious. You. Before he could finish, Chu Guang beside him cleared his throat twice, interrupting. General Li, I think it's quite good. Since the Immortal Master believes Nezha is capable of handling it, we shouldn't worry too much. Besides, this concerns the lives of all the people of Chentang Pass. Are you absolutely certain you can handle it? That last remark was something Chu Guang shouldn't have uttered. But Li Jing's personality was too rigid without this reminder, the other party might still feel uneasy. This. Sure enough, after a moment's hesitation, Li Jing reluctantly nodded. Very well. He then turned to Nezha and instructed. Jar, protect yourself. I'll support you from behind. To Li Jing, these words meant nothing special. He often said them to his soldiers. But to Nezha, it carried a completely different weight. His father usually wore a stern expression and was always very serious with him. This sudden display of concern was rare, yet deeply moving. Yes, father. I understand. And don't worry too much after all, Jar is quite capable, he. With that, a huge smile spread across his face. The smile was incredibly soothing. Li Jing and Chu Guang smiled faintly, saying no more. They immediately rose and walked toward the door. They had just stepped outside. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the distance, a fiery golden light streaked toward them. Its speed was astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Then, the golden light dissipated, revealing the form of a pig none other than the mount of the Supreme Immortal. 25, Nezha, you're forcing me to stir up trouble in the sea. Upon seeing Nezha, the pig's snout shifted with a change in aura. A wisp of white vapor slowly rose, coalescing into a spectral clone of Taizhenren. The apparition glanced at Nezha, first repeating the words of the two soldiers, then continuing. Disciple, the golden band around your neck must never be removed unless absolutely necessary. Additionally, I shall impart other magical treasures to you, the heaven-shaking brocade, the fire-pointed spear, the 9-dragon divine fire cloak, and a volume of cultivation techniques I have personally compiled. As the words fell, various magical treasures flew out one after another from the storage pouch. They flew toward Nezha, who effortlessly grasped them in his hands and donned them. From this day forward, the mythical Nezha is officially enlightened. Oh, and this one too. Taizhenren's plump avatar pointed to the flying pig beside them and said. From now on, it's your mount. Go ahead and give it a name. Feel it up close. Imagine what you want it to become, and it will transform accordingly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the clone vanished, and the flying pig approached Nezha. When it reached him, Nezha instinctively reached out his right hand to touch the flying pig's snout, simultaneously visualizing a pair of wheels in his mind. Instantly, the flying pig before him underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into a pair of flaming wheels, the windfire wheels. At this moment, the fully realized Nezha has reached his ultimate form. Of course, the ring around his neck would restrain most of Nezha's power. Considering the impending battle, Chu Guang proactively brought up this issue. Mr. Chu. Li Jing instinctively tried to stop him. However, Chu Guang's words left him speechless. Generally, this battle concerns every citizen of Chentang Pass. Are you truly willing to abandon the collective for the sake of one man's personal gain? This statement bordered on moral blackmail, yet the truth lay undeniably within it. Moreover, if he didn't act, what about the system's side quest? After weighing all factors, Chu Guang had no choice but to speak up. Nezha, standing nearby, looked puzzled and asked curiously. Shopkeeper, what are you talking about? What do you mean by half our strength? What do you mean by abandoning everyone? Chu Guang glanced at Li Jing, who had turned his face away. With no other choice, he began to explain the situation slowly. He didn't tell the whole truth. Instead, it was half truth, half falsehood. He omitted the heavenly thunder spell entirely, focusing only on the power restrictions imposed by the heaven and earth ring. After hearing the detailed explanation, Nezha immediately pumped his little fist and laughed heartily. Shopkeeper. So I really am the reincarnation of the spirit pearl. No wonder I'm so powerful. Why don't I just take this heaven and earth ring off my neck right now? Chu Guang hurriedly stopped him. Not a chance. Then he continued to persuade him. Nezha, your power is still too weak and you're too young to control this force just yet. If you remove the heaven and earth ring, you might be blinded by this power and turn into a demon obsessed with venting rage and slaughter. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, never remove the heaven and earth rings. Nezha. But, though somewhat reluctant, seeing the solemn and stern look in Chu Guang's eyes, he agreed. All right. Li Jing, watching from the side, felt a weight lift from his heart. After exhaling a deep breath, he immediately called out loudly. Jar, Mr. Chu, will return to the camp immediately to prepare. Our first task is to drive away the Dragon King of the Western Sea and protect the people of Chentang Pass. As for Tai Jinren, I will personally seek an audience with Yuanchi Tianzuan and request his intervention. As he finished speaking, Nezha beside him waved dismissively and said, Father, why go through all that trouble? Couldn't I just cause a ruckus in the East Sea and rescue Master myself? Li Jing shook his head immediately. Nah, you mustn't act recklessly. The Eastern Sea Dragon Clan is no foe for you to confront. Naha's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he retorted. Father, how will I know unless I try? Besides, those little worms who dared capture my master, did they even ask me what I think? This time, I'll turn the entire East Sea upside down. Hearing this, Li Jing was utterly shocked. His son was far too reckless, daring to cause trouble among the Dragon Clan. He intended to sternly stop him. But Chu Guang, standing beside him, raised his right hand to stop him. Mr. Chu, why? Li Jing was puzzled. Chu Guang replied. General Li, grant the child some freedom. Trust the immortal master and trust your own child. Li Jing. But he had intended to continue his objections, but upon reflection, he realized this was indeed the only course of action for now. At the same moment, on the road to Chentang Pass, Ao Run led tens of thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, advancing with smug faces and fierce momentum. His speed was relentless, and before long, he had already reached the skies above Chentang Pass. Dark clouds gathered thickly, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Dressed in luxurious robes, Ao Run's eyes flashed with ruthlessness and scorn as he sneered under his breath. Chentang Pass, Li Jing. Oomph. Since you've uncovered the secrets of my dragon clan, then, don't blame us dragons for being ruthless. As he spoke, demonic energy surged through Ao Run's body. A flash of azure light appeared, and a sharp blue sword materialized in his right hand. He raised the blade high, then swung it down with brutal force. As he swung, vast quantities of seawater from the northeast, east, and southeast, the coastal directions of Chentang Pass, were drawn upward as if pulled by a colossal force, rising from the sea like a dragon sucking water. It gathered relentlessly. It gathered and gathered. Soon, it gathered above the entire Chentang Pass, forming a vast seawater canopy. An even more terrifying spectacle unfolded. Massive quantities of seawater were sucked in, causing the thickness of the seawater canopy to increase wildly. Simultaneously, a chill emanated from Ao Run's entire body. His spell was channeled into the seawater canopy, actually cooling it down. The speed was incredibly fast. In less than 10 breaths, the entire seawater canopy was completely frozen solid, transforming into a terrifying ice layer approximately 100 meters thick and weighing as much as a mountain. Guided by Ao Run's magical power, it pressed down fiercely toward Chentang Pass. This scene, though complex to describe, unfolded remarkably quickly, less than 30 breaths from start to finish. As the colossal ice layer, as massive as Mount Tai, bore down upon them, the citizens of Chentang Pass were overcome with utter despair. Yes. Despair. Complete and utter despair. And they had no choice but to despair. This was the magic of immortals, the wrath of immortals. In the eyes of immortals, mortal lives are as insignificant as ants. As the ice slab crushed down, countless shards rained down relentlessly. Though called fragments to the people of Chentang Pass, even the smallest piece weighed at least 100 pounds. What difference was there between this and boulders falling from the sky? If anyone was struck, there was only one outcome: death without a whole body left behind. Cries of terror echoed throughout Chentang Pass. Father, mother, I'm so scared. Why is the sky doing this? Sister, what should we do? I don't want to die. Help! Someone save us. Hurry to General Li. We need a plan. Chentang Pass is doomed. Heaven above, is this the sky's way of destroying our Chentang Pass? In stark contrast to the despair of these common folk, the cheers of Ao Run and his shrimp soldiers and crab generals echoed across the ice. Lord Dragon King, your divine power is awe-inspiring. We bow in admiration. Admiration. For mere mortals to be worthy of the Dragon King's mighty handiwork, what a blessing indeed. Chentang Pass is finished today, haha. The Dragon King is formidable. The cheers mingled together. Ao Yun reveled in this spectacle, his face radiating arrogance and contempt. To him, the mortals of Chentang Pass were mere ants. Had it not been for Tai Jinren, had Shen Tangpas not known certain secrets, he would never have deigned to intervene. Yet Ao Run could never have imagined the unexpected turn of events would unfold so swiftly. 26. Side quest completed. At that very moment, at Shen Tangpas, within Li Jing's residence, a crimson beam suddenly shot forth, like a cultivator defying the heavens. Its speed was peculiar. In no time, it had already surged beneath the ice layer. Immediately afterward, the Dragon King of the Western Sea, Ao Run, sensed the downward momentum of the ice layer actually slowing. But that was not all. In less than 3 breaths, the downward momentum had completely halted. This. Ao Run stared dumbstruck, his gaze fixed downward as his aura spread outward. Then he realized that beneath the ice layer, a tremendously powerful aura had emerged. This aura was utterly domineering, completely unrestrained like a volcano that had already erupted. Ha! Ao Run snapped out of his daze, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Damn it! Who the hell is this person, daring to obstruct the Dragon Clan's affairs? They're asking for death. With that, he swung the small green sword in his right hand fiercely once more. His demonic power surged, drawing more seawater to gather. The ice layer thickened relentlessly. Below, at Shintang Pass, the panicked citizens watched in stunned silence as the colossal ice slab descending from the heavens suddenly halted its downward momentum. What's happening? Is the Dragon Clan sparing us? Impossible. Impossible. How could the Dragon Clan spare us? They want us dead. Look, everyone. What is that? It looks like Nezha. What? Nezha? Beneath the ice. At this moment, Nezha was like a war god incarnate. Having received the true teachings of Tai Jinren and empowered by numerous magical artifacts, coupled with his innate nature as a demonic orb, his power remained terrifyingly formidable even with most of his strength sealed by the Qianquan ring. His entire body was engulfed in fiery red flames, radiating like a miniature sun. On the ground, Li Jing, Chu Guan, Lady Yin, who had rushed over, worried for her son's safety along with the barrier beasts and household servants, all watched this scene unfold. Nezha's small frame. At that moment, in their eyes, in the eyes of the people of Shintang Pass, he stood towering and magnificent. Jar! Lady Yin wept uncontrollably, her face etched with worry. Beside her, Li Jing held his wife close to prevent her from doing anything rash, while he himself fought back his own anxiety to offer reassurance. My lady, Zhe will surely be fine. We must trust the immortal master in Mr. Chu. Though he spoke thus, as a mother, how could she not worry for her child? Beneath the ice in the sky, Ao Run had unleashed his full power. Yet he found the falling ice layer stuck as if jammed, refusing to descend further. Poof! Since you seek death, do not blame this Dragon King. Ao Run snorted coldly, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Demon energy surged within him, enveloping his body in a vast mass of azure light. The light was intensely dense, churning and swirling. From within this mass of azure radiance, a colossal dragon emerged roughly 2 meters thick and dozens of meters long. This colossal dragon was none other than Ao Run, the Dragon King of the Western Sea. Roar! He roared loudly, his demonic energy surging as he charged swiftly toward Nezha beneath the ice. His resolve was firm. This time, he would teach that arrogant young upstart a harsh lesson. Simultaneously, swept along by his momentum, tens of thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals surged forth. Today, he would not return to the Western Sea until Chen Tang Pass was destroyed. Beneath the ice. Sensing the murderous intent overhead, anger flared in Nezha's eyes as he roared. You're all asking for death. Young master. Young master is about to lose his temper. Without hesitation, Nezha chanted the incantation. Sun and moon born together, 1,000 spirits reunite, the boundless heaven and earth ring, hasten as the law commands. This incantation, taught to Nezha by Chu Guan, could release him from the Qianquan ring's constraints. If Nezha were the kind of reckless brat who knew no better, Chu Guan wouldn't have done this. But the Nezha of today held no such worries. As soon as the incantation ended, the Qianquan ring around his neck instantly expanded, allowing Nezha to slip it over his body. Simultaneously, the true power that had been restrained within him erupted completely. Boom! 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 His aura surged skyward. The Western Sea Dragon King, Ao Run, who had been charging forward with murderous intent, accompanied by tens of thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. A bit stunned. Who just unleashes their ultimate move the moment they meet? Don't they usually start with a little warm-up first? And seriously, this ultimate move is ridiculously overpowered. Feeling Nezha's power surge suddenly, the Dragon King of the West Sea, Ao Yun, was instantly horrified. Damn it, Shen Gongbao has betrayed me. How could someone of such power be within Chen Tang Pass? Poor Ao Yun, the Dragon King of the Western Sea. Terrified, he immediately turned and tried to flee. He fled at breakneck speed, but his shrimp soldiers and crab generals suffered a grim fate. With a wave of Ao Run's hand, they were all sacrificed as cannon fodder, forced to charge toward Nezha. Having unleashed his ultimate move, Nezha was now terrifyingly powerful. Gripping his fire-tipped spear and clad in the heaven-shaking brocade, he flicked the spear lightly. 9 fiery dragons materialized instantly, charging toward the tens of thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab minions. These 9 fiery dragons, claws and fangs bared, possessed a power so formidable it bordered on terrifying. The moment they met, the dragons opened their gaping maws and swallowed the tens of thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals whole. Baked in the intense heat, the shrimp soldiers and crab warriors didn't even last a breath. They were instantly roasted into ashes by the scorching flames. Ah! Help! Run for your lives! Dragon King, wait for us! Dragon King! Holy Jade Emperor! What kind of war god is this? Our dragon clan is in big trouble. The shrimp and crab soldiers fled in panic, while Nezha, having unleashed his ultimate attack, had a clear objective. After swiftly dispatching these minor foes, he formed a spell seal with his right hand. Heavenly robe, go! The moment the word go left his lips, the heavenly robe draped over his shoulders seemed to understand his command. It flew off on its own, hurtling toward the fleeing Dragon King of the Western Sea. Ao run! Nezha had no intention of waiting behind. Following the heaven-shaking brocade, he formed another seal, struck his fire-pointed spear, and swung it fiercely. In that single swing, 9 more fiery dragons erupted, even more scorching and ferocious than the previous 9. These 9 fire dragons did not pursue Ao run, but instead lunged toward the colossal iceberg in the sky. Roar! Roar! The fire dragons roared as their intense heat scorched the ice. The iceberg Ao run had painstakingly formed began to melt rapidly. In no more than 15 minutes, the vast iceberg would be completely melted. Up ahead. Ao run, the Dragon King of the Western Sea, who had been fleeing all along, now wore a bitter expression. He cursed his own impulsiveness. Why had he provoked such a celestial star of misfortune? He must flee immediately. He must return to the Dragon Clan immediately and report the details. 27. Journey to the East Sea, Nezha's riot at the sea. Yet reality proved otherwise. He hadn't gone far before Nezha's heaven-shaking brocade caught up. But, true to his reputation as the Dragon King of the Western Sea, he still possessed some means of escape. Just as the heaven-shrouding silk rope descended, he transformed back into human form. With a flick of his thoughts, the azure sword appeared in his hand. Demonic energy surged within him, channeling into the azure blade as he continuously formed seals and chanted incantations. Go! The word go barely left his lips when the blue sword seemed to come alive. With a humming resonance, it shot forward on its own, streaking toward the advancing heaven chaos sash. Then, it clashed fiercely with the heaven shrouding cord. Damn it, my yin-yang sword! Ao run's heart ached with regret, but there was nothing he could do now. He could only continue fleeing for his life. Behind him, Nezha pursued, personally wielding the heaven-shaking brocade. In 2 swift moves, he subdued the blue sword. Holding it in his hand, he felt the faint hum emanating from the blade. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. This yin-yang sword isn't half bad. The owner was quite willing to part with it. But Nezha had no intention of letting Ao run escape, but the man was simply too fast. Fine. You may have gotten away with it this time, but don't think you'll escape forever. This young master remembers this debt. And as for my master, the Dragon Clan don't get too cocky just yet. He muttered under his breath. Thinking of his master, Taishinren, whose fate remained unknown in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, Nezha's anger flared to boiling point. Gripping his azure sword, he summoned his windfire wheels and shot back toward the direction he had come. Chentang Pass. With the aid of Nezha's 9 fiery dragons, the ice layer overhead had long since melted away. The crisis of ice-crushing Chentang Pass had thus been averted. Although some initial damage had been caused by falling ice fragments, the damage was limited and easily repaired. Li Mansion, in the courtyard square. At that moment, the last remnants of ice were swallowed and completely melted by the fire dragons. At that very moment, the long-dormant system notification finally sounded once more within Chu Guang's mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the system side quest, Ice Pressure at Chentang Pass. Phew! Chu Guang exhaled deeply. It hadn't been easy. He had been in the Nezha's sea rushing world for quite some time now, and finally, the side quest was complete. Now, the main quest was also showing signs of progress. It shouldn't be long before he completed that too. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a small fiery cloud swept across the distant sky. Moving with astonishing speed, it appeared before Li Jing and Chu Guang in the blink of an eye. Then, the crowd could clearly see the figure within the fiery cloud. With fiery hair standing on end, wielding a flaming spear, riding wind fire wheels, and wearing the heavenly ring, it could be none other than Nezha. However, this was Nezha after his demonic transformation. His appearance stood in stark contrast to his former adorable self, now resembling a demonic fiend. Lady Yin's voice faltered as she spoke. The figure before her seemed strangely unfamiliar, yet as his mother, she still refused to give up hope. Before her, Nezha formed hand seals and chanted the incantation. Sun and moon born together, 1,000 spirits renewed, the boundless heaven and earth ring, hasten as the law commands. As the incantation ended, the heaven and earth ring shrank and slipped around his neck. Simultaneously, his appearance transformed from that of a demonic child back into an adorable little rascal. Mom, Dad, shopkeeper. A charming smile spread across his face. Jar. Madamine rushed forward, embracing her child and weeping bitterly. Through her tears, she said, "You nearly scared the life out of me." Beside her, Li Jing's eyes were equally filled with concern. At that moment, Nezha's gaze turned toward them. Father and son locked eyes. The son's former resentment and the father's sternness melted away in that moment, replaced by warmth and understanding. Moisture welled up in Li Jing's eyes once more. For this signified that his child had fully accepted him. As a father, what could be more joyful than this? Xu Guang, standing nearby, was equally overjoyed and was about to speak up to remind them about Taizhenren. Suddenly, the system notification that had just echoed in his mind sounded once more. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, repairing the relationship between Nezha and his father, Li Jing. Quest reward, acquire Nezha's Lotus Avatar ability, granting immunity to all physical and soul damage. Note, physical restructuring requires 10 minutes. Please find a safe environment before confirming acceptance of the reward. Xu Guang. He truly hadn't expected the main quest to be completed so abruptly. Judging by the original storyline progression, it was indeed time for it to be completed. Regardless, this was a positive development. The Lotus Avatar granted immunity to all physical and soul damage, making future visits to other divine realms significantly safer. Just as this thought crossed his mind. Father. Mother. Nezha suddenly spoke up beside him. Master is in the East Sea, his life hanging in the balance. I must go save him now. Hearing this, Lady Yin and Li Jing instinctively tried to stop him. After all, he was their child. But, considering Nezha's fate and recalling how Taizhenren had been drawn into this predicament for the sake of the Li family, the words of protest ultimately failed to leave their lips. They could only urge him. Jar, be extremely careful. Avoid using force whenever possible. Nezha. Got it. He nodded firmly in agreement, then turned to Xu Guang beside him and pleaded sincerely. Shopkeeper, please look after things for me. Nezha will be back soon. Xu Guang was about to agree but paused to ask. Nezha, is the Dragon Palace of the East Sea full of rare treasures? Nezha. You bet, shopkeeper. Want some? Nezha will bring you back whatever you desire. Xu Guang smiled and shook his head. No need to bring them. I'll go get them myself. Hearing this, Nezha looked utterly astonished. Shopkeeper, you mean, you're going to fetch it yourself? You want to come with me to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea? No, that's far too dangerous. Xu Guang shook his head again. No, I can protect myself. You won't need to worry about me. I'm deeply interested in the rare treasures within the East Sea. It's better for me to select what I need personally. And, Xu Guang's gaze softened as he spoke with unwavering conviction. I have faith in your abilities. Familiar with the plot, Xu Guang naturally believed in Nezha's strength. Moreover, there was another purpose. To return to the homeland of Huaxia without witnessing this real-life epic fantasy spectacle, Nezha's rampage at the sea would be a profound regret. Before him. Seeing Xu Guang's persistence, Nezha could say nothing more and could only nod in agreement. All right. In that case, the shopkeeper can simply hide behind Nezha when the time comes. Xu Guang. Understood. Oh, and wait for me for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. I need to make some preparations. With that, he first instructed Li Jing and Lady Yin to bring over the spiritual herbs and medicines they had collected recently. He hadn't forgotten Huaxia's dire straits, they were ever present in his mind. He then sought out a room to receive his system reward. This journey to the East Sea was fraught with peril. Without the Lotus Avatar, even with the system's dual door ability, he would likely face mortal danger. 28. The Battle of the Sea. This was a side room. The furnishings were simple, elegant, and uncluttered. Xu Guang closed the door, then with a thought, began to receive his mission reward. Reminder to host, task reward distribution in progress. Dispatch successful. The moment the voice faded, an indescribably profound sensation suddenly enveloped Xu Guang. Simultaneously, a white light materialized out of thin air, enveloping his entire body. This light felt exceptionally peculiar. The instant it appeared, it triggered a series of transformative reactions within his muscle tissue, blood, and even his genetic makeup. It felt like his body was undergoing a transformation. Time passed rapidly, and the pace of these reactions accelerated. 10 minutes later, the sensation faded, and Xu Guang immediately realized that his entire aura had undergone a sudden transformation. His body underwent significant changes. He had a distinct feeling. As if, even if struck by lightning or engulfed in flames, he wouldn't suffer the slightest harm. This sensation was intensely vivid, almost like a primal instinct. So this is the Lotus Incarnation. A sharp gleam flashed in Xu Guang's eyes as he felt deeply satisfied. After adjusting his breathing, he opened the door and stepped out into the hall. Approaching the others, he nodded to Nezha and his parents, saying, "Let's depart." Nezha. With that, his divine power surged within him, and he carried Chu Guang as they rode the clouds toward the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Li Jing and Lady Yin watched their departing figures, their eyes brimming with emotion. A sense of their son finally growing up filled them. Yet a hint of worry also lingered. This journey, who could say whether it would bring blessing or calamity? The Dragon Palace of the East Sea. It bore no resemblance to the depiction in Journey to the West. It was an immense and magnificent palace. Within its halls lay countless treasures of gold and silver, rare and exotic artifacts, and an abundance of marine delicacies beyond measure. In the Demon Child version, the Dragon Clan had become jailers guarding prisoners. To resist the injustices of the Heavenly Court, they had formed an alliance with Shen Gongbao. At this moment, atop a massive stone platform, the Eastern Sea Dragon King, bound by chains, glared at Tai Zhenren with eyes filled with icy hatred. Tai Zhenren's eyes blazed with fury. His hands and feet were bound, tethered to a pillar like a prisoner, a pitiable sight as the flesh on his plump belly jiggled with every tremor. Junior brother, Master didn't grant you a position among the 12 golden immortals. Fighting for it now is pointless, you understand? The words were spoken in the dialect of Tianfu province. Before him, Shen Gongbao stood with hands behind his back, his eyes brimming with mockery. Senior brother, please, do not blame your junior disciple. If blame must be placed, it can only be placed upon our master's unfairness. Just because I'm demonic, just because. Whether from sudden rage or not, he repeated the word just over a dozen times, yet Shen Gongbao still couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. Tai Zhenren. Sometimes it's just beyond words. At that moment, the Dragon King of the East Sea, bound by chain mail to the stone pillar, spoke with a cold sneer. Tai Zhenren, don't think I'm unaware. You immortals have never harbored any goodwill toward our Dragon Clan, you've even relentlessly oppressed us. For the future of the Dragon Clan, you'll just have to make a sacrifice. Tai Zhenren was about to respond. But just then, a lobster spirit wielding a harpoon rushed in, his voice stretched high and shrill. Your Majesty, Dragon King. Trouble. Trouble. The Dragon King of the East Sea narrowed his eyes. What has happened? The lobster spirit had already rushed inside, his voice trembling with panic as he reported. Your Majesty, 2 men have arrived outside the Dragon Palace claiming to be Nezha and Chu Guang. They say they've come to demand someone from us. Upon hearing this, Shen Gongbao immediately snorted coldly, saying, so that's the demonic pill, and that troublesome shopkeeper from the treasure pavilion. Well, they've come at just the right time. Let's eliminate them both. The Dragon King of the East Sea, however, had a completely different concern. His gaze grew solemn as he inquired. What of my third brother, the Dragon King of the West Sea? He went to Chintang Pass, didn't he? How could he let anyone from there escape alive? The lobster demon, spear in hand, adopted a mournful tone as he hurriedly replied. Your Majesty, the third Dragon King was outmaneuvered by that Nezha. He barely escaped back to the West Sea. Boom! No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ao Guang's demonic power surged outward, causing the chains binding him to clang loudly. Gritting his teeth, he declared. Poof! What a small world. I couldn't find you, but you found us. Issue the order, mobilize the troops and prepare for battle. And notify the third prince to prepare for battle. I want that brat Nezha to beg for mercy, unable to live or die in peace. Lobster demon. As you command, Dragon King. The order was immediately relayed. Shen Gongbao's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. I shall also confront the enemy. Ao Guang nodded slowly, then used the Dragon Clan's unique telepathic method to relay the message to the other 3 Sea Dragon Kings. Since the enemy sought death, there was no reason not to grant their wish. Only Tai Zhenren, bound to the stone pillar, prayed incessantly within. My disciple, you must do your utmost. Whether your master escapes depends entirely on you, you know. And remember, make full use of the map of mountains and rivers, don't rely on brute force, okay? Tai Zhenren knew full well. Many of his magical artifacts had been bestowed by his own master, the Primordial Lord, and possessed immense power. With these artifacts to assist him, the Dragon Clan of the East Sea was no threat at all. His greatest fear was that Nezha would rely on brute force instead of harnessing the power of these artifacts. But upon reflection, that seemed unlikely after all. Nezha possessed that same mischievous, unpredictable nature. Outside the Dragon Palace, Nezha and Chu Guang, shielded by the water-repelling spell, stood there with fierce, watchful eyes. For safety's sake, Chu Guang first took a few steps back. Beside him, Nezha summoned all his strength to shout a threat into the Dragon Palace. Dragon Clan! Release my master, or this young master will turn your East Sea Dragon Palace upside down. He shouted the threat 4 or 5 times. Finally, movement stirred within. Hordes of shrimp soldiers and crab warriors surged out with a roar. Their numbers were staggering, a veritable feast of seafood. 29. Draining the dragon's vitality, the Dragon King begs for mercy. Outside the Dragon Palace, Nezha and Chu Guang, protected by the water-repelling spell, stood there with fierce eyes. For safety's sake, Chu Guang first took a few steps back. Beside him, Nezha summoned all his strength to threaten the Dragon Palace. Dragon Clan! Release my master, or this young master will turn your East Sea Dragon Palace upside down. He shouted the threat 4 or 5 times. Finally, movement stirred within. Hordes of shrimp soldiers and crab warriors surged out with a roar. Their numbers were staggering, a veritable feast of seafood. 29. Draining the dragon's vitality. The Dragon King begs for mercy. Outside the Dragon Palace, Nezha and Zhu Guang, protected by the water-repelling spell, stood there with fierce eyes. For safety's sake, Zhu Guang first took a few steps back. Beside him, Nezha summoned all his strength to threaten the Dragon Palace. Dragon Clan. Release my master, or this young master will turn your East Sea Dragon Palace upside down. He shouted the threat 4 or 5 times. Finally, movement stirred within. Hordes of shrimp soldiers and crab warriors surged out with a roar. Their numbers were staggering, a veritable feast of sea creatures. Shark demons, octopus monsters, seahorse spirits, hairtail spirits, sea turtle shield soldiers, and more. After bursting forth, the crowd automatically parted to form a line. Shen Gongbao and the Dragon King of the East Sea, Awaken, one man and one dragon, emerged slowly. Approaching before them, they cast a glance at the slender figure of Nezha, their eyes brimming with disdain. Nezha. A mere brat dares to cause trouble in my Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Does he truly think our Dragon Clan is so easy to bully? Shen Gongbao. Surrender, now. Nezha sneered coldly. Enough with the nonsense. One question, will you release them? If you don't release them, today I'll show you all just how formidable this young master can be. Ao Guang couldn't hold back any longer. A mere upstart dares demand our release? What audacity! Turtle Chancellor, give the order, kill. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Turtle Chancellor beside him bellowed. Kill. At the command, the swarm of shrimp soldiers and crab generals instantly gleamed with murderous intent, their bodies radiating a killing aura. Kill. Kill. With these shrieks, they charged toward Nezha. Nada's eyes flashed with contempt. Clutching his fire-tipped spear, he chanted incantations with fury before swinging it with all his might. In that single swing, blazing flames engulfed his entire body. It was as if the events at Chentang Pass were replaying. 9 fiery dragons materialized instantly. At Nada's command, they lunged toward the charging shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Boom! The fire dragons tore through the enemy ranks with devastating force. Any shrimp soldiers or crab generals caught in their path were reduced to charcoal at best, or ashes at worst. Zhu Guang watched in astonishment from the sidelines. He was currently in the water. These fire dragons remained completely unaffected, which was truly unexpected. Even more astonishing was their sheer power. Amidst the fire dragons' roars, countless shrimp soldiers and crab warriors wailed in agony, their charging momentum crushed and forced back. Witnessing this scene, the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, roared with fury. You insolent brat! With a thunderous roar, he shot upward from the ground and charged toward Nezha. Shen Gongbao followed closely behind. Yet Nezha was prepared. Sun and moon born together, 1,000 spirits reunited, the boundless heaven and earth, the Qiankuan ring. Swiftly, as the law commands, he silently chanted the incantation. As the incantation flowed, the heaven and earth circles automatically detached from his neck and hung upon his body. Simultaneously, his entire aura surged dramatically. In less than 3 seconds, it had more than doubled. Witnessing this, Shen Gongbao froze in shock, cursing under his breath. Damn it! How could that fatso teach him even this incantation? Doesn't he fear the consequences? Beside him, Ao Guang was equally stunned. He had been utterly confident after all, it was just a greenhorn, and his strength wasn't particularly formidable. But now, with the heaven and earth rings shed, Nezha radiated an aura so terrifyingly powerful that even Ao Guang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet, in that very moment of distraction, Nezha's power had surged to 3 times its original level. Die, you little brat! Feeling the immense power surging within him, Nezha roared, hurling the Qiankuan ring from his right hand as he silently chanted the incantation. As the incantation flowed, Shen Gongbao, the Dragon King of the East Sea Ao Guang, and every shrimp soldier and crab general present felt something strange. A strange sensation washed over them as if the demonic energy within their bodies and the weapons they wielded were being stripped away. No, this was no illusion, it was the tangible sensation of their demonic energy and cultivation being gradually drained away. After all, the heaven and earth ring was a treasure of the primordial lord. How could the Dragon Clan possibly withstand it? Damn it! The Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, cursed furiously as demonic energy surged within him. He immediately mustered all his cultivation to resist. But alas, his cultivation was steadily draining away. At that very moment, brother, we've come to aid you. The other 3 Dragon Kings of the Seas arrived. With a thunderous shout, they channeled their inner power to join Ao Guang in the fight. On Nezha's side, his opponent's strength suddenly surged, managing to hold his own against the heaven and earth ring. Oomph! Did you think that was all I had? Scatter! Nezha let out a cold snort before casting his spell. Propelled by the wind fire wheels on his feet, he charged toward the Dragon King of the East Sea. Simultaneously, within 3 breaths, he chanted no fewer than 4 or 5 incantations. As the incantations flowed, his body began to transform. First, his head. 2 extra heads sprouted from either side. Then his arms. 4 additional arms sprouted from his torso. 3 heads and 6 arms. The sight was terrifying yet mystical. With a thunderous roar, Nezha charged forward, spear in hand, toward Shen Gongbao and his companions. Seeing this, Shen Gongbao and the 4 Sea Dragon Kings dared not take it lightly. After all, Nezha's pressure on them was overwhelming. Kill! Kill! Amidst the thunderous shouts, they charged headlong toward the 3-headed, 6-armed Nezha. The legendary battle of the 3 heroes against Lubu had already become a celebrated tale in history. Now, Nezha stood alone against the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, Shen Gongbao, and countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. What defines a fierce warrior? What defines true strength? Chu Guang truly felt that, as expected of the demon orb, its power was utterly monstrous. Nezha, venturing deep alone, relied on his 3 heads and 6 arms to not only hold his own but grow increasingly fierce as the battle raged on. Worth mentioning was that, during the fight, numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals charged at him, but Nezha had prepared for this. He had given Chu Guang the 9-dragon divine fire shield, so safety was never a concern. Beyond that, Chu Guang seized the opportunity to pull out some modern weaponry and gear, eager to test their destructive power. The result? They proved utterly useless. He had no choice but to abandon the idea. Boom! At that very moment, as Nezha swung his fiery spear with all his might, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings including Shen Gongbao couldn't withstand the full force of his strike. They were all swept away by the blast, caught in the aftermath, and spat out mouthfuls of blood, clearly wounded. Nada, however, remained completely unscathed. The crowd was utterly horrified. Nezha's power was simply too overwhelming. Fortunately, their reinforcements arrived just in time. Father! I'm here to help you. Ao Bing, wielding twin hammers, had arrived in time, bringing over a dozen Dragon Clan warriors with him. These were the elite of the Dragon Clan. Chu Guang looked closely. This Ao Bing, just like the version in The Demon Child, was a dashing young nobleman and the incarnation of the Spirit Pearl. Turning to the dozen or so Dragon Clan members behind him, each radiated an awe-inspiring presence, far surpassing the minions of lesser foes. Seeing his son arrive, Ao Guang felt immense relief, yet cautioned him. Son, be careful. Nezha is extremely powerful. Ao Bing. Father, I understand. Nodding, he fixed Nezha with a cold stare and barked the order. Kill. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Dragon Clan members behind him instantly revealed their true forms and charged toward Nezha. Over a dozen dragons surged forward in unison, their momentum appearing quite formidable. Yet Nezha paid them no mind whatsoever. Looking for death? Just wait till I rip out your dragon sinews today. Killing intent flared in his eyes as he charged forward, spear in hand. Though those dozen dragons were no match for Nezha. Ao Bing, being a spirit pearl, possessed strength comparable to Nezha's. Thus, when the battle commenced, Nezha did not gain the upper hand. Yet it was no easy task for Ao Bing to inflict harm upon Nezha either. The two locked in a fierce struggle. After nearly 100 rounds of fierce combat, Nezha realized continuing this stalemate was futile. He roared. Heavenly Silk, go! The heaven-shaking sash on his body responded as if obeying a command, charging directly toward Ao Bing. Though Ao Bing possessed a spirit pearl, his magical artifacts were scarce and vastly inferior in quality to Nezha's. Entangled by the heaven-shaking brocade, he found himself unable to divert his attention elsewhere. Seeing this, Nezha immediately unleashed his full power. Within 3 exchanges, he captured over a dozen Dragon Clan members. He intended to extract their dragon tendons on the spot. However, at that moment, the Dragon King of the East Sea spoke. 30, the soul-capturing bell in thee. Hold on. Nezha. Ha? Old man, what do you want? Ao Guang, his face twisted with humiliation, reluctantly said. Third young master, I, the Dragon Clan, concede defeat. Please spare the lives of my kin. These were their most elite warriors. Worst of all, his son, Ao Bing, was now bound by the heaven-shaking brocade. Under these circumstances, there was truly no other option but to concede defeat. Before him. Upon hearing these words, Nezha's eyes flashed with contempt as he retorted. You want to surrender? Think you can fool this young master so easily? Ao Guang gritted his teeth and humbly inquired. Then what does the third young master propose? Nezha answered without hesitation. Release my master and apologize to him. Apologize to the people of Chuntang Pass and offer compensation. Oh, and my shopkeeper wants treasures from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea you can't refuse. Also, I need third young master Ao Bing to do me a favor. We'll discuss the specifics later. Hearing this, the teeth of the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, nearly ground to dust. This was clearly an outrageous demand. Third prince, I can agree to the other demands, but regarding my son Ao Bing. Nezha. There is no room for negotiation. He remembered that one of his master's purposes in coming to the East Sea was precisely for this. He must avenge his master and fulfill his wish. Though he didn't know what good it would do. Before him. With the situation pressing in, Aoguang could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. Yes. The Dragon Clan will comply. With such cooperation, Nezha found himself hesitating. It seemed his demands were still too modest. He considered adding more, but upon reflection, since the words were already spoken, he let it go. After all, even if he was a brat, he still needed to be aware of certain things. One mustn't go back on one's word. After that, guided by the Dragon King of the East Sea, Nezha and Xu Guan walked together toward the Dragon Palace. First, they rescued Tai Jinren. The moment he saw them, the immortal with his Tianfu accent wore a look of both surprise and delight, exclaiming, "Disciple, Mr. Chu, you finally arrived. I've been stuck here so long my head's spinning." Xu Guang. Put. He felt an urge to laugh and cry at the same time. Tai Jinren's dialect was a bit too thick at this moment. Nezha, however, felt none of this. He simply replied cheerfully, "Master, they've already conceded defeat." Then he laid out the terms of the negotiation. After hearing them, Tai Jinren felt Nezha's demands were overly simple, but since matters had reached this point, he couldn't say much more. Moreover, the look he cast toward Xu Guan was brimming with gratitude. Though the other party had come for the Dragon Palace's treasures, he himself had been one of their targets. Such a great favor, he must find a way to repay it. However, at that moment, Tai Jinren had no idea how to repay this debt and could only make a mental note of it. Next, Nezha and Tai Jinren began discussing details such as how to handle the third prince, Aobing. Meanwhile, Xu Guang, guided by the Dragon King of the East Sea, made his way toward the Dragon Palace's treasure vault. It must be said that the treasures within the East Sea Dragon Palace were truly beyond compare. Gold, gems, and mana pearls piled up like mountains. Yet Xu Guang felt not the slightest interest in these things. With spiritual energy already reviving in the native Huaxia lands, wealth held no value in enhancing one's strength. What use was it here? Fortunately, the Dragon Palace still held a considerable number of treasures. After careful selection, Xu Guang ultimately chose 2 treasures. 31. The Might of the Gate of Light. First item, Soul-Capturing Bell. This bell requires a contract to be signed first. Once infused with spiritual energy or magical power, shaking it emits a soul-capturing sound. Mortals who hear it are instantly reduced to nothingness. Even lesser spirits or demons who hear it will suffer severe soul damage. It is essentially a devastating weapon targeting mental energy. Now for the second item. This treasure's situation is rather peculiar. Or rather, it was all too familiar. Xu Guang had seen it appear in countless films and television shows. Indeed, it was so renowned throughout all of China that there was scarcely a soul who did not know it. The Dragon King of the East Sea, Aoguang, called it the Divine Needle of the Sea. Xu Guang called it the Golden Monkey Staff. If I take this golden staff away, will it change the future plot of Journey to the West? Xu Guang murmured to himself. According to the original plot of Journey to the West, after Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, he then caused chaos in the underworld. The King of Hell and the Dragon King of the East Sea then joined forces to bring charges against him before the Jade Emperor. Enraged, the Jade Emperor unleashed the subsequent chain of events. This culminated in his rebellion against heaven, his imprisonment beneath the Five Elements Mountain, and his eventual escort of Tang Sanzang on the journey to the west to retrieve the scriptures. After pondering for a moment, Xu Guang shook his head, dismissing the thought from his mind. He continued to mutter to himself. The main quest is complete. I won't be staying here anyway, so what's the point in overthinking it? Perhaps something better would happen. Like Sun Wukong discovering the Dragon Palace of the East Sea had no suitable weapon for him, so he'd simply leave on his own accord and none of the subsequent events would unfold. He'd remain the carefree Monkey King he once was. He thought to himself. Yet another problem surfaced before him. How exactly does one use this? Mr. Chu. As he pondered, the Dragon King of the North Sea cautiously spoke up, explaining. This artifact is known as the Divine Needle of the Sea, weighing 13,500 catties. It is the most treasured possession within my elder brother's Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Your Excellency might find it rather unwieldy. How about this? I shall find you a more suitable weapon. What do you think? A flicker of gravity passed through Xu Guang's eyes as he shook his head. No need. As he spoke, scenes from a TV drama he'd watched in his past life surfaced in his mind. That monkey, upon first seeing the golden monkey staff, seemed to have done something like this. Shrink it a bit? Shrink it some more? Xu Guang tried shouting the command. Then. Alright, he'd gotten ahead of himself. The before him didn't change as he'd imagined. It still stood there like a stone pillar. Is it because my power isn't strong enough? Or do I need some kind of spell? Xu Guang silently analyzed the situation. Beside him, the Dragon King of the North Sea and his entourage, including the Turtle Chancellor, witnessed Xu Guang's peculiar display. Mockery immediately flashed in their eyes. Were it not for Nezha's standing, they would never have stooped to treat a lowly mortal this way. With this thought, their gazes toward Chu Guang grew even more derisive. But Chu Guang paid them no mind whatsoever, not even sparing them a glance. He continued his attempts. The result remained the same. The golden monkey staff before him showed no change whatsoever. Helplessly. If that's the case, don't blame me for exploiting the glitch. Having made up his mind, Chu Guang summoned the system's storage space with a thought. System, store this divine needle of the sea into my storage space. As soon as he murmured the command, Chu Guang's consciousness enveloped the entire. In an instant, a massive beam of light appeared before Chu Guang. Creak! The light opened. A torrent of white light surged from behind the portal, enveloping the entire. Like locusts devouring their prey, it vanished completely in an instant. The Dragon King of the North Sea beside him. Turtle Chancellor. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the heck is going on? What the heck is going on here? He hastily unleashed all his demonic energy, desperate to discern the nature of that white light gate and the white light itself. But the moment the demonic energy was unleashed, boom! Their spiritual senses collided with the gate's overwhelming force, as if confronting the very might of the heavens themselves. They were violently repelled, their spiritual senses sustaining significant damage. 32. The Rise of Huaxia, Unstoppable. How is this possible? The Dragon King of the North Sea and the Turtle Chancellor froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Even during the Battle of the Immortals, when they had felt the awe-inspiring pressure of the sage, they swore nothing had been as overpowering as this white light gate before them. So, beyond the level of the sage. This terrifying thought took hold, spreading like cancer cells, impossible to shake off. The Dragon King of the North Sea and the Turtle Chancellor finally understood why Chu Guang, despite appearing weak, commanded the respective Taizhenren and Nezha. He was a great immortal lord who had concealed his power. Chu Guang paid no heed to their speculations. Having made his selection, he walked directly toward Nezha and Taizhenren. Before long, he stood before them. Shopkeeper, have you made your selection? Nezha still looked like a mischievous child at this moment. Combined with his demonic youth attire, he gave off a rather adorable vibe. Yet, there was also a hint of maturity that didn't quite belong to his age. Yes, I'm ready. Chu Guang nodded with a smile. Whoa, fellow Taoist Chu, are you preparing to leave this place? Beside him, Taizhenren's unmistakable Tianfu accent sounded once more. Chu Guang nodded with a smile. Yes. I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger here much longer. Oh, and remember my instructions, true immortal. Follow my methods strictly, and there will be a glimmer of hope. Taizhenren naturally had no reason to doubt him, though his tone carried a hint of melancholy. Ah. Since you insist on leaving, Master Chu, then be gone. Enough, enough. I won't waste words on idle chatter. Here, take this token. With that, his right hand reached into his storage pouch, pulling out a bronze bell resembling a soul-capturing chime. Fellow Taoist Chu, this is called the Nine Dragons Divine Fire Cover. I've already erased the prohibiting markings from it. You can activate it with a single thought. Once activated, it summons 9 fiery dragons to slay 10,000 demons. But, during the battle with the Dragon King of the Western Sea and my junior disciple, it sustained considerable damage. It can only exert about 30% of its power now, but it's still usable. Chu Guang's eyes narrowed sharply, his heart racing with excitement. What a treasure! He hadn't expected such an unexpected windfall. He remembered this item. It had been given by Primordial Lord to Taizhenren, originally intended to be passed down to Nezha. True immortal, why bestow this upon me? Chu Guang was somewhat puzzled. Parting friends naturally exchange gifts, and besides, fellow Taoist Chu helped Nezha save me. Taizhenren chuckled, his jovial expression complementing his rotund face in an almost endearing way. Chu Guang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Deep down, he felt a little touched. He hadn't expected Taizhenren to be so appreciative. It made his own life-risking journey worthwhile. In that case, I shall humbly accept your kind offer. Taizhenren waved his hand dismissively, saying with unconcern. No need to worry. Just remember, fellow Taoist Chu, avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it might attract unwanted attention. In truth, his words carried an unspoken warning. He feared drawing the attention of his master, the Primordial Lord. For such a treasure, in principle, should never be passed on to outsiders. Chu Guang. MHM. After discussing a few more details and exchanging farewells, Chu Guang's mind stirred. He opened the light gate, turned to look deeply at Nezha and Taizhenren, then said, Gentlemen, I must depart. Farewell. This parting was likely forever, and it was actually quite sad. Nezha. Shopkeeper, when will you return? Nezha wants to play badminton with you, and basketball too. Oh, and that game called LOL, didn't you say it was incredibly fun? Put. 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 It wasn't Nezha who wanted to play, it was the shopkeeper who said he wanted to play with Nezha. Taizhenren beside him. Nezha, don't be so disrespectful. Don't make Master Chu feel uneasy as he departs. Chu Guang. His eyes brimmed with bewilderment, caught between laughter and tears. These two clowns, what did they mean by unpeaceful departure? What did they mean by wanting to play with him? Well, whatever. He probably wouldn't be coming back anyway. But he didn't want to say it so bluntly. After giving it some thought, he replied, "When spring blooms again next year, perhaps, or when fate brings us together." With that, he turned and stepped through the portal of light, vanishing from sight. Nezha and Taizhenren were left standing there, deep in thought. Within the light gate, that elusive, ethereal sensation washed over him once more. Chu Guang was about to step through the portal. At that very moment, a series of system notifications suddenly echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. The next dual crossing divine realm has been activated. Current dual crossing world, the Battle of Zhulu Yellow Emperor vs Qiyu. Main quest, assist the Yellow Emperor in defeating Qiyu. Side quest, elevate the civilization level of the Yellow Emperor's tribe. Time limit, 60 days. Quest rewards, Qiyu's War Beast, the iron-eating beast power unknown. The Yellow Emperor's inner canon contains various methods for alchemy, artifact forging, and body tempering. The Yellow Emperor's beast taming technique upon use, allows taming of any beast or ferocious beast weaker than the host." After hearing all the system prompts, Chu Guang's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp gleam. This second divine realm was far simpler than the first. As the first major battle in Chinese mythology, the Battle of Zhulu appeared to be a chaotic and spectacular conflict. In reality, the overall combat strength wasn't particularly high. With his current strength and the backing of a nation, completing the quest would be no trouble at all. Moreover, the system's rewards were exceptionally generous. For instance, the Huangdi Neijing could significantly elevate the overall strength of our Huaxia civilization. The Yellow Emperor's beast taming techniques are also valuable assets. Chu Guang recalled that while the secret realms on Blue Star held abundant treasures, they were also rife with dangerous beasts and prohibitions. In other words, once one masters this beast taming technique, those ferocious beasts that appear terrifying to the eyes of the Eagle Nation and the land of cherry blossoms would be nothing but precious war pets waiting to be tamed in the eyes of our Chinese nation. Finally, Qiyu's War Beast, the iron-eating beast, also makes an excellent combat companion. Chu Guang had often fantasized about owning a national treasure as his battle pet. Unfortunately, its strength remains unknown. But it shouldn't be too low, after all, it was Qiu's battle pet. After pondering all this, the excitement in Chu Guang's eyes grew even more intense. Now, the rise of our Huaxia nation is unstoppable. 33. The Second Divine Realm. The Battle of Zhulu, the Yellow Emperor vs Qiyu. China. Jianshan, within the military district's state-level classified room. Some time ago, just before Chu Guang's departure, Liaigua received orders from Yanjing. For security reasons, all personnel and facilities were to be relocated to the northwest to the Dragon Ascension Organization's base. The base's codename was Dawn. The final glimmer of hope for China's revival. At present, the relocation process was largely complete. Inside the office, Liaigua is discussing resource allocation with Su Wentian. Liaigua. Old Su, have all the cultivation resources brought by Comrade Chu been distributed? Su Wentian. They've been distributed. I must say, many of those items are precisely what our nation urgently needs right now. Especially the 10,000-year snow spirit ginseng. The state has already dispatched a special escort team to urgently deliver it to the Dragon Ascension Organization. Elder Zhao should receive it soon. Hearing this, Liaigua's eyes flickered with emotion. Old Zhao was a pillar of the nation who had returned home at all costs. Yet, because of the schemes of the Eagle and Cherry Blossom nations, he had been crippled and was now on his deathbed. Had Chu Guang not appeared, he would have been left to wait for death. Bang! Liaigua raised his right hand high and slammed it onto his desk, snarling. Those bastards have gone too far. This time in the Poseidon Sea-level secret realm, we'll show those foreign devils just how formidable China can be. Su Wentian gritted his teeth in agreement. Yeah. It's time we reclaimed everything we've lost. This Atlantic Ocean-level secret realm was an insult due to batch issues. The nation had originally refused to approve it. But, due to Chu Guang's emergence and the gains from the Divine World's Nezha SC rushing, the nation changed its mind. This time, our nation will make a stunning debut. We'll show those foreign devils what true Chinese might is. What Chinese red means. Beyond that, gathering supplies is also of utmost importance. It's worth mentioning. To the people, the nation's sudden reversal felt no different from the Qing dynasty signing those humiliating treaties. Consequently, it drew the scorn of the entire nation. Fortunately, through proper public opinion guidance, the tide of sentiment gradually shifted. It turned into curiosity. The public was deeply curious. Why was the nation acting so out of character? Was it brewing something big? Ring ring. Just then, the phone on the desk rang again. Liaigua instinctively picked it up and answered. Reporting to Commander Li, Comrade Chu has returned. Boom. Hearing this, Liaigua's entire body shook with a thunderous roar. After a moment of stunned silence, his eyes immediately lit up with overwhelming joy. Haha, it's good he's back, it's good he's back. Quickly, quickly. Arrange for our medical team to conduct a full physical examination immediately. Send up all the prepared food, drinks, and supplements right away. I'll be right over. On the other end of the line. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. Beep beep. The call ended. Su Wentian, standing nearby, asked in surprise. Old Li, Comrade Chu really came back? Li Aigwa burst into laughter. Yep, he's back. Come on, let's get up and go see what good stuff our Comrade Chu has brought back this time. Hearing this, Su Wentian couldn't help but laugh and tease. Old Li, no offense, but you're completely obsessed with money. If you ask me, the main thing is that Comrade Chu returned safely. What he brought back is secondary. Let's not put too much pressure on him. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, we'd deserve to be shot. Li Aigwa nodded repeatedly. You're right. You political workers have the sharpest minds. You make a good point. Su Wentian. Alright, let's head out first. We'll brief Comrade Chu on everything that's happened during this period. Li Aigwa. Alright. After leaving the office, the two headed straight for the military region's confidential room. Inside the security office. The procedure followed the same protocol as the previous visit. Chu Guang first underwent no fewer than 20 physical examinations. After confirming his health, he drank 2 doses of a specially formulated national-grade nutritional supplement. This nutrient solution was specially formulated by 2 teams of medical academicians based on Chu Guang's physical condition. They provided any nutrients Chu Guang lacked without causing nutritional overload. The 2 doses of nutrient solution had barely been consumed. The door to the secure room opened. Li Aigwa and Su Wentian entered with smiles. Comrade Chu, welcome home. Comrade Chu, welcome home. Before they reached him, both men raised their right hands in a friendly gesture. Chu Guang reciprocated the goodwill, smiling as he greeted them. Commander Li, Chief of Staff Su, you've arrived. Li Aigwa laughed heartily. Ha! We heard reports you'd returned, so old Su and I couldn't wait to rush over. Su Wentian turned to the medical team beside him and asked. How is Comrade Chu's condition? A responsible medical doctoral supervisor immediately praised enthusiastically. Chief of Staff Su, may I say this is a rare occurrence in my career? Judging by the data, Comrade Chu's health has improved at least 100-fold since last time, perhaps even more. Su Wentian. A bit stunned. What's going on? Did you guys mess up the tests? Chu Guangshu explained appropriately. Chief of Staff Su, their inspection should be accurate. He then outlined the main quest rewards, including his own specific perceptions of the Lotus flesh body's strength and so on. Upon hearing the conclusion, Li Aigwa exclaimed in astonishment. If we extrapolate based on the mythical world's lore, Comrade Chu, wouldn't your physical strength be comparable to that Monkey King? An indestructible body? A body immune to all poisons? That's a bit too fantastical. Such physical fortitude is beyond the reach of even grandmasters or earth immortals. Probably. Only a heaven immortal realm powerhouse could match it, someone capable of withstanding a mushroom cloud bomb head-on. Chu Guang shook his head. It probably isn't as monstrously resilient as Sun Wukong's physique, but it can't be far off. However, my power is too weak. I can't fully unleash this body's true potential yet. Chu Guang's current strength barely reached late E rank. Among martial artists, he ranked among the weakest here. Li Aigwa waved dismissively. Comrade Chu, you needn't worry about that. At least you have the strength to protect yourself now, right? That should ease the nation's concerns considerably. Su Wentian nodded in agreement, then seemed to recall something and inquired. Oh, right, Comrade Chu. I recall the main quest reward in that Nezha stirring the sea world was this Lotus flesh body. So does that mean the main quest is already complete? Chu Guang nodded. Yes. Beyond that, I've also activated the first dual world divine realm, the battle of Zhulu Emperor Huangdi versus Qiyu. He then proceeded to detail this world's quest objectives, rewards, time limits, and other specifics. The more they listened, the brighter the eyes of Li Aigwa and Su Wentian grew. Just as Chu Guang had anticipated. These system rewards except for the Qiyu battle beast were all incredibly crucial for Huaxia. They could significantly boost their strength. The surprises didn't end there. After detailing the next divine realm, Chu Guang proceeded to tally the gains from this Nezha stirring the sea world. The haul was not as substantial as last time. First were the various spiritual herbs and medicines collected by Li Jing and Lady Yin's agents. Combined, they amounted to only 7 plants, and their quality was mediocre, almost negligible. It was mainly the treasures obtained from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea and the treasures given by Tai Yizhenren that left the present Chinese group utterly speechless. First was the soul-capturing bell. This immortal artifact, which only existed in fantasy and demonic novels, had suddenly appeared before them. Then there was This was the very weapon wielded by the Monkey King in Journey to the West. Li Aigwa and the others never imagined that Chu Guang would bring even this legendary artifact along. Finally, the 9-dragon divine fire cover. Though it could only unleash 30% of its power, it was still an incredibly rare find. At that moment, everyone felt the same thing. It was like manna from heaven. And not just any pie, a huge, fragrant, delicious super-sized one. 34. The battle for national destiny and the truth of the secret realm. Gulp. Unconsciously swallowing a large mouthful of saliva, Li Aigua was so excited his mouth couldn't close. As a soldier who'd seen combat, his rough-and-tumble nature might lack the elegance of a scholar general, but every word came straight from the heart. Ha 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 ha. Comrade Chu, you've done our nation a tremendous service this time. These are treasures, all of them. As he spoke, Li Aigua stared intently at the 3 divine artifacts floating before him. To provide a more tangible experience, Chu Guang had deliberately brought all 3 items out. After all, they were divine treasures. The dazzling, flowing radiance emanating from them stirred the hearts of everyone present, their excitement causing their heartbeats to race. Even Su Wendian, who worked in political affairs, couldn't contain his delight. He beamed with joy and chuckled. Any one of these items, if placed on our blue star today, would absolutely spark a national war. Yet now, they're all in the hands of our China. Ha 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 ha. With these 3 treasures, our nation's trump cards multiply. We'll have far more confidence facing off against the Eagle Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Romantic Nation. The medical doctoral advisor murmured with emotion. If you ask me, if China had to compete for these 3 treasures, we probably wouldn't have secured them in this lifetime. Li Aigua sighed. Not only that, don't even think about it. Eagle Chow would go absolutely mad trying to snatch them from us. With our nation's current strength, we simply couldn't win that battle. Su Wendian looked at Chu Guang, his voice brimming with gratitude. Comrade Chu, thank you. Thank you so much. Without you, who knows what state our nation would be in now? We'd likely be no different from victims plunged into an abyss. Li Aigua spoke from the heart as well. Indeed, Comrade Chu. Your emergence is truly a blessing for our nation. Ha ha. Not a single word of this was insincere, every bit of it was genuine. Chu Guang felt a warm glow in his heart. Who could refuse such positive feedback after all their hard work? Seeing these elders so delighted, he felt that no matter how perilous his journey in the divine realm might be, it would be worth it. Thoughts surged through his mind, and Chu Guang responded with equal sincerity. Chiefly, Chief of Staff Su, in the past, the nation protected me. Now that I have the ability, it's my turn to protect the nation. As the words fell, Li Aigua, Su Wendian, and everyone present felt as if struck by lightning. Their noses inexplicably stung, and clear tears welled up in their eyes. Half an hour later. After discussing some details, Chu Guang was escorted to the secure conference room. There, Li Aigua and Su Wendian provided a detailed account of recent international developments and the nation's strategic plans. After listening to everything, Chu Guang showed no great surprise. He inquired. Commander Li, when do we relocate to the Dragon Ascension Organization's Dawn base? Li Aigua. The relocation is essentially complete. I've requested a military aircraft from the state. We'll simply board it together when the time comes. Chu Guang. Regarding the battle for the Poseidon Sea-level secret realm, what are the international arrangements? Su Wendian replied. Comrade Chu, the rules are as follows. Per the National Alliance Agreement, nations may only dispatch S-rank or higher martial artists into the ocean-tier secret realm, with no limit on numbers. Our nation has limited S-rank martial artists, so the state plans to deploy 18 individuals from the Dawn base, led by Captain Zhao Tianxiang. Additionally, this expeditionary force will receive preferential resource allocation. For instance, Comrade Chu, you brought back immortal pills, divine wine, spirit herbs, and magical medicines from the Nezha stirring the sea world. At critical moments, these can provide our expedition comrades with means to save their lives. Li Aigua added. Also, regarding the 3 treasures you've brought back, Comrade Chu, our plan is to set aside one to be handed over to Zhao Tianxiang as a trump card. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, we'll have a contingency plan. As he listened, Chu Guang couldn't help but grow puzzled and inquired. I recall other nations have far more high-level martial artists than we do. With such limited strength, won't we run into trouble? Li Aigua sighed bitterly. Comrade Chu, the nation has no other choice. This already represents 20% of our nation's combat strength. If we sent everyone, and they all perished in that secret realm, then China would become nothing more than lambs led to slaughter. Su Tian added. There's another major problem. If we deploy all our forces, our domestic defenses will be left vulnerable, making us easy prey for encircling foreign enemies. Hearing this, Chu Guang finally grasped just how weak China's strength truly was in this world. Ah! He sighed deeply, choosing not to dwell further on this dilemma. Instead, he inquired. When shall we depart? Li Aigua. Estimated to be in about half a month. The League of Nations has already set up formations around the perimeter of the secret realm. Once the realm is stabilized, we can open the gate and begin our exploration. Hearing this, videos of the secret realm from the internet flashed through Chu Guang's mind. It was a complex labyrinth resembling an underground city, composed of stone chambers and vast passageways. Within dwelled all manner of grotesque, mutated beasts and distorted plants. Of course, there were also many spirit herbs and medicinal plants rich in spiritual energy. There were even structures resembling ancient ruins. Chu Guang recalled seeing a peculiar stone structure resembling the ancient humanoid architecture of Guizhou's Yelong Valley in one such video. He was puzzled. If spiritual energy had truly revived, how could such things exist within this secret realm? Could it be that this secret realm was artificially created? That seemed unlikely. But what about those bizarre humanoid structures built from stacked stones? Moreover, Chu Guang had a vague sense. This secret realm seemed to have an end. So the question arises, what lies at the end of this secret realm? Nothingness? Nothingness? 35. Arrival at Dawn Base, Dragon Ascension Organization. As Chu Guang pondered these questions. Atlantic Ocean. 8.7 W, 34 N, 130 nautical miles southwest of the Canary Islands, Spain. Here, the ocean had once been a vast expanse of azure blue. But months earlier, a crimson lightning bolt had descended from the heavens, cleaving the void as if splitting the sky itself. Space tore apart, and a massive, eerie black vortex over a kilometer in diameter struggled to squeeze out from the space about 300 meters above the ocean. Simultaneously, a colossal force surged forth from the black vortex. It churned the sea into utter chaos. Not only that, it triggered a series of geological reactions, forcibly lifting the seabed over 2,000 meters, raising it directly to the sea surface and forming a massive island. Its area reached a terrifying 30-plus square kilometers. This was the terrifying natural phenomenon unleashed when a sea-level secret realm manifested. Upon its discovery, the Blue Star International Alliance named this hidden realm Poseidon. The island itself was naturally named Poseidon Island. At this moment, numerous members of the International Alliance have dispatched their respective forces to establish bases on Poseidon Island. The objective, to establish a forward base. In the future, this base would serve as a crucial transit point for their explorations within the Poseidon secret realm. Of course, the geographical location of Poseidon Island has its advantages and disadvantages. According to the League's batch allocation plan, nations like the Eagle Nation and Sunset Nation, as first batch exploration countries, naturally enjoy priority in selecting base locations for construction. It's safe to say they've pretty much snapped up all the prime spots. Construction is still underway at this moment. Within the next half-month to a month, the exploration will officially commence. All martial artists will board spirit energy-powered airships constructed during the Spirit Awakening era to journey to the secret realm. Time is running out. At this moment, in the vast, uninhabited Taklamakan Desert of China's northwest, beneath the scorching sky, buzz, buzz, buzz. The roar of the Y-20's engines echoed across the Taklamakan. After flying for an hour and a half along the planned route, the fat girl finally reached the desert's heartland. Here stood a newly constructed military airfield. The airfield appeared rudimentary yet was incredibly vast, boasting 7 or 8 runways alone. Additionally, watchtowers stood around the perimeter, enclosed by barbed wire fences. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The fat girl's engines continued to hum. Amidst the roar of massive aircraft engines, it finally touched down. The shuttle bus was already waiting. The reception staff were also in position. Quite a crowd. A rough estimate put the number at over 20. Of course, once the cabin door opened and the plump girl had successfully disembarked, a young man dressed casually, exceptionally handsome, and possessing a refined, scholarly demeanor slowly emerged from the cabin. None other than Chu Guang. Back in Zhangcheng, after handling some minor matters, he had rushed to the Longting organization's Dawn base at top speed, accompanied by Li Aigua and Su Wentian. At first glance, the entire base appeared extremely rudimentary. There were hardly any structures to speak of. But Chu Guang knew this was merely its outward appearance. The moment he stepped out of the aircraft door. Salute! A thunderous command echoed through the air. Before him, over 20 reception personnel stood at attention, at least 10 of them snapping to attention instantly, their gazes unwaveringly resolute. At the head stood an elderly man in military uniform, his shoulders bearing the insignia of a general. He was exceptionally tall, easily over 190 centimeters 6 feet 3 inches, and weighed at least 160 kilograms 350 pounds. Though he appeared to be in his 60s, his aura radiated an overwhelmingly domineering and fierce presence. Chu Guang, after all, possessed only late-stage E-rank martial power. This overwhelming pressure was indeed too intense for him. Fortunately, the pressure immediately subsided. Simultaneously, a remarkably kind smile spread across his face as he strode forward, chuckling as he said, "Comrade Chu Guang, welcome to Dawn Base. Welcome." Even with all the pressure withdrawn, the vast disparity in strength still left Chu Guang feeling immense pressure. Fortunately, he possessed the Lotus flesh body and had endured much within the Nezha's rebellion at the Sea World. An ordinary person would likely have collapsed on the spot. Before Chu Guang could speak, Li Aigua, who accompanied him, immediately introduced with a smile. "Comrade Chu, this is General Wu Kexiong, head of the Dawn Base and the top leader of our Dragon Ascension organization. His current strength is late grandmaster." Chu Guang had already guessed as much upon seeing the general's insignia on his shoulder. Upon confirmation, he felt not overwhelming shock but profound awe. The power of a grandmaster was truly formidable. He recalled that, when sparing no expense, the status of a grandmaster could easily rival that of the world's most advanced nuclear weapons. This very reason had led to the drastic decline in the deterrent power of nuclear weapons. It was a pity. Our nation, lacking secret realms and spiritual veins, has far too few grandmasters. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Xu Guang replied sincerely. Good day, General Wu. Commander Li has already briefed me on your situation. I'm deeply grateful you came personally to welcome me today. Hearing this, Wu Keqiang laughed heartily, slapping Xu Guang on the shoulder with an air of familiarity. Comrade Xu, you're being far too modest. The nation has informed me of your situation as well. You are now one of our nation's most prized treasures. No exaggeration, your standing far surpasses mine. This time, the state has assigned you to our Dawn base. As the person in charge, I'm under immense pressure, you know. Just remember one thing from now on. As long as China stands, as long as I, Wu Keqiang, remain, and as long as you don't betray the nation, whatever you wish to do, I'll support you. The state will support you. Treat this place as your own home. Ha ha. Hearing this, Xu Guang was stunned. He hadn't expected the other party to make such a decisive statement. But putting himself in the other man's shoes, even he would have done the same. Chief of Staff Su Wintian chuckled beside him. Comrade Xu, we soldiers tend to be a bit rough around the edges. Don't take it too seriously. General Wu may speak bluntly, but he's right. You're now a national treasure of China. Here, you're at home, don't hold back. We'll always be right by your side. Beyond the handover duties, we can handle anything for you. Of course, there's one crucial task, surveillance. Xu Guang understood it was essentially the state keeping tabs on him. But he understood. He was simply too vital to Huaxia at present. If he never returned from the world beyond the Twin Gates, or if another country poached him, there would be nowhere to turn. Therefore, he stopped hesitating and declared with confidence. Rest assured, leaders. I won't neglect a single demand that needs to be made. Of course. After all, I am Chinese. When it comes to contributing my strength for China, I hold nothing back. With that, everyone present nodded gratefully. Veteran Wu Keqiang burst into laughter once more, his demeanor channeling Li Yunlong from the TV series Sword of Honor. Good lad. That's the kind of character I like, straightforward and uncomplicated. Not like those political officers, all fussy and indecisive like womenfolk. Ha ha. Come on. Follow your big brother home first. I'll take you to meet someone. He's been waiting for you like a kid waiting for Christmas, practically staring his eyes out of his head just to catch a glimpse of you, Brother Chu. Alright, let's go. As he spoke, he hooked his right arm around Xu Guang's neck like a longtime buddy and started walking toward the shuttle bus. Xu Guang. He couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He had originally thought this general would be like the big shots in the movies. Well, so it's an old-timer channeling Old Li from Sword of Honor. But he actually looked forward to working with a general like this. Because the guy doesn't play mind games, at least he says what's on his mind and won't easily fall into traps. 36. Meeting Zhao Tianxian. After a few minutes on the shuttle bus, it stopped in front of an extremely simple building. Upon entering, Xu Guang discovered an elevator. Then, what followed unfolded much as Xu Guang had anticipated. The elevator only offered options for basement level 1L1 and basement level 2L2. But, after retinal unlock and facial recognition unlock, the LED touchscreen displayed an option for basement level L3. Pressing the screen button, the elevator began its descent. Xu Guang had expected to arrive shortly, but it took quite a while before the elevator finally came to a stop. Wu Keqiang beside him offered a timely explanation. Brother Chu, our base is located 120 meters underground. Above it lies our nation's most advanced nuclear-proof facilities. It's not just for nuclear protection, it's also to guard against martial arts masters from abroad. Xu Guang nodded and replied. That makes sense. Better safe than sorry. Wu Keqiang seemed to recall something and sighed deeply. Carelessness is no option. Brother Chu, you must understand a grandmaster's all-out strike, unleashed at any cost, rivals the destructive force of an intercontinental missile. I myself am at the grandmaster realm, so I know all too well how terrifyingly powerful martial artists at this level can be. Therefore, we absolutely cannot afford to be complacent. Xu Guang. If the might of a grandmaster were not so terrifying, how could the international standing of our great nation, China, have sunk to such a low point once again? Subsequently, guided by Wu Keqiang, Xu Guang formally entered the Dawn base. It was much as he had expected. The entire base was vast. Very, very large. By conservative estimates, it was at least the size of a medium-sized county. The amount of national funding invested in its construction was undoubtedly astronomical. Moreover, within its confines, he witnessed countless scenes straight out of a movie. Armed patrol guards, patrolling drones, and low-tier martial artists on patrol. Various laboratories, and scientists in protective suits working inside them. Wu Keqiang explained. Brother Chu, the state has invested over 600 billion yuan into our Dawn base. It's massive in scale, covering an area comparable to a county-level city in central China. However, the population is relatively small, just over 5,000 people in total. Most are logistics and security personnel, while a smaller number are top scientists from various fields conducting research on cultivation practices, spiritual veins, and spiritual herbs. Finally, only a very small fraction are martial artists. Yet these individuals form the true core of this base. Xu Guang listened patiently. By the end, he couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, "General Wu, I understand cultivation and martial artists. But what about these scientists?" Hearing this, Wu Keqiang replied with a smile. "Brother Chu, this is where your knowledge falls short. Have you ever heard of this term, scientific cultivation?" Xu Guang. This feels like something straight out of a web novel. Li Aigua, standing nearby, chuckled as he explained. "Comrade Chu, it's like this. After the spiritual energy revival, although there is a complete cultivation method, but nations around the world never gave up on the idea of scientifically deciphering martial arts. If they succeed, we could mass-produce martial artists and churn out spiritual herbs and veins on an industrial scale. At the very least, we could integrate martial arts with science to produce some spiritual energy weapons. Of course, this is extremely difficult. 5 years have passed and our scientists have yet to achieve any breakthroughs." Wu Keqiang, standing nearby, sighed deeply and said, "This is our nation's sole hope for revival. The state has provided substantial support, yet we've seen no tangible results. We're on the verge of despair. Thankfully, heaven has blessed our nation by sending Brother Chu to us." Xu Guang. He didn't know what to say. He felt a strange sensation. The predicament of these elders resembled that of our ancestors from decades ago. The latter lacked money, grain, talent, and so on. The former lacked spiritual herbs, cultivation resources, cultivation techniques, and so forth. The essence was the same, only the nature of their shortages differed. And he was merely a transporter. Upon reflection, there was a genuine sense of accomplishment in transporting useful items to aid these admirable individuals. Especially when he saw the joy in their eyes, he felt genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. Reflecting on the current plight of his homeland, Xu Guang's resolve only strengthened. Once he reached the next mythical realm, he would gather as many resources as possible to fuel the great rejuvenation of China. Half an hour later, led by Wu Keqiang, Xu Guang and Li Aigua arrived at the entrance of a large ICU ward. Through the glass door, Xu Guang took a quick look inside. The ward must have been over 100 square meters, filled with stacks of books, furniture, and various cultivation tools. For instance, alchemy furnaces and meditation chambers for breathing exercises. Moreover, on the central hospital bed lay an elderly man covered in tubes. His hair was entirely white, he wore a hospital gown, and his eyes were tightly shut, appearing as though he were on the verge of death. However, his complexion bore no resemblance to that of an ICU patient. Instead, it grew increasingly rosy. A small spirit-gathering array was set up around the bed, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that was being absorbed by his body. Beside the bed sat a young girl, peeling an apple. She wore the standard training uniform of a base martial artist, accentuating her well-proportioned figure. Paired with her long, flowing black hair, she was undeniably a classic beauty in the making. Knock knock knock. Wu Keqiang raised his hand to knock on the door, simultaneously calling out softly inside. "Old Zhao, open up. The national treasure sent here by the state is here, I've brought him along." The words had barely left his mouth. In the ICU ward, the elderly man who had been keeping his eyes closed suddenly opened them. An expression of immense delight flashed across his face, and he immediately instructed the girl beside him. "Xiaoqi, our benefactor has arrived. Open the door quickly." At his words, the girl stopped peeling the apple and nodded with immense delight. "Yes, Grandpa, rest now. I'll go open the door right away." She set aside the partially peeled apple and fruit knife, then hurried to open the door. Creak! The hospital room door swung open. Upon seeing the visitors, a sweet smile instantly lit up the girl's face as she said in a sugary voice, "Uncle Wu, you're here." Then she pointed to Xu Guang behind him and asked, "Uncle Wu, this must be Comrade Chu, right?" Wu Keqiang immediately replied, "Yes, you've probably seen his photo already. I know your grandfather is impatient, so as soon as the plane landed, I brought him over." Zhao Siki. "Meichem, thank you, Uncle Wu. Please come in." Wu Keqiang. "All right." Then, taking Xu Guang's hand, he said, "Come on, Chu, let's go inside first. I'll introduce you later." Xu Guang seemed pointless to speak, so he just followed inside. 37. Preparing to enter the battle for supremacy world. Xu Guang. There seemed no need to speak, I could only follow inside. Entering the hospital room, they approached the bedside. At some point, Zhao Tianxiang had struggled to sit up against the bedside, his complexion noticeably improved. Spotting Xu Guang and the others enter, he immediately greeted them with a cheerful smile. "Old Wu, you're here. Sit down, sit down. Xiaoqi, go get my special reserve pu'er tea and brew it for our guests." Zhao Siki. "Yes, Grandpa." She immediately went to the side to get busy. Seeing this, Wu Keqiang immediately scolded with a laugh. "Old Zhao, I'll tell you what, you're the one who can't bear to drink that premium pu'er tea yourself. What's gotten into you today?" Zhao Tianxiang laughed back. Old Wu, haven't you seen who's coming? If my health weren't so bad, I'd have gone to the airport myself. Ha ha. The two shared a knowing smile. Wu Keqiang said. Alright, I won't banter with you old codger anymore. Let me introduce you. This is Comrade Chu Guang. The Snowlingji and Immortal Wine were both obtained by Comrade Chu in the Nezha stirring the sea world. Then he turned to Chu Guang and introduced. Comrade Chu, this is Comrade Zhao Tianxiang. Comrade Li should have mentioned him, he's our most powerful patriotic overseas Chinese who's returned to the motherland. His strength is on par with mine late grandmaster level. Unfortunately, he was ambushed by martial arts masters from the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom country and is now on his deathbed. Thankfully, Comrade Chu came to his aid. As the words fell, Zhao Tianxiang on the hospital bed expressed his profound gratitude. Indeed, it was fortunate to have Comrade Chu's snow ginseng and immortal wine. Otherwise, this old body of mine would have turned to dust long ago. Chu Guang noticed that as the man spoke, his eyes were completely filled with gratitude. It was clear every word came from the heart. This wasn't some Oscar-winning actor putting on a show. For some reason, Chu Guang suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He replied with equal sincerity. Senior Zhao, they say with great power comes great responsibility. After all, I am also a Chinese person, with the blood of our Chinese people flowing through my veins. When the nation faces hardship and our compatriots are in distress, how could I stand idly by? After all, we're all family. There's no need for formalities between us. At the words one family, the gratitude in Zhao Tianxiang's eyes instantly gave way to admiration and emotion, and his smile grew even brighter. Ha ha, well said. Comrade Chu, in our China today, there aren't many young people with your level of awareness. And please, don't call me Senior Zhao anymore. Just call me Uncle Zhao, it feels more familiar. As he spoke, his gaze casually drifted toward his granddaughter, Zhao Siki. Chu Guang understood the implication perfectly well. However, he felt no particular connection to Zhao Siki. After all, this was their first meeting. Even if he were to seek a partner, he would prioritize someone from the mythical world. It wasn't that Zhao Siki wasn't good enough, but girls from the mythical world were typically ancient women. After all, who could resist a girl who strictly adheres to wifely virtues and the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? So he promptly declined. Elder Zhao, I dare not overstep my place in the family hierarchy. I hope you understand. Hearing the title Old Zhao, Zhao Tianxiang's heart naturally stirred with complex emotions. But he wouldn't force the issue. Waving his hand, he said, Comrade Chu, I understand your intentions. Just call me Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao won't make things difficult for you young people. Upon hearing this, Chu Guang finally nodded in agreement. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Following Zhao Tianxiang's arrangement, Chu Guang spent over 10 minutes alone with him. After some initial small talk, they quickly got down to business, discussing the specific arrangements for the battle between the mythical realm and the secret realm. According to the national plan, Zhao Tianxiang would lead the Chinese contingent in this secret realm battle. With the aid of the Snowlingji and Immortal Wine, the opponent's physical recovery was remarkably swift, and they would return to peak condition within 7 days at most. As for the mythical world, considering it was the Battle of Zhulu the Yellow Emperor versus Qi Yu, Zhao Tianxiang ultimately offered 2 suggestions. First, bring some modern weapons to avoid unexpected emergencies. Second, bring modern supplies. These supplies would not only be needed for the main quest but could also be used to bolster the Yellow Emperor's strength, facilitating a more decisive victory over Qi Yu. Chu Guang agreed to each of these points. Finally, there was one more crucial matter. According to arrangements made by the Huaxia faction, from the supplies brought back from Nezha's world, the state would provide a portion of the immortal wine and 2 spiritual herbs to aid Chu Guang in breaking through his cultivation realm. The requirement was to advance at least to late D tier, which would reassure the state. After all, the world of the Battle of Zhulu remained far too perilous. Chu Guang initially intended to refuse. With his lotus flower physical body, he was more than capable of surviving the Battle of Zhulu. But he couldn't resist the pressure and ultimately agreed. Finally, according to the schedule, all this would be completed within 10 days. That meant in 10 days' time, it would be time to set off for the mythical world of the Battle of Zhulu. The next 10 days would be the most fulfilling 10 days of Chu Guang's life. First, he must meticulously review all historical records pertaining to the Battle of Zhulu. Second, he must keep pace with advancing his cultivation realm. Lastly, he must prepare all necessary supplies and store them within the system's storage space. It was worth mentioning that during these 10 days, Dawn Base underwent significant changes. First, the spiritual herbs, elixirs, and divine wines have greatly benefited many base members. Overall cultivation levels have risen by either a minor or major tier. Take Wu Keqiang, for instance. As the divine wine flowed down his throat, he felt the explosive surge of spiritual energy within his body and the rapidly increasing vitality of his lifespan. His face betrayed nothing but delight and a fierce, surging battle intent. Over the years, our nation has endured far too much humiliation. Now is the time to reclaim what is ours. And those immortal pills. Useless to martial artists, yet potent for ordinary folk. To maximize the effects of these elixirs, the state has specially selected 10 of the most loyal PLA soldiers for special training. Their rank was comparable to that of Yang, the astronaut hero of the time. Upon receiving the assignment from higher-ups, after signing various pledges, they had even prepared themselves for the possibility of sacrifice at any moment. However, when their superiors placed 10 divine pills before them and revealed the truth, the steely resolve in the eyes of these 10 brave soldiers of our nation instantly turned to shock. Then, it instantly transformed into excitement. Unparalleled excitement. As soldiers, especially those eager to serve their nation, their greatest aspiration was to defend our great motherland with their modest stature. Yet reality dealt them a crushing blow. Without the necessary aptitude, they could not enter the path of martial arts. In this new era where conventional weapons are nearly obsolete and spiritual energy has resurfaced, being barred from martial arts means their ideals remain unattainable, condemning them to exist on the periphery of the nation's core. This is undeniably devastating. Yet the nation did not forget them, did not forget these worthy individuals. Thus, upon obtaining these divine pills, they immediately thought of them. As each divine pill dissolved within them, unleashing a torrent of surging power, these 10 beloved soldiers of our nation could not hold back their tears. 38. The Battle for Dominance, the Yellow Emperor in Shiyu. Su Hu was one of them. His great-grandfather was a first-class meritorious martyr of the Laoshan campaign, and his grandfather was a model representative in earthquake relief efforts. His father was a military lieutenant colonel, and he himself was now a military captain. It could be said that his entire family was composed of meritorious service members. Influenced by his family background, his greatest wish in life was to defend his homeland with his own hands. Yet tragically, due to his lack of aptitude, he could not pursue the path of martial arts. He watches helplessly as his beloved homeland is trampled by foreign invaders. For he couldn't even defeat a novice martial artist at the earliest E rank level. Even with the aid of firearms, the outcome remained the same. This was the gulf between martial artists and ordinary people. He felt utterly hopeless, convinced he would grow old in misery and die with regret. But then, good news arrived. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from the immortal pill within him, sensing strength surpassing that of many martial artists, Su Hu's eyes welled up with tears. His fists clenched tightly, his nose stinging with emotion, yet he didn't utter a sound. For he understood. From this moment onward, he possessed the true strength to serve his country. From now on, if those foreign tribes dared to trample upon our compatriots again, he would no longer stand by helplessly. Before him, the one in charge of distributing the immortal pills was an S-rank martial artist with the military rank of Major General. His expression was stern as he addressed the soldiers in a loud voice. Comrades, you are about to undertake a mission of the utmost importance. You are to proceed to Poseidon Island as reserve forces for the S-class Secret Realm Exploration Team. This mission is extremely dangerous. You may well be sacrificed. You may well be sent as backup into the secret realm to fight against the world's top martial artists. Therefore, the state provides you with these specially formulated medicines to enhance your strength. Now, the nation and its people need you. Tell me, are you afraid? As the words fell, 10 military warriors, including Su Hu, let out a unified roar from the depths of their souls. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. Hearing this, the brigadier general before them felt a lump rise in his throat as well. He raised his voice and declared, "Good. You are all exemplary. You are all the pride of the Chinese people. The nation and its people will never forget you. Moreover, the nation will not let your sacrifice go in vain. The medication you've obtained is extremely rare and can significantly enhance your combat capabilities. In the time ahead, focus all your efforts on absorbing its effects. Strive to reach at least early S-rank strength before heading to Poseidon Island for the mission." According to Tai Jinrun's explanation, a single immortal pill could grant a century's worth of cultivation. According to the results scientists obtained from the Taihu Light Supercomputing Center, it could precisely elevate an ordinary person's cultivation to the early S-rank level. With such strength, entering the sea-level secret realm would pose no problem whatsoever. Before them, Su Hu and 10 other brave military warriors once again responded with a thunderous chorus. They had long prepared themselves for sacrifice at any moment. Moreover, the thought of entering the ocean-tier secret realm Poseidon, where they could finally battle those foreign devils who dared to trample upon our Chinese homeland, left not a trace of fear in their eyes. All they felt was an overwhelming eagerness. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, nations worldwide were frantically preparing for the sea-level secret realm Poseidon. Inside Dawn Base, Zhao Tianxiang had fully recovered and was leading his team in training, preparing for the impending battle. Inside the science laboratory, natural scientists, alongside martial arts artifact masters and alchemists from our Dragon Nation, were conducting various scientific studies on the array of magical artifacts brought by Chu Guang. First up was the. Unfortunately, time was insufficient, yielding no significant research findings. The same applied to the soul-capturing bell and the 9-dragon divine fire cover. Then, considering safety factors, the Yanjing authorities decided to entrust the soul-capturing bell, one of the 3 magical artifacts, to Chu Guang for his use. Upon receiving this news, Chu Guang instinctively wanted to refuse. But the nation had made its decision. He couldn't resist, so he had no choice but to agree. 10 days. With the aid of immortal wine and spiritual elixirs, Chu Guang's strength saw a dramatic increase. He successfully advanced from late E rank to late D rank. He had leaped over an entire major realm. The tangible sensation was this: when Chu Guang clenched his fist, he felt a power far greater than before. If before, his punches could deliver a force of 1,000 jin. Now, each punch delivered at least 2,000 jin of force as a baseline. Beyond that, all his sensory organs had been greatly enhanced and his limbs had become more agile. Meanwhile, preparations for the nation's journey to the other world were nearly complete. Considering the historical backdrop of the Battle of Zhulu, a mythical era, along with the system's side quests, the supplies prepared by the nation primarily consisted of various daily necessities and medical supplies. Among these, all medical supplies consist of traditional Chinese herbal medicines. Bringing Western medicine would have caused considerable complications in explaining its use. Additionally, a reference manual was provided. In the original historical narrative, the Yellow Emperor was fully capable of defeating Qi Yu. The main quest assigned by the system posed little challenge. Therefore, Chu Guang's actual mission was not centered around the system's main quest. Assisting the nation in gathering resources is the core mission. With the Dawn base joining the effort, preparations were exceptionally thorough and progressed at a rapid pace. By the afternoon of the 10th day, all necessary preparations were complete. Brother Chu. Wu Kexiong, a man of rough exterior but keen insight, approached Chu Guang with a hearty laugh. Everything is ready. When should we depart? Chu Guang. The sooner the better. After all, the mission has a time limit. Wu Kexiong. All right. Chu Guang. By the way, how are preparations going for the national initiative regarding the sea-level secret realm? Wu Kexiong. We've made the most comprehensive preparations possible. This is essentially a national campaign. Everything you brought back, Brother Chu, has been incorporated into our plans. It's safe to say our nation's confidence is stronger than ever. Rest assured. This time, we'll definitely give those foreign devils a huge surprise. Wu Kexiong was supremely confident. Never mind the elixirs and potions, just the 9-dragon divine fire cover, a single artifact slated for deployment, would leave the Eagle Nation and the land of cherry blossoms speechless. He continued. Additionally, there's the 3-flame true fire, a divine technique of the immortals. Test results show its power far surpasses any martial technique currently on Blue Star. Its destructive force is immense. An S-rank martial artist wielding it could instantly annihilate opponents of equal rank and even threaten grandmaster level practitioners. After all, it is a divine technique. Without such power, it would be abnormal. Chu Guang nodded. The greater the power, the better. Our Huaxia truly lacks good martial arts techniques at present. This time, when we enter the world of the Battle of Zhulu, I'll see if I can bring back some divine arts as well. That way, we'll have a better chance in this national war. Wu Kexiong. Right, thanks for your hard work, Brother Chu. Is there anything else you need? Just ask, I'd sell my house to help if I had to. Though spoken with a smile, Chu Guang sensed the words came from the depths of his heart, utterly sincere. He smiled and shook his head. No need. Just prepare yourselves for the harvest. Wu Kexiong raised his right hand gratefully, patted his shoulder, and said sincerely. Brother Chu, the fate of our Huaxia rests in your hands now. Do your best, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just give it your all. Chu Guang. Understood. No need for further words. After taking inventory of the state-prepared supplies, Chu Guang placed the soul-capturing bell into the system's storage space. With a flick of his thoughts, the dual door portal opened. He stepped forward with his right foot, entering the mythical world of the Battle of Zhulu, where the Yellow Emperor fought Qi Yu. Wu Kexiong remained behind, watching the light gate gradually dissipate. His expression was a mix of worry and anticipation as he murmured. Brother Chu, you must return safely. Had the dual passage gate not been exclusive to Chu Guang, he would never have allowed him to take such a risk. 39. The Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor. The Battle of Zhulu occurred around 2600 BCE during the late Neolithic period, part of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors era. It also served as the birthplace of numerous Chinese myths and legends. At this time, the middle and lower reaches of the Yellow River were divided among numerous tribal alliances, frequently clashing over resources. 2 major tribes emerged as central powers, the Huaxia Tribal Alliance, led by the Yellow Emperor Shen Yuan and the Yen Emperor Shen Nong. The other was the Zhuoli Tribal Alliance, led by Qi Yu. Legend has it that during this great war, both sides employed numerous divine arts and summoned many celestial beings to aid them. This conflict ultimately laid the foundation for Huaxia civilization. To a certain extent, the combat power of this divine era was far inferior to that of the Nezha stirring the sea era. Yellow River Basin, era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. At this time, on the banks of a tributary of the Yellow River, atop a tall wooden altar, Two middle-aged men clad in animal skins, wearing fur caps, with sallow complexions yet remarkably robust builds, knelt in succession before the altar. The man kneeling in the front position had his face smeared with several streaks of mud, like a special forces soldier. The man behind him carried various herbs and dry tree bark. Clearly, this was Shinon, the god of agriculture who tasted 100 herbs. The one in front was the leader of the Yellow Emperor's tribe, the Yellow Emperor. Since this was the realm of deities, not the actual ancient world. Therefore, both men were enveloped in a faint aura of immortality. They possessed numerous skills, even the ability to communicate with heaven and earth. In recent times, the pressure of Qi Yu's attacks had grown increasingly intense. After the Huaxia tribes united, the Yellow Emperor immediately erected an altar, seeking aid from the celestial deities above. At this moment, he chanted incessantly in an ancient tongue. Behind him, the divine farmer did the same, both beseeching the protection of the celestial deities. Boom! Amidst their supplications, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the void before the Yellow Emperor and Shinon. Immediately afterward, a vast mass of white light appeared before the two. This white light felt utterly peculiar. It was not merely peculiar, it was downright eerie. For the light writhed in an eerie manner, and within moments, it coalesced into the shape of a door. Immediately after, creak! The light door swung open, and a figure stepped out from behind it. Standing about 180 centimeters tall, dressed in rich brocade robes, he exuded an air of scholarly grace and sanctity. None other than Xu Guang. He had imagined that arriving in the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would likely land him in some remote jungle. But now, upon closer inspection, what the hell was going on? Wait, what the hell is going on here? Xu Guang was a bit dazed. Because before him stood 2 people. To be precise, 2 primitive tribesmen. A quick glance revealed they were dressed like those primitive tribes from Feizhou, clad entirely in animal hides. Looking down further, before him lay numerous offerings of fruit and meat. His gaze drifted downward once more, and beneath the offerings stood a tall altar. So, this is a sacrificial ceremony? It must be. But then the question arises, which tribe is this? Xu Guang silently speculated. He hoped it wasn't the Qi Yu tribe that would spell trouble. He studied the 2 figures before him, while the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor were also sizing him up. He wondered if it was a glitch. Both spoke in ancient Huaxia dialect, yet Xu Guang understood every word. He heard them converse. Chieftain Yellow Emperor, could this be a divine being descended from the heavens? Look at his splendid attire, his exceptionally fair complexion, and his towering stature. He must be an immortal master without a doubt. Huang Di nodded in agreement. Highly likely. Look at the white clouds behind the immortal, they're indistinguishable from the clouds in the heavens. He must have come from above. He must have heard our pleas and descended specially to save us. The Yen Emperor immediately grew excited and hurriedly said, Chief Yellow Emperor, we must not neglect the immortal. His descent to our realm surely brings us great fortune and destiny. Hearing this, the Yellow Emperor burst into laughter and nodded. Of course. Why else would the immortal have descended? Quickly, quickly. Let us not delay. We must not keep the immortal waiting. With that, he hastily bowed before Xu Guang, then shouted with wild excitement. Huang Di of the Huaxia Tribal Alliance pays homage to the immortal for descending among us. We beseech the immortal to bestow upon us divine arts and supernatural powers, to aid the Huaxia Alliance in defeating Qi Yu and restoring the glory of our Huaxia Alliance. Beside him, the Yen Emperor Shinon immediately echoed. The Yen Emperor of the Huaxia Tribal Alliance humbly beseeches the immortal master to bestow upon us divine arts and supernatural powers, that we may defeat the Qi Yu tribe and restore the glory of our Huaxia Tribal Alliance. Amidst the mountainous cries, the 2 men bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Xu Guang before them. After hearing their introductions, he finally understood. So, he had traveled back in time to the altar where the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor were sacrificing to the heavenly deity. But, watching the 2 figures kneel in devout worship before him, Xu Guang felt a strange sense of dissonance. As a descendant of the Chinese people, by lineage, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor were ancestors of his ancestors' ancestors. For his ancient ancestors to kneel before him, what kind of propriety was this? Once he grasped the situation, he immediately stepped forward to help the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor to their feet, smiling as he said, Chieftains, I am no immortal master. Such profound reverence is beyond my worth. As he assisted them, Xu Guang carefully examined the surroundings. He noticed. The Yellow Emperor appeared more robust, while the Yen Emperor was noticeably frilier, his sunken eye sockets darkened and his skin somewhat sallow. This was likely an after effect of tasting hundreds of herbs. Beyond that, both men were remarkably short in stature. The Yellow Emperor barely reached 145 centimeters. As for the Yen Emperor, he likely stood under 140 centimeters tall. This was normal. Primitive humans, due to nutritional deficiencies and genetic factors, generally only reach this height. Even in the 21st century, some southern folks still fall within the 140-150 centimeters range. Before them, seeing the gentle expression on Xu Guang's face, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor instantly felt much more at ease. At the very least, this immortal master was no villain, their tribe might yet be saved. 40. Negotiating a deal with the Huaxia Tribal Alliance. The two paid no mind to Chu Guang's denial of being an immortal master. The Yellow Emperor said with a smile, "Immortal, please do not refuse. Our Huaxia Tribal Alliance has erected this altar today precisely to seek your assistance. Moreover, when you appeared, clouds and mist swirled around you, indistinguishable from the white clouds in the heavens. If that is not the mark of an immortal master, then what is?" The Yen Emperor chimed in. "If the title immortal displeases you, we may instead call you Supreme Immortal. The Yen Emperor, assuming Chu Guang was displeased with the title, deliberately added this clarification. Chu Guang. If these two venerable ancestors were to learn that he was the great-great-great-grandson of their great-grandson, who knows what they might think? He instinctively wanted to explain further. But, after trying several times to explain and seeing it was utterly useless, he could only resign himself to accepting it and said, "Chieftain of the Yellow Emperor, Chieftain of the Yen Emperor. My name is Chu Guang. Henceforth, address me as Mr. Chu. No more immortal. Yellow Emperor. Understood, Divine Being. Emperor Yen. Divine Being, we understand. Chu Guang. Alright, we must proceed slowly and not rush." Putting the matter aside, he immediately inquired, "Chieftains, what recent events have unfolded in the tribe? Tell me about them first. Also, I've brought some things that might help you later." Hearing this, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor were overjoyed. They hurriedly exclaimed, "Thank you, Divine Being. We knew you descended from heaven specifically to rescue us. Thank you. Chu Guang." Well, this time even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash away the stain. Unwilling to waste more breath on this matter, he pressed on. "So what's the current situation with the tribe? Speak first, time is of the essence." The Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor. Understood. After answering in unison, they recounted the current situation in full detail. Here's what happened. Due to conflicts over resources and territory, tribes throughout the Yellow River Basin had engaged in brutal wars of conquest. A year prior, following the Battle of Banquan, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor forged an alliance, forming the Huaxia Tribal Confederation. Meanwhile, Qiyu had also conquered numerous tribes, forming the Ninely Tribal Alliance with himself as leader. The Zhili tribes operated in the lower reaches of the Yellow River, encompassing the regions of present-day Shandong and Hunan provinces, and were preparing to expand into the middle reaches of the Yellow River, the Central Plains. The Central Plains, however, fell within the sphere of influence of the Huaxia Alliance. Thus, conflict arose between the two tribal alliances, and war was imminent. According to intelligence reports, Qiyu could summon winds and rains, deploy vast mist formations, manufacture weapons, and even master certain metallurgical techniques, making him exceptionally powerful. Currently, his armies were charging toward the Central Plains. On the side of the Huaxia Alliance, according to the Yellow Emperor's account, he had already dispatched envoys to summon Yinglong and Nuwa to aid in the battle. Simultaneously, an altar was being erected to invoke divine assistance from the celestial deities. Then, at this critical juncture, he happened to encounter Chu Guang, who had traveled through time. After hearing the detailed explanation, Chu Guang began to quietly calculate in his mind. Historically, he only needed to blend into the tribes. The Huaxia Alliance would ultimately prevail regardless. But, considering his own circumstances in Huaxia, he knew that merely blending in and learning to get by would never work. He said, "Chieftains, I do have some methods that could help you defeat Qiyu more effectively. However, I require something in exchange. After all, this was a mythical realm. The Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor must possess many valuable treasures." Sure enough. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor immediately nodded in agreement. "It is only right. Divine Being, rest assured we will not let you come here in vain. Then, Divine Being, please accompany us back to our tribe first, and we can discuss the details further?" Chu Guang agreed. After agreeing, he descended the altar under their guidance and headed toward the chieftain's residence. Along the way, Chu Guang carefully observed the Huaxia Tribal Alliance. He discovered it differed significantly from his expectations. First, the dwellings. Houses resembling the wooden structures of later eras had already appeared in large numbers. Their numbers were considerable, densely packed as far as the eye could see. Chu Guang made a rough estimate. The population here must be at least 10 to 20,000. Such a large number was by no means insignificant. Considering that the combined forces in the Battle of Zhulu exceeded 10,000 soldiers, such a population seemed entirely plausible. The chieftain's dwelling stood at the very heart of the tribe. It was exceptionally tall. At least twice as tall and nearly twice as large as the ordinary dwellings. Inside were the households of the Yen Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. The household was large, numbering over 12 in total, most of whom were children. Chu Guang understood that in this primitive society where infant mortality was extremely high, desperately having children was their only option. Additionally, there was a shaman leaning on a cane, its handle hollowed out. Upon seeing Chu Guang, the entire household of the Yen Emperor and the Yellow Emperor, including the shaman, immediately turned their curious and cautious gazes toward him. The Yellow Emperor hastened to explain. Everyone, please do not be afraid. This is the immortal Chu Guang, whom we have just invited. The immortal has descended personally to address our impending war with the Qiyu tribe. The Yan Emperor echoed. With the immortal here, the Qiyu tribe will face utter defeat this time. Hearing this, the wariness in the eyes of both families, including the shaman, vanished, replaced instantly by delight and anticipation. Subsequently, the others tactfully withdrew. In the vast hall, only Chu Guang, the Yan Emperor, and the Yellow Emperor remained. The Yellow Emperor spoke first. Immortal Chu, they have been dismissed. The very survival of our Huaxia tribe now rests entirely upon your divine grace. Emperor Yan's eyes brimmed with eagerness as he exclaimed excitedly. Honorable Immortal Chu, state your terms freely. The Huaxia tribal alliance will fulfill them to the utmost. Oh, and our Huaxia tribe has a girl of unparalleled beauty. Please accept her as a token of our gratitude. Chu Guang. Assisting the Huaxia tribes was a core quest from the system. He would certainly give it his all. But seriously, what the hell is this about a stunningly beautiful woman? Upon reflection, she must be some ancient ancestor-level figure. Better not. He immediately waved his hands and said. No, no, no. I'm not interested in women. Chiefs, let's get down to business. Hearing this, the Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor nodded in unison. Immortal Chu, we understand. Then please enlighten us, Immortal Chu, on the specific course of action. Chu Guang didn't beat around the bush, asking directly. Before I present my sincerity, I hope both chieftains will first demonstrate yours. I require various spiritual herbs and elixirs. By the way, Chief Huang Di, isn't it said you can seek assistance from external forces? I have matters that also require such aid. Might that be possible? According to legend, the Yellow Emperor summoned the dragons Yinglong and Nuwa to defeat Qiyu. According to the system's rules, living beings cannot be stored in the storage space. Would Yinglong and Nuwa count as living beings? If not, what if I brought them directly back to Huaxia? What would the victory rate be if Yinglong and Nuwa fought alongside Huaxia? Of course, this is merely a hypothesis. Whether it can succeed in practice still requires experimentation. Chu Guang continued. Beyond these, I also require numerous magical artifacts, those objects capable of containing forces beyond our own control. Chieftains, do either of you happen to possess any? 41. Hybrid rice, astonishing the Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor. The terms magical artifacts were utterly incomprehensible to the Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor. However, Chu Guang's explanation was perfectly apt. After careful consideration, the Yellow Emperor said, Immortal Chu, we do not currently possess such artifacts known as magical artifacts. But we can take you to a place where countless divine artifacts exist. Moreover, we can petition the heavens to bestow objects imbued with special powers. I trust the heavens will show mercy. But, since you come from the immortal realm, is it truly necessary to trouble yourself with such matters? Chu Guang's eyes narrowed as he nodded decisively. Of course it is necessary. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall present some supplies shortly for the two chieftains to witness. The Yellow Emperor. Very well, that would be most appreciated. I thank you, Immortal. Emperor Yan. Thank you, Divine Being. Chu Guang. You're welcome. Then, as the Yellow Emperor and Yan Emperor stared in astonishment, Chu Guang opened his system storage space with a thought and retrieved a small portion of its contents. Among them were some Chinese herbs, iron farming tools, and a selection of iron weapons. Any one of these items would be utterly commonplace in the modern world. Yet in this late primitive society, during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, their power felt like cutting-edge technology. The moment they saw them, the Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor lost their composure. Within the vast chieftain's chamber, the Yellow Emperor stared blankly, fixated on the iron sword before him. His expression betrayed utter disbelief as he exclaimed, Chu Shangxian, what kind of divine artifact is this? It appears exceptionally sharp, far sharper than our bone knives or bronze blades. Emperor Yan. Chu Shangxian, this object appears exceptionally resilient. Could this be an artifact from the immortal realm? Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Chu Guang. Well, it was actually quite normal for the Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor to react this way. After all, this was the late Neolithic era before even the ancient 3 dynasties of Xia, Shang, and Zhou had emerged, a time over 2,000 years before the Common Era. He explained. Chieftains, this object is not from the realm of immortals, but a commonplace item. This is ironware. This is a farming tool called a hoe. This is a weapon made of iron called a sword, far sharper than the bone knives you use. Ah, this is a woodcutter's axe, and this is an axe both exceptionally handy for chopping and splitting firewood. Then, in front of the Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor, he demonstrated their uses while explaining. He shouldn't have done that. But doing so left the Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Though this was a mythical realm, both the Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor possessed divine arts. But the gap in their knowledge and the vast generational divide in their worldviews were chasms no immortal arts could bridge. Boom! Boom! The Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor felt their heads buzzing, as if thunderclaps were violently striking their foreheads. Shock. Terror. The Yellow Emperor wore an expression of utter disbelief as he asked in horror. Honorable Immortal Chu, I have heard that the great god Pangu split heaven and earth, creating all living things in the world, and thus became the ruler of all creation. May I ask, O Immortal, are you that very Pangu? Or perhaps a disciple of the great god Pangu? As soon as the words fell, the nearby Yen Emperor chimed in, his tone equally questioning. Indeed, divine being. May we ask if you are the great god Pangu? Truth be told, we originally worship the goddess Niwa, who shares the same lineage and origin as the great god Pangu who opened heaven and earth. Therefore, in truth, we are also paying homage to you, Lord Chu. Chu Guang. They say modern people have vivid imaginations, but he never imagined our ancient Chinese ancestors possessed such first-rate powers of imagination either. His face twisted into an expression of both laughter and tears as he shook his head and said, No, no, no. I am not the great god Pangu. My name is Chu Guang, just an ordinary mortal. Hearing this, the Yellow Emperor immediately shook his head. Not so. The power displayed by the revered immortal Chu has already left us all in awe. Truthfully, our Huaxia tribal alliance has witnessed countless wonders throughout our history, yet we have never encountered an immortal master as profoundly skilled in the Taoist arts as you, Immortal Chu. Especially these iron artifacts presented by the esteemed Lord Chu, they are no ordinary objects. Our rival tribe, the Qiyu, possesses a few as well, though not many. Yet they guard them like precious treasures. The Yen Emperor nodded in agreement. Indeed, immortal. The iron tools of the Qiyu tribe are merely used to craft ordinary weapons. Compared to those presented by Immortal Chu, it's like a firefly trying to outshine the moon. Chu Guang. Alright, so the situation now is that he simply couldn't explain it clearly. Ahem. Chu Guang cleared his throat to mask his awkwardness and replied. Since you insist on seeing it this way, there's nothing Chu can do about it. Let's not dwell on that for now. Allow me to continue introducing some other items. Yellow Emperor. Very well. Emperor Yen. Very well. Then, Chu Guang moved his mind once more, retrieving additional supplies from the system's storage space. This feat once again left the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor utterly astonished. Teleportation? No. To these two chieftains of Huaxia, Chu Guang seemed to conjure objects out of thin air, making his status as an immortal even more undeniable. This time, Chu Guang retrieved numerous Chinese herbs from his storage space, along with some food supplies and agricultural seeds. The system's side quest was to aid the Huaxia tribal alliance in advancing its civilization. That was why Chu Guang had brought these items. As Chu Guang explained, the expressions of astonishment on the Yellow Emperor and Yen Emperor's faces deepened into utter bewilderment. By the end, their astonishment had nearly numbed them. After all, every single item Chu Guang presented was, to them, an absolute game-changer. Especially those Chinese herbs. After all, the Yen Emperor Shen Gongbao had tasted hundreds of plants and understood exactly what these Chinese herbs signified. And those crop seeds. At first, when Chu Guang mentioned that planting 1 mu of land could yield enough grain to feed 5 people for an entire year, the two men couldn't quite grasp the significance. Then, Chu Guang inquired. Chieftains, what containers does your tribe currently use? What do you use to store your food and water? How long can they hold supplies? How much can they hold? The Yellow Emperor replied. We use clay pots to store water and food, but they don't keep for very long. As for capacity, the food stored in 1 clay jar is enough to feed our entire tribe for half a month. Chu Guang. Based on this calculation, the grain yield from 1 mu of land would sustain your entire tribe for 3 to 4 years. Of course, this assumes intensive cultivation. But even with slash and burn farming, it would still last a full year. Moreover, these seeds are high-quality varieties capable of being replanted. Many modern crop seeds lack the ability to be replanted. Even if they do, the yield from the second planting is significantly reduced. Therefore, during spring plowing, commoners must purchase crop seeds, for which the state provides grain seed subsidies. This practice persists even in the era of spiritual energy revival. After all, the number of martial artists capable of cultivation remains too small. 42. Emerald Bamboo Valley, the foundations of the Flame Emperor and Yellow Emperor. Before them. Yellow Emperor. Emperor Yen. After hearing Chu Guang's words, everyone was dumbfounded. To help them grasp the concept, Chu Guang deliberately illustrated the approximate size of 1 mu of land. Then, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor froze in place. But the next moment, as if struck by a realization, the admiration in their eyes toward Chu Guang deepened. We thank you, Divine Being Chu. For descending to aid our Huaxia tribal alliance, I, the Yellow Emperor the Yen Emperor, shall offer numerous sacrifices to you. We shall venerate you as the supreme deity of our Huaxia tribal alliance. Chu Guang. Forget it, forget it. He was already accustomed to these two ancient ancestors' reactions. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, Chieftains, as per our earlier agreement, these items cannot be given freely. Now is the time for you to show your sincerity. Hearing this, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor nodded repeatedly, saying, Understood, Supreme Immortal Chu. Rest assured, we shall offer our most sincere sincerity. We will not disappoint you. After exchanging further respectful words, the two led Chu Guang out of the chieftain's quarters toward the altar. They did not proceed directly to the sacrificial rites, but instead passed by the altar and headed toward a valley. Then, just as they stepped outside the Huaxia Tribal Alliance's settlement, a scene unfolded that slightly startled Chu Guang. There, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor appeared to be silently chanting something, as if reciting incantations. Accompanied by the murmurs of incantations, a strange wind suddenly materialized around them. This strange wind swept up clouds from the sky, as if alive, actively swirling toward the feet of Chu Guang, the Yellow Emperor, and the Yen Emperor. Then, Chu Guang felt as though he were stepping onto a thick carpet, his entire body lifting off the ground. Supported by the pure, soft white clouds, he continued his journey toward the valley. Soaring through clouds and mist. Is this the power of our ancient ancestors, as spoken of in myths and legends? Chu Guang's eyes shone brightly. After all, he had lived in the Nezha's sea-rushing world and possessed late-stage D-rank strength. Therefore, Chu Guang wasn't overly shocked. Instead, he felt immense curiosity about the power our ancestors had demonstrated. The Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor remained unaware of Chu Guang's inner thoughts. Their expressions remained profoundly respectful as they said, "Honorable Immortal Chu, these are the techniques imparted to us by the Divine Master. We fear they may seem rather crude. We hope you will not laugh at our inadequacy. Supreme Immortal Chu, the place we are heading to is called Emerald Bamboo Valley. It was discovered by chance by our Yen Emperor, Shen, during his quest to taste hundreds of herbs in search of cures for incurable diseases. It holds abundant spiritual herbs and medicines. We have stationed over 100 special tribesmen to guard it, ensuring its protection. Under no circumstances may anyone set foot inside without special permission. Should you, Immortal Chu, find anything of interest shortly, feel free to pick it directly." Chu Guang observed that both men maintained respectful expressions throughout their explanation. Seeing this, he felt no need for further politeness. After all, back in the homeland, the current situation for our Huaxia people was truly dire. He nodded and said, "In that case, I shall humbly comply. Rest assured, chiefs, everything I display today shall be gifted to you both. Moreover, I shall impart to your Huaxia tribes more advanced civilizations. You shall not be disappointed." Hearing this, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor were filled with delight and gratitude. They hastily bowed in thanks. "We are profoundly grateful to the revered Immortal Chu. With your assistance, the Huaxia Tribal Alliance will surely defeat the Qiyu tribe and defend the interests of our Huaxia tribes." Chu Guang. I will also intervene regarding the situation with Qiyu at that time. Enough of that for now. Let us first go to Chui Forest Valley and see for ourselves. At his sides. When they heard Chu Guang say he would also intervene with Qiyu, the delight already shining in their eyes grew even more pronounced. Their eyes even glowed with excitement, turning slightly red. In their eyes, Chu Guang had become a figure akin to the great god Pangu. If he were to intervene, victory for our Huaxia Tribal Alliance in this great battle against the Qiyu tribe would be utterly assured. The speed of the cloud riding was not slow. During the journey, Chu Guang deliberately released his aura to gauge the strength of the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor. His conclusion was clear. The Yellow Emperor's strength, on the blue star where spiritual energy was reviving, was roughly equivalent to that of a mid-stage A-rank martial artist. The Yen Emperor's power was slightly weaker, roughly equivalent to an early-stage A-rank martial artist. However, considering their ability to establish altars and borrow power from the deities of this world, these levels represented only their apparent strength. At that moment, the sun had just begun to dip toward the horizon. Judging by the light, it must be afternoon now. Fortunately, they had reached their destination, Bamboo Valley. As they approached the valley entrance, several clouds drifted in from the distant lowlands below. Perched atop the clouds stood dozens of yellow-skinned primitives clad in fur robes, armed with spears or bows and arrows. Needless to say, most were likely members of the Huaxia Tribal Alliance. Upon recognizing the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor, these dozens of primitives immediately controlled the clouds beneath their feet. The cloud carrying the Yellow Emperor and Yen Emperor automatically lowered itself half ahead, and they knelt on the ground, respectfully declaring, "Chieftain Yellow Emperor. Chieftain of the Yen Emperor." The Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor nodded in unison, then commanded, "Open the Green Bamboo Valley. We have honored guests arriving." The leader of the Huaxia Tribal Alliance replied, "Yes, both chieftains." He responded with utmost respect, immediately standing up and forming a hand seal before his chest. Chu Guang observed that the manner of their hand seals was utterly peculiar, differing entirely from anything he had ever seen, even from what he had witnessed in films and television dramas. But, as the gesture unfolded, a strange transformation occurred. Behind these members of the Huaxia tribes, where the land had resembled a primeval forest, a phantom gate suddenly materialized out of thin air. As time passed, the gate gradually solidified. The Yellow Emperor immediately explained, "Chu Shengxian, this is the gate to Bamboo Valley of our Huaxia Tribal Alliance. It differs from ordinary gates." The Yen Emperor added, Shu Shangxian, I too discovered this place by chance through a divine encounter. Rest assured, divine sage, there are no dangers within. It abounds with spiritual herbs and medicines, you may gather them all without hesitation. Chu Guang. Well, if that's the case, then let's go inside. Given his offer, refusing now would seem ungrateful and overly pretentious. The Yellow Emperor. Understood. Emperor Yen. Understood. Then, guided by the two, they set off toward the Emerald Bamboo Valley. 43. The difference between slash and burn farming and intensive cultivation. True to its name, upon entering the Emerald Bamboo Valley, the entire valley was covered in lush green bamboo forests, a scene of vibrant vitality. A gentle breeze blew, like a beloved maiden caressing her lover's cheek. A small stream flowed through the valley, its waters crystal clear. Moreover, Chu Guang discovered numerous small creatures. Rabbits, bamboo rats, and even 2 giant pandas, China's national treasures. Simultaneously, when his gaze swept toward the northwest, he spotted a legendary creature on a grassy plain, the 9-colored deer. Judging by its build, the deer resembled a cicadeer. But its body was covered in 9 distinct colors, making it exceptionally beautiful and giving off an aura of sacredness. Sensing Chu Guang's gaze, the 9-colored deer lifted its head from grazing and glanced over twice. The next instant, a radiant glow of 9 colors erupted from its body, enveloping the entire 9-colored deer before vanishing without a trace. Before Chu Guang could ask, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor cheerfully explained. Shu Shangxian, this is the 9-colored deer, the sacred beast of our Huaxia tribal alliance. Oh, and those are iron-eating beasts. But unlike Qi Yu's mounts, these have been tamed. They won't harm anyone, nor do they harbor demonic power within them. Just don't provoke them. Chu Guang's eyes flickered slightly. So the legend of the 9-colored deer had existed since the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. According to the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor, pandas possess no demonic power. That meant animals in this timeline could cultivate into spirits. A sudden pang of worry gripped Chu Guang's heart. However, recalling the ultimate outcome of the Battle of Zhulu, that threat of worry instantly dissipated. He shifted his gaze to the spiritual herbs and medicinal plants within the valley. Sure enough, just as the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor had said, the entire bamboo valley was filled with spiritual herbs and medicines, and at a glance, they were clearly no ordinary specimens. They grew thick and lush, resembling a paradise of medicinal treasures. Unfortunately, there were no particularly rare herbs to be found. For instance, there was not even a trace of lingji mushrooms. Nevertheless, Chu Guang was thoroughly satisfied. He immediately leapt down from the auspicious cloud and turned his gaze toward the nearest herb. The Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor beside him hastened to explain. Immortal Chu, this herb is called returning dragon grass. It strengthens the bones and tendons, making it a rare and excellent spiritual medicine. There are about 600 plants in this valley. Chu Guang nodded approvingly before turning his attention to the next herb. The Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor followed suit, promptly offering their descriptions. Then, over the next half hour, Chu Guang examined nearly 100 medicinal plants, surveying every spiritual herb in the entire bamboo valley. His final verdict, barely passable. Compared to the world of Nezha's sea raising, the treasures here were truly insignificant, but better than nothing. Chieftains, since the herbs in this valley possess such miraculous potency, why not gather some to enhance the strength of our Huaxia tribe? This was Chu Guang's greatest puzzlement at that moment. In his view, why hoard such valuable resources only to leave them untouched when hardship struck? Hearing this, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor exchanged wry smiles before replying. Honorable Immortal, you may not know this, but these herbs possess excessively potent properties. If our Huaxia people were to consume them, it would have adverse effects on their bodies. Chu Guang's brow furrowed slightly. Upon careful consideration, he realized their explanation wasn't without merit. He nodded and said, in that case, I shall respectfully defer to your judgment. Most of the spiritual herbs and medicines here appeal to me, but there's no rush to gather them. Upon returning to our tribes, we shall first discuss the specific terms of the transaction before making a final decision. The Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor both nodded in unison, replying with utmost respect. We respectfully obey your divine command. Then the trio departed. Before departing, Chu Guang cast a lingering glance toward the direction where the 9-colored deer had vanished, and toward the bamboo grove where 2 plump giant pandas still munched on bamboo shoots. For some reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. In the days to come, the 9-colored deer and the giant pandas would offer him immense assistance, perhaps even save his life. After leaving the Emerald Bamboo Valley, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor once again ascended into the clouds. In less than 10 minutes, they returned to the tribe. Below, the bustling members of the Huaxia tribe, upon seeing Chu Guang and the others soaring through the sky on clouds, immediately halted their tasks and knelt in reverence. Their expressions were profoundly reverent and utterly sincere. Chu Guang felt a strange illusion, as if he had arrived in a primitive tribe on the Feizhou Plains. But the thought that these were all my ancestors from ancient China quickly dispelled that feeling. Before long, they returned to the chief's residence. Chu Guang took the seat of honor, and both sides began discussing the specifics of the transaction. Chu Guang. Chieftains, I am satisfied with the spiritual herbs from Bamboo Valley. They can serve as exchange. As per our prior agreement, I will provide you with supplies to the best of my ability. The Yellow Emperor hastily inquired. May I ask, revered immortal Chu, could we exchange for those high-yield crop seeds? Food always comes first. The Yellow Emperor understood this well, so he asked directly. Beside him, the Yen Emperor mirrored this urgency, his face etched with longing. Xu Guang replied. Certainly. Moreover, I can provide not only high-yield millet seeds, but also high-yield potato and sweet potato seeds for you. With these crops, you'll never have to worry about food again. Potatoes and sweet potatoes were still confined to the American continent at that time, so the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor naturally had no idea what these things were. Therefore, both wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Xu Guang explained. Chieftains, the yield from these crops is such that a single acre can feed an entire tribe for many years. Put simply, planting just a few dozen acres would ensure your entire Huaxia tribe never faces food shortages again. They're easy to cultivate, unlike millet, which is so precious. The Yellow Emperor. Emperor Yen. Ah. Delight. Wild excitement. I thought Xu Guang's earlier claims about millet yields were already staggering enough. But now, these things were even more astonishing. The Yellow Emperor sniffed deeply, his voice brimming with gratitude. Honorable Immortal Chu, thank you truly, thank you. Without your aid, countless members of our Huaxia tribe would surely starve to death this year. Xu Guang shook his head. It's nothing. Our agreement extends far beyond this. After careful observation, I've concluded that our Huaxia tribe still has much more to improve upon. I shall now outline them one by one. The Yellow Emperor. Emperor Yen. Very well. Then, Xu Guang laid out all his thoughts. According to the requirements of the system's side quest, he had already formulated a strategy while still on the mainland. Xu Guang spoke slowly. First is the issue of productivity. Think of it this way, doing less work to support more people. Our Huaxia tribes currently have extremely low productivity. Even with the high-yield seeds I provided, within a few years, the seed's breeding capacity will decline, and yields will inevitably drop. Therefore, we need alternative approaches. First, I will bring you iron farming tools and advanced cultivation techniques. The slash-and-burn method is unsustainable. We must adopt intensive farming practices. Think of it this way. Then, Xu Guang explained the specific methods and benefits of intensive cultivation in detail. Emperor Huang and Emperor Yan listened with wide-eyed astonishment. Their gaze toward Xu Guang grew even more filled with admiration and gratitude. 44. Xu Guang, a divine being. After all, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor were chieftains. Their intelligence and understanding were quite sharp. Through Xu Guang's words, they easily discerned the immense information contained within. If matters truly unfolded as Xu Guang described, then, from this moment onward, the Huaxia tribal alliance would never, ever have to worry about food again. Xu Guang's voice rang out once more. Chieftains, beyond high-yield seeds, cultivating this land also requires specific methods and techniques. Here's how it's done. He then explained in great detail to the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor. He explained it in great detail. Not only that. Xu Guang also briefly touched upon irrigation techniques and the proper use of farming tools. The entire process sounded simple, but in reality, it demanded immense effort. On and off, intermittently, Xu Guang spoke for nearly an hour. After thoroughly covering all precautions and ensuring both the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor had successfully recorded everything, Xu Guang's tone grew solemn as he declared. Chieftains, what I am about to share may be beyond your current understanding. You may record it. For many years hence, your descendants will undoubtedly find it useful. Xu Guang had originally intended to keep the following information to himself. But, after all, he was a descendant of the Chinese people, with the blood of China flowing through his veins. Now that he had the chance to connect with our ancient ancestors, then making some changes wouldn't be such a bad thing. The Yellow Emperor's expression immediately turned solemn as he said. Rest assured, Supreme Immortal Chu. Even if we cannot comprehend it, we shall certainly act according to your wishes. The Yen Emperor echoed. Xu Shangxian, we shall engrave this in our hearts. We will treat it as a major tribal tradition, recording it at every moment, never forgetting it. Xu Guang shook his head. There's no need for such trouble, and you wouldn't understand these things anyway. Listen carefully. Bring forth your recording methods. Every word I speak next must be meticulously recorded. The Yellow Emperor. Understood. Emperor Yen. Immortal Chu, we understand. Xu Guang. First, the opening line, E equals MC squared. Almost forgot. Since you won't understand, I'll record it myself. Then, Xu Guang took the bamboo slips and engraving tool handed to him by the two men, carefully carving the words onto the bamboo. The Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor's view of Xu Guang was that he was a mysterious immortal. Now, upon seeing this nuclear fission reaction formula, though utterly incomprehensible, they were profoundly shaken. The Yellow Emperor. Celestial being, this must be the divine script of immortals. We cannot decipher it. Xu Guang shook his head. Chief, you need not know what this is for now. Just understand that in the future this will be of immense benefit to us, to your Huaxia tribe. Hearing this, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor exchanged glances before nodding firmly in agreement. Supreme Immortal Chu, we understand. Xu Guang. Very well, let us proceed. The Yellow Emperor. Agreed. Emperor Yen. All right. Next, Xu Guang carved every mathematical formula, chemical equation, and physical principle he knew into the bamboo slips. The content wasn't extensive, just a single bamboo slip. Yet, to the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor, the chemical reactions inscribed upon these bamboo slips appeared as nothing less than the celestial scriptures of immortals. They couldn't comprehend it, yet they were profoundly shaken. Simultaneously, their gratitude toward Xu Guang deepened. The Yellow Emperor spoke first, his tone sincere and filled with gratitude. Immortal Chu, we understand. This heavenly text, our Huaxia tribal alliance will certainly guard it as our most precious treasure. Should this divine text ever be lost, even if the immortal commands me to die, we shall never utter a single word of refusal. The Yen Emperor remained silent beside him, clearly acquiescing. Xu Guang had anticipated both men's reactions, so he remained unperturbed. He continued. The knowledge within is indeed profound. Though you cannot comprehend it now, your descendants will one day unlock its secrets. Once they truly comprehend it, that will be the moment they attain the Great Way. Of course, it would be best to pass down the immortal arts you currently possess to future generations. That decision rests entirely with you. Yellow Emperor. Xu Shangxian, we shall remember your words. Emperor Yen. Understood, Supreme Immortal Chu. Xu Guang. Good. Let us proceed. Afterward, Xu Guang proceeded to explain various modern scientific concepts and knowledge applicable to this era. For instance, iron smelting, salt refining, and crafting various tools. Since the bamboo slip recording method was rather inadequate, Xu Guang could only employ the simplest recording technique combined with oral narration to detail the entire process. Throughout, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor listened attentively and patiently took notes. The sky gradually darkened. After explaining the general situation, Xu Guang finally mentioned the Battle of Zhulu. Regarding the Qiyu tribe, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor stated, "We report to the Honorable Chu, the Qiyu tribe was once far removed from us. However, their recent expansion has become increasingly frequent, creating significant conflicts of interest with our Huaxia tribal alliance. Therefore, a clash between us and the Qiyu tribe is inevitable. Moreover, the signs of war are becoming increasingly evident." As if struck by a thought, the Yen Emperor's tone grew solemn and earnest as he declared, "Supreme Immortal Chu, we originally had little chance of victory. But with your assistance, our Huaxia tribes will undoubtedly achieve a great triumph in this great battle. Especially the iron smelting techniques you just imparted, such arts are of paramount importance to us and will undoubtedly give us the edge over Qiyu. In this primitive society, the techniques of iron smelting and salt refining were nothing short of divine arts. Thus, the confidence of both men was now sky high." Xu Guang smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on the matter. He continued. "If that is the case, then it is indeed the best outcome. By the way, regarding the upcoming battle, I can offer you some additional assistance. However, I must be away for a while. During that time, you should make thorough preparations." The Yellow Emperor. Agreed. Emperor Yen. Immortal Chu, we obey your command. Hearing this, Xu Guang wasted no words. He rose and headed toward the direction of the altar where the ritual had been performed. Then, with a thought, he activated the system's dual portal gate and returned to the mainland of Huaxia. His primary purpose for returning this time was to bring back some iron weapons. Though this was a world of myth and legend, iron tools held immense utility. One of the fundamental reasons the Qiyu tribe had grown so rapidly was precisely because they possessed iron weapons. After his departure, as they watched Xu Guang vanish from the spot, both the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor, along with the numerous tribesmen of the Huaxia tribal alliance below, were solemn and respectful. Simultaneously, the conviction within their hearts grew even stronger. Xu Guang, a divine being. What had just transpired? Could any mortal achieve such feats unless they were divine beings? 45. Preparing for the Battle of Zhulu. By the way, Chief Yendi, since Immortal Chu is already a divine being, why would he need the herbs from our bamboo valley? Though those herbs are of extraordinary value, many even possessing spiritual essence, they remain mortal things. Surely they should be insignificant to an immortal like you. Hearing this, the Yen Emperor beside him smiled and shook his head, saying, "Chieftain of the Yellow Emperor, have you not heard the saying, the intentions of immortals cannot be fathomed?" Yellow Emperor furrowed his brow in thought. After a moment, he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are right. I have been presumptuous." He then bowed deeply toward the direction where the light gate had vanished, speaking with sincere humility. "I pray the immortal forgives me. Back on the mainland of Huaxia, at the Dawn Base. Upon returning, Xu Guang found that Dawn Base remained unchanged. The exploration of the sea-level secret realm was about to commence, and the entire Dawn Base was currently focused on preparations for this mission. As of 1 hour ago, the second contingent of Dragon Nation martial artists dispatched to establish a presence on Poseidon Island had successfully arrived. Zhao Tianxiang and Su, who were part of the third contingent. At that moment, the two were in the main command center, briefing Li Aigua and Wu Keqiang. Upon hearing of Chu Guang's return, the four commanders' expressions immediately brightened, and they quickly made their way over. Moments later, Chu Guang emerged from the dedicated medical examination center, having just completed his physical checkup. Comrade Chu, haha, didn't expect you back so soon. How's your health feeling? Wu Keqiang spoke first, his words brimming with concern. Chu Guang's safety was paramount in their minds indeed, throughout all of China at that very moment. Chu Guang's eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied sincerely. I feel pretty good. No discomfort at all. Our medical comrades were very thorough and responsible. Hearing this, Wu Keqiang nodded with satisfaction and said, if that's the case, then we can rest assured. Li Aigua, standing nearby, looked expectantly at him. Comrade Chu, I wonder if you brought anything back this time? Zhao Tianxiang added from the side. Comrade Chu, even if you brought nothing back, rest assured we won't harbor any other feelings. These words from everyone were entirely heartfelt and sincere. Chu Guang understood this deeply and replied. Comrades, I appreciate your concern. However, this time, Chu Guang has fulfilled his mission and brought back quite a few valuable items. With that, Chu Guang produced all the spiritual herbs and medicines he had gathered in the Bamboo Valley. Though not abundant, nor as exceptional in quality as those from the Sea of Nezha. But they were better than nothing. Moreover, compared to those native to Huaxia, the value of these spiritual herbs and medicines far surpassed their local counterparts. In fact, they surpassed most treasures found in sea-level secret realms. After a cursory appraisal, Wu Keqiang burst into hearty laughter, cheerfully exclaiming. Comrade Chu, you've done us a huge favor this time. We weren't expecting much, but you've given us old folks a big surprise, huh? Zhao Tianxiang was equally overjoyed, grinning as he remarked. I've done some calculations. Comrade Chu, the spiritual herbs and medicines you've brought back this time are worth at least 100 billion on the market. At worst, it could elevate the strength of us 3 A-tier martial artists to S-tier. Li Aigua's eyes lit up as he said. Senior Zhao, so you're saying, our nation will soon gain 3 more S-rank martial artists? Zhao Tianxiang nodded repeatedly. Exactly. That's precisely it. Li Aigua burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. If that's the case, it would be absolutely wonderful. Our Huaxia warriors' overall combat strength will rise to a new level. This is truly excellent news. Wu Keqiang interjected with a reminder. It's good, but we Chinese must never forget our debt of gratitude. Without Comrade Chu, how could our Chinese martial artists have achieved such strength today? As he finished speaking, Zhao Tianxiang and Li Aigua both turned to look at Chu Guang, their eyes brimming with gratitude and respect. Then, both men stepped forward together, grasped Chu Guang's hands, and said sincerely. Comrade Chu, thank you so much. Without you, who knows what the future of our Chinese martial arts would look like? You've given us hope. Chu Guang had heard these words countless times before. Yet each time, he felt profound emotion welling up inside him. With equal sincerity, he replied. Comrades, I'll say it again, I am Chinese too. If I have the ability, I certainly won't let our fellow countrymen be bullied. Then he changed the subject. Let's set that aside for now. Returning to the mainland this time, I actually have a task to accomplish. He then briefly recounted his experiences with the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor, as well as the impending great battle. After listening, the others nodded in understanding. Li Aigua immediately voiced his opinion. Comrade Chu, if you ask me, bringing iron tools won't be enough. Why not take modern firearms instead? After all, many modern firearms are ineffective against martial artists. Taking them there would be a form of repurposing. However, Wu Keqiang countered. Old Li, you're mistaken. Taking hot weapons there won't help, our ancestors wouldn't know how to use them. Plus, they're cumbersome to operate and place a heavy burden on logistics. But cold weapons won't have these issues. Li Aigua pondered carefully for a moment before nodding in agreement. You're right. I oversimplified things. Wu Keqiang turned to Chu Guang. Comrade Chu, what items do you plan to bring? Chu Guang considered for a moment before replying. I'll bring some swords and bows, along with some armor. Originally, he had considered bringing some ancient heavy weapons, like catapults or even warhorses. But really, it was completely unnecessary. In an era where travel relied almost entirely on 2 legs and fortifications like city walls didn't exist, such things would be useless. Useless to keep, yet a pity to discard. Time flew by. Soon, 3 hours had passed. The state apparatus's operational capacity was truly formidable. In just 3 short hours, vast quantities of essential supplies were assembled. Cold weapons, 1,000 high-grade steel broadswords, 1,000 sets of leather armor, 300 wooden composite bows, 100,000 arrows. Logistical supplies, 10 tons of edible lard, 1 ton of iodized salt. Such an arsenal was utterly insignificant for modern China. In an era of revived spiritual energy and technological advancement, any S-rank martial artist could easily overwhelm an army equipped like this. Yet in the primitive society of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, possessing such equipment would make them truly heavenly soldiers. After stowing all supplies into his system space, Zhu Guang wasted no time. He activated the system's dual-dimensional portal and returned to the era of the Battle of Zhulu. 46. Spreading civilization, the Yan Emperor's astonishment. Watching him vanish once more into the designated core area of the base, Wu Kexiong, Li Aigua, Zhao Tianxiang, and the others wore expressions of profound emotion and immense anticipation. I wonder when Comrade Chu will return this time, and what new wonders he'll bring to our Huaxia civilization. Li Aigua murmured expectantly. Wu Kexiong beside him said. Oldly, we can't put too much pressure on him. Li Aigua. Yeah, I know. By the way, what's the latest on the League of Nations front? Wu Kexiong. Not good. The entire world's attention is focused on the Poseidon's secret realm right now. Old Zhao, you'd better get moving sooner rather than later. The exploration operation for the secret realm will commence shortly. At that point, whatever happens, self-preservation is the top priority. Hearing this, Zhao Tianxiang, who had been staring at the direction where Zhu Guang had vanished, replied slowly. Old Wu, I understand. But our Huaxia martial artists are no longer what they once were. This time, it won't be us needing to protect ourselves. Hearing this, Li Aigua beside him couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Indeed. With Comrade Chu's remarkable resources, the strength of our Chinese martial artists today far surpasses what it was back then. Zhao Tianxiang added. Especially the 3 flavors true fire technique he shared, its power is beyond description. Wu Kexiong grew puzzled. Old Zhao, have you tested the potency of those techniques Comrade Chu brought back? Zhao Tianxiang. Not yet, but we're about to begin. Wu Kexiong. Best to complete all testing before the battle of national destiny. Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Zhao Tianxiang. Right, I understand. The battle for supremacy. On the towering altar to the east of the Huaxia Tribal Alliance. Amidst a blinding flash of white light, Zhu Guang materialized upon the altar. Around him, over a dozen members of the Huaxia tribes watched the situation intently. Upon seeing Zhu Guang materialize, they immediately turned their heads, their eyes brimming with delight. Honorable Immortal Chu, you've returned. Quickly, go inform the chieftain that Lord Chu has returned. Yes. Upon receiving the orders, several members of the Huaxia tribe swiftly set off, hurrying toward the Emperor Huangdi and Emperor Yendi. Meanwhile, other tribesmen escorted Zhu Guang toward the heart of the tribal settlement. At that moment, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor were discussing preparations for the great battle against Qi Yu. Upon hearing the news, ecstatic expressions lit up their faces simultaneously. Quickly! Summon the divine sage Chu at once. Stepping outside, they soon encountered Zhu Guang approaching them. As the two prepared to bow in greeting, Zhu Guang interrupted directly. No need for formalities, chieftains. Let's return to the tribal center first. I've brought quite a few things this time. We'll discuss the rest later. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor both nodded in agreement, saying no more. The group proceeded toward the chieftain's residence at the heart of the tribe. Before long, they arrived successfully. Without further ado, Zhu Guang proceeded to recount everything he had obtained from his homeland of Huaxia. With a thought, he opened the system's storage space and retrieved several samples. Zhu Guang's voice sounded slowly. Chieftains, on this trip back to my homeland, you may think of it as heaven. I've brought back quite a few things, all of which are extremely beneficial to our Huaxia tribal alliance. This is iodized salt. Do you have any concept of salt? It's a salty substance. Without it, people lose their strength. At the mention of weakness, the two chiefs instantly understood. Master, we understand now. This stuff is just salted meat, right? Who would have thought it could be made so white and fine? It certainly looks quite appealing. The Yen Emperor said. Chu Immortal, truly a divine substance. We can only obtain such things by chance, yet you produce it so effortlessly. Zhu Guang. Salt is a precious commodity. Remember this while you must safeguard it carefully. As for the quantity, I brought quite a lot this time, a full ton. If you were to spread it all out, it could fill a small room for your clan. Remember, you must guard it carefully. This substance is of the utmost importance. The Yellow Emperor. Emperor Yen. Hearing Zhu Guang's words, both of them felt their heads buzzing. That many in one room? That many. Is this really necessary? It was simply too much. After all, we're talking about an entire room's worth here. They weren't familiar with the metric ton as a unit of measurement, but the concept of an entire room full was something they could grasp vividly. Moreover, both of them understood the importance of salt. In short, without salt, people lose their strength. Without strength, how could they hunt or fight the Qiyu tribe? What a surprise! What a surprise! A flood of emotions overwhelmed them. The Yellow Emperor couldn't hold back any longer and choked out. Chu Shangxian, thank you. Thank you. Your act, Divine Being Chu, has completely resolved the lingering concerns of our Huaxia tribal alliance. For this immense kindness and virtue, the Huaxia tribal alliance will repay you with all our strength.
Emperor Yen.
Yes, we shall repay you with all our might.
Doesn't the Honorable Immortal Chu favor our divine treasures?
From now on, whatever the Honorable Immortal Chu desires, we shall bestow it all. Hearing this, Chu Guang's face softened with emotion as he replied. Chieftains, this is merely a token of my gratitude. It is far from sufficient. Now, allow me to introduce the next item before we speak further.
The Yellow Emperor. Emperor Yen. Immortal Chu, we obey. Chu Guang. Very well.
He then explained the cold weapons and lard he had brought back. Since the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor didn't understand the metric unit ton, he converted everything into the traditional unit hu. Then, of course, upon hearing about several houses full of oil, the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor were dumbfounded. When they heard about thousands of iron cleavers and thousands of sets of leather armor, they were even more stunned. Their surprise soon turned to fervor, then erupted into hearty laughter.
The chieftain's chamber echoed with their unbroken laughter. Ha 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 ha. Heaven blesses our Huaxia tribal alliance. Heaven blesses our Huaxia tribal alliance.
Truly worthy of a celestial master, your generosity to us is no less than a heavenly gift. We've struck gold. This time, our Huaxia tribal alliance has struck gold big time.
Ha 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 ha. Thank you, Immortal Chu. Thank you, Immortal Chu. Without you, how could we have obtained such treasures?
At that moment, the minds of the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor were utterly consumed by exhilaration. In a word, they were grinning from ear to ear. As for the 300 composite bows and 100,000 arrows, their reactions were less intense. They simply couldn't grasp the magnitude.
47. Returning home, the first handover in the New World. Tianxian continent, within the domain of the Yellow Dragon sect. Night.
Thunder rumbled, lightning split the sky, casting the world in flickering light and shadow as deafening booms echoed. Splash splash splash. Bean-sized raindrops, driven by the thunder's urgency, were swept by fierce winds and fell relentlessly upon the earth.
Deep within the dense forest,
a woman clad in white trembled, her eyes bloodshot, sprinting forward at full speed. At times, she would stomp fiercely on the ground, propelling herself upward. At other times, she channeled her spiritual energy to fly on a sword. However, her spiritual energy seemed limited. After flying for only a short while, she plummeted back to the ground, gritting her teeth as she resumed her frantic run. Behind her, a ghostly figure pursued her at breakneck speed. Its speed was blinding, like a streak of rainbow light. Orangjingi, no cultivator can escape the cauldron I, Chen Tianji, have set my sights on.
You'd be wise to surrender peacefully. Ha 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 ha. Half an hour earlier,
he, a cultivator at the 7th layer of spiritual energy, had been passing through a small town, thinking to stop by the auction house to see if there was anything worthwhile.
Unexpectedly, this journey led him to discover a female cultivator with a 5 elements water spirit root.
After some inquiries, he learned this cultivator was none other than the eldest daughter of the Ouyang family. Ability, 5th layer of spiritual energy.
Shen Tianji hesitated. If he could cultivate her into a furnace vessel, he could break through to the 8th layer of spiritual energy in an instant. But
the Ouyang family's patriarch was a cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage. Though he held no regard for the Chen family, it would still prove troublesome. After much deliberation, he finally decided he would report this matter to his father, the head of the Chen family.
After hearing his son's account, Chen Tianfeng laughed heartily and declared, "Gee, the Ouyang family is nothing. I'll report this to the patriarch. Wiping them out is no trouble at all.
As for Ouyang Jingyi, do with her as you please." Hearing this, Chen Tianji burst into a wild laugh as well.
But alas, that old bastard Ouyang Nani actually used his life essence to send that out of the encirclement. Even this young master's father and the patriarch were held back. Damn it.
Once this young master catches you, you wretch, I'll torture you until you're barely clinging to life, then refine you into a furnace vessel. As he muttered, his pace quickened beneath his feet, the murderous intent in his eyes deepening, even tinged with a faint hint of excitement.
Up ahead,
thunder roared as Ouyang Jingyi gritted her teeth and raced forward. Her breath came in ragged gasps as her spiritual energy rapidly depleted. The world blurred into a haze, like an ancient beast with a gaping maw, poised to devour her whole.
Suddenly,
Ouyang Jingyi snapped her head up, her blood-red eyes flashing with madness. Spiritual energy surged into her right leg as she dodged to the right at breakneck speed. Whoosh! An iron flying sword whizzed past her ankle.
Behind her, Chen Tianji's eyes flashed with surprise. She actually dodged it?
Then he sneered coldly.
Very well. A cornered beast fights back, now this gets interesting. Up ahead,
Ouyang Jingyi knew deep down that continuing to flee like this would only lead to a slow, drawn-out death. What should she do? What should she do? As she pondered,
ahead,
what should have been dense forest terrain suddenly gave way to a cliff. The cliff dropped at least 10 meters. Without time to think, she hurriedly summoned the last remnants of spiritual energy within her body while simultaneously slapping her storage pouch with her right hand. A flash of white light erupted, and an iron flying sword instantly materialized beneath her feet. Then she continued to dart forward. Behind her, Chen Tianji, prepared for this, tapped his storage pouch as well, manipulating his flying sword to pursue Ouyang Jingyi relentlessly. However, at this very moment, an anomaly occurred. After flying forward for barely half a cup of tea's time, both sensed something was amiss. The world, once as dark as ink and drenched in torrential rain. Now, lights appeared on the ground. And not just a few. Dense and bustling, more prosperous than the capital city of a nation. Moreover, these structures seemed different. Towering high. They resembled undulating mountain peaks, bearing no resemblance to the architectural forms he recognized. Moreover, the raw materials used in these structures seemed unusual. In the fleeting white light of the lightning flash, she saw clearly. These structures were actually crafted from glazed tiles and celestial jade. The walls were so smooth they reflected light, and the structures themselves shimmered with iridescent, multicolored hues. There was no doubt this was celestial jade in glazed tiles. Otherwise, how could they be so smooth and dazzling? Whether celestial jade or glass, either would be considered supreme treasures in the cultivation world. Yet here, in this peculiar place, they were used as building materials. Something's wrong. Why can't I sense any spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from these celestial jades? Ouyang Jingyi murmured. The story behind it all was long, yet it unfolded in mere seconds. Behind them, Chen Tianji naturally sensed it too. Could it be? I've stumbled into that mind-bending illusion array? A chill gripped his heart. She swiftly extended her divine sense, enveloping a 40-meter radius. No spiritual energy fluctuations. Not even the faintest trace of demonic beast energy. Impossible. How could there be absolutely no spiritual energy fluctuations? Could it be? A far more terrifying thought surfaced in her mind. The cultivator who had set up this soul-confusing array was far above him in cultivation level. This thought spread like cancer cells, spreading wildly. Chen Tianji felt an overwhelming urge to turn back immediately. But he glanced at Ouyang Jingyi ahead. After scheming for so long, how could he possibly give up now? Since that's the case, this young master won't spare you. As the words fell, his right hand swiftly formed a seal. Simultaneously, a crimson mist silently spread out in a 4-meter radius centered on his body. This mist was utterly eerie. Wails like those of vengeful ghosts echoed from within, and 4 skulls instantly materialized, thrashing and snarling frantically inside. Die! A murderous intent flashed in Chen Tianji's eyes. His right hand, still forming the seal, swung violently. The skulls within the red mist shot forward, howling as they lunged toward Ouyang Jingyi to devour her. Ouyang Jingyi's eyes blazed crimson. She let out a low growl and swiftly formed hand seals. The meager spiritual energy within her body dispersed, instantly forming a waterfall like mist before her that enveloped her entire body. Alas, the gap in power was too vast. The 4 skulls collided with the mist like a knife slicing through tofu. A deafening roar filled the air as the mist instantly shattered and exploded. Yet only 2 of the skulls dissipated. The remaining 2, carrying earth-shattering force, slammed viciously into Ouyang Jingyi's shoulder blade and lower abdomen. Amidst the deafening explosions, she was hurled backward like a falling fireball, crashing heavily onto the concrete ground. Blood gushed from her mouth as her entire body felt like it had been shattered. Though her cultivator's physique held out, preventing death. But she was utterly powerless to resist. In the sky, Chen Tianji burst into a maniacal laugh. You worthless woman, meet your end. His right hand formed another seal as he channeled his spiritual energy, directing the flying sword toward Ouyang Jingyi on the ground. And at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded once more. 48. The battle for national destiny is about to begin. Preparing for the struggle for supremacy. Qingdao City, Lisong District. Yangjie Shangliu Village and Chanchuan Road, outside Qingdao World Expo Park. 5 minutes earlier, narcotics officer Chao Yi and his colleague Zhang Xian were driving home from work in a black Magotan. Lately, since Qingdao City implemented strict prevention and crackdown measures, they've been working late every day. Often, a single case would take them across multiple provinces, constantly on the move. Today, they had just wrapped up a major human drug smuggling case and could finally get some rest. But the car was driving smoothly. Suddenly, something fell from the sky, smashing directly onto the road 50 meters ahead of their car. Holy! Driver Chowie was startled and slammed on the brakes. Luckily, I reacted in time and didn't run over it. What's going on? The two rubbed their eyes and looked carefully. The torrential rain had stopped by now. Through the headlights and the distance they traveled by inertia, they could see clearly now. This was actually a person. A woman. She was dressed in white, covered in blood, and coughing incessantly. With each cough, she spat out a large gush of blood. Beneath her, the concrete pavement had been pounded into a large hollow.
The blood mingled with rainwater, gradually spreading across the road surface. Old Chow, what are you standing there for? Save her!
Zhang Xian shouted from beside him, quickly glancing in the rearview mirror to confirm no cars were approaching before rushing out of the vehicle.
Chow Yi, still in the driver's seat, wasted no time.
He flicked on the hazard lights, double flashers, and fog lights, pulled the handbrake, then hurriedly got out and ran forward.
Behind him.
Seeing the car ahead suddenly stop and activate all its lights, combined with the object that had just fallen from the sky.
Holy, did they hit someone? Yeah, definitely hit someone. Looks like a woman. She got thrown pretty far. Oh my god, that's so tragic. We already have more men than women in our country. Psy traffic's always bad at this hour. Well, guess we'll just have to wait it out here. My boss wants me to work overtime.
If I'm not there in half an hour, he'll dock my pay.
I'm crying, wah.
Everyone grumbled, but deep down they knew.
Complaining won't change a thing.
Just wait here.
But then,
a scene beyond anyone's imagination unfolded.
In the sky.
As Chen Tianji manipulated his flying sword, poised to strike, he suddenly noticed that those peculiar iron boxes had come to a halt.
Then, two figures leaped out from the foremost iron box and dashed straight toward Ouyang Jingyi. Damn it! This must be that SRA spirit. Trying to save her? You're asking for death. He clenched his molars, channeling his spiritual energy to its peak.
Within mere seconds, he had covered over 200 meters, landing between the officers and Ouyang Jingyi. His right hand gripped the flying sword as crimson mist surged from his body, killing intent radiating outward. His cold eyes fixed intently on Xiaoyi and Zhang Xian as they approached. I don't care who you are, or what kind of a race spirit you are. Dare to take another step forward, and I will kill you without mercy. His words were as icy as a bone-chilling wind from the Arctic icefields.
Xiaoyi. Zhang Xian. Both men froze.
The commuters rushing home for the evening froze too.
It was rush hour, and the traffic was horrendous.
At that moment, a long stretch of Changchuan Road was packed solid.
In their line of sight,
all they could see was a human-shaped figure, feet planted on something resembling flying swords, rapidly smashing into the ground ahead.
Is this an illusion? It can't be. I just slapped myself. Then, a mirage? That can't be. Anyway, we're stuck in traffic. Come on, let's get out and take a look. Yeah, let's go. Get out and take a look. Driven by curiosity, a large crowd of onlookers got out of their cars and walked over.
Only Xiaoyi and Zhang Xian remained. Once they processed what they'd seen, their expressions turned grim.
What they had just witnessed defied scientific explanation.
Including the crimson mist enveloping the man in ancient attire before them, and the skull floating within that red haze.
Moreover,
the ancient dressed man had given them both the distinct feeling that he was ready to kill.
As narcotics officers who frequently faced life-threatening situations, both possessed an acute sensitivity to danger and lethal intent.
Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that he was an escapee from a mental hospital. Zhang Xian forced himself to steady his nerves and asked,
Bro, saving people comes first. If you like role-playing, how about we do it another time? Chen Tianji's eyes remained icy cold. I don't understand role-playing.
I have only one thing to say, take one step forward, and I will kill you without mercy.
Xiaoyi couldn't hold back any longer.
He pulled out his badge and said coldly,
We're police officers. The girl behind you is fighting for her life. We must save her.
If you continue to obstruct us, it will be considered obstruction of justice and attempted murder. We have the authority to arrest you. As they spoke, both men had already placed their left hands on the pistols at their waists.
Who cares if he's mentally ill or whatever?
Armed with a weapon, obstructing a rescue, and radiating murderous intent, that's a terrorist. He must be punished severely. Chen Tianji, being an immortal cultivator, naturally sensed the subtle movements of their hands.
Looking for death. He snorted coldly. Dealing with an array spirit that lacked even spiritual power was the simplest thing.
He couldn't be bothered to use his life-bound forbidden technique. After all, such techniques consumed too much spiritual energy. He immediately channeled spiritual energy from within his body into the flying sword in his right hand. The blade instantly hummed with a resonant hum. Then, taking a step forward, he charged toward Xiaoyi and Zhang Xian. In the eyes of the two men, they witnessed the man in ancient attire already swinging his iron sword, launching his attack. A terrifying sense of danger washed over them.
He was attacking the police. He was going to kill someone.
There was no time to think. Driven by pure survival instinct, the two officers swiftly drew their sidearms, aimed at the man's legs and arms, and fired 3 shots in rapid succession.
Bang! 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 Bullets shot from the barrels at hundreds of meters per second. Their immense kinetic energy propelled the projectiles forward, closing the distance to Chen Tianji in the blink of an eye.
Meanwhile, Chen Tianji had just channeled his spiritual energy into the flying sword and raised his arm to strike.
He was fast, completing the action in mere seconds. But,
compared to a handgun, his wind-up was still far too long. A wave of mortal peril surged over him, sending a chill down his spine and turning his face ashen.
No!
He hurriedly pulled out the life-saving artifact given to him by the ancestor from his storage pouch.
It was a jade slip.
The moment he drew it, he crushed it in his palm. In the instant it shattered, his entire body was enveloped in a golden radiance, radiant and dazzling, as boundless golden light spread throughout the surroundings.
Alas, it was still too late. The lead-up had been too long. By the time he had completed all this, 6 bullets had already struck his right arm and left thigh.
Being narcotics officers, their marksmanship was rigorously trained. They'd shoot your limbs, never your heart. The bullets exploded upon impact, tearing open several bloody cavities within his body. As a result, the spiritual energy flowing through his body became unstable and began to leak out.
Chen Tianji couldn't bear the pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
The horror on his face deepened.
What kind of magic is this? So fast. That was his truest thought in that moment. Too fast.
From the moment that life-threatening crisis appeared to the instant he crushed the jade slip, not even half a breath had passed.
Yet the opponent had already cast 3 spells in succession. Too fast. Chen Tianji understood that even his own clan's patriarch, with his mid-foundation establishment cultivation, could never possibly move that fast.
This was impossible.
Unless. At this realization, Chen Tianji's shock gave way to sheer terror.
Over at Chao Yi's side, gazing at the golden light that seemed to form a protective barrier like a golden bell, both men wore expressions of utter shock.
Unbelievable. We seem to have witnessed something transcendent.
Fortunately, the opponent's skill had a slightly longer wind-up time.
Otherwise, we might not have been able to defeat it. Then,
both seemed to remember something, grabbed their pistols, and fired 2 more shots.
Bang! Bang!
The bullets left the barrels, striking the golden shield squarely.
Strangely enough,
instead of piercing or puncturing the shield as expected, instead, they were enveloped in golden light, as if striking the surface of a pond, their kinetic energy gradually dissipating until the projectiles fell to the ground.
But it wasn't entirely without effect.
The golden shield visibly dimmed by several degrees. Another dozen shots or so should be enough to break through its defenses completely.
Inside the dome,
Chen Tianji's face grew even more horrified, his expression twisting into a hideous grimace.
How is this possible?
This was the life-saving artifact given to him by the ancestor, capable of withstanding the full force of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator's attack.
And now,
after several firecracker-like pops, it had been significantly depleted.
49. Commence battle.
Then, his right hand rested on the shelf once more.
With another thought, the massive shelf vanished into thin air, disappearing into his storage space. Then it materialized once more. The entire process flowed seamlessly, taking no more than 10 seconds.
It resembled a magic trick, yet felt more like a supernatural feat.
Stunned. Stunned. Incredible.
The hearts, minds, and entire nervous systems of everyone present
froze solid in that instant. Has science fiction become reality? No. This was pure fantasy becoming reality.
From a materialist perspective, this event should be impossible. Yet the reality is, it truly happened right before our very eyes. But, after all, they were all seasoned figures who had weathered many storms in life, and with the earlier groundwork laid. After only 3 or 4 seconds of stunned silence, Chief Zhao Lichuan regained his composure and fixed his gaze intently on Chu Guang's eyes.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
Years of political experience told him that not a single word Chu Guang had spoken contained the slightest hint of deception. His gaze shifted to the eerie light portal behind Chu Guang, then back to the surveillance footage. Zhao Lichuan's mood gradually shifted from shock to solemnity, even tinged with a hint of excitement.
Comrade Chu, this matter is of immense importance to the nation.
Centuries ago, Columbus' discovery of the New World brought astronomical wealth to the west of that era. Now, Comrade Chu, what you've described far surpasses the significance of Columbus's discovery tenfold, even 100-fold. Therefore, there can be absolutely no margin for error.
I hope you understand.
Chu Guang understood that the other party was seeking confirmation from him.
He understood. This matter was indeed too monumental.
To make a rash decision without multiple confirmations would not be the way the nation conducted its affairs.
He offered no lengthy explanation.
Instead, with a flick of his thoughts, a white light materialized in his palm. As the light dissipated, a miniature intelligent robot appeared in his hand less than 15 centimeters tall, with a sci-fi design, entirely white and resembling a human form.
Chu Guang introduced. Chief Zhao, this is a new product from Longguo Weihua Corporation in the 22nd century, the multifunctional miniature intelligent robot. Powered by a third-generation cold-core controlled fusion battery, it incorporates the latest GAI artificial intelligence system.
It can execute any command, including but not limited to map navigation, surgical procedures, instant messaging, and more.
Of course, I've only just acquired it myself, so its full capabilities remain unclear at this stage. Boom.
Gazing at the micro-smart robot in Chu Guang's palm, Zhao Lichuan and the others were once again left speechless. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming.
Controlled nuclear fusion. GAI artificial intelligence. These cutting-edge technologies, beyond the reach of nations worldwide, were now right before their eyes?
Having braced themselves mentally, they recovered quickly this time.
Zhao Lichuan hurriedly asked. Comrade Chu, could this little guy show us?
His tone betrayed a hint of nervousness.
It was completely understandable.
After all, this was a product of the future world, representing significance hundreds of times greater than China acquiring yet another aircraft carrier.
Xu Guang nodded with a smile. Of course. Oh, its authorization code is. Will you need to input it later?
As he spoke, Xu Guang looked at the miniature intelligent robot in the palm of his hand and slowly said,
Xiaoke, I have some friends who need your assistance. Please provide whatever service you can. The pleasant electronic voice sounded once more, and a signature smile appeared on its white face. Certainly, Master.
Simply enter the authorization code to access all of Xiaoke's assistance. Hearing this, Xu Guang handed Xiaoke to Zhao Lichuan and said with a smile,
Director Zhao, please voice input the authorization code. Gulp.
Zhao Lichuan felt his mouth go dry, swallowing hard. After all, he was the provincial chief. In less than 2 seconds, he forced down the overwhelming excitement surging within him and, following Xu Guang's instructions, immediately voice input the authorization code.
Verification successful.
Xiaoke's pleasant electronic voice sounded once more, her signature smile directed at Zhao Lichuan as she said, Xiaoke, the 22nd century artificial micro-intelligent robot, is at your service.
How may I assist you?
I can provide information consultation, draft various documents and reports, offer map navigation, recommend restaurants and attractions, suggest fashion styles, write work code and game code for you, provide basic medical services, and more. In short, whatever assistance you require, Xiaoke will resolve it for you.
Zhao Lichuan. Whoosh.
He drew in a deep breath, his already agitated heart now churning like a raging storm. The high-ranking officials beside him, along with the scientists, were all stunned into silence.
Especially Su Yuanping.
As a scientist, even one specializing in optics, he was still part of the field. He understood all too well just how terrifyingly advanced Xiaoke's technology truly was. If humanity's current technological level were that of a first-grade elementary school student, then the technology embodied by Xiaoke was at least that of a graduate student.
A graduate student from a prestigious 211 university's top-tier program. Zhao Lichuan understood this equally well.
Forcibly suppressing his inner excitement, he hurriedly asked,
Xiaoke, I need to know everything about your era.
Including national intelligence, specific technological advancement levels, and global geopolitical information. These were undoubtedly the most pressing concerns at present.
However, Xiaoke's response left him deeply disappointed.
I'm sorry, but according to Articles 3 and 11 of the Dragon Nation National Security Regulations, Xiaoke cannot disclose that information.
Additionally, Xiaoke's database currently contains no online information. Zhao Lichuan.
He frowned slightly. Xu Guang, standing nearby, quickly explained. Chief Zhao, due to the massive conflict in the wasteland, the global network has suffered severe damage, so many of Xiaoke's capabilities are currently restricted.
It's like a phone without internet access.
It still works, but its functionality is severely limited. Hearing this, Zhao Lichuan's furrowed brow relaxed as he nodded.
That's certainly true. Then,
as if struck by an idea, his gaze shifted to Xiaoke before him, and he hurriedly inquired.
Xiaoke, if we reconnect you to the network, could you provide more assistance? Xiaoke. Yes. However, Xiaoke can only provide information from the connected network.
Users must discern its authenticity themselves.
Zhao Lichuan's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately ordered, Wang, go get the colleagues from the data center and information department over here. Yes, Director Zhao.
Beside him, a middle-aged secretary in a black suit promptly acknowledged the order and strode swiftly toward the supermarket exit. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhao Lichuan and the numerous senior executives present, including many scientists, began conducting more in-depth research on the AI Xiaoke. Just as Xu Guang had said.
50. Battle against Qiyu.
Without internet access, Xiaoke's capabilities were severely limited.
Yet many of its functions remained utterly extraordinary compared to current global technology. Take medical services, for instance.
Xiaoke contained an integrated medical system, along with 2 nano-medical robots capable of treating numerous diseases that left ordinary humans helpless. Leukemia, cataracts, AIDS, and more. Unfortunately, due to their limited numbers and Xiaoke's non-specialized medical robot status, they could only alleviate symptoms. For a complete cure, one would still need to seek treatment at a specialized hospital. Even so, this remains an incredibly groundbreaking feature. Next are its household functions. From fixing faucets and appliances to wilderness survival, plant and animal identification, and shelter construction, it can handle it all.
Time flew by.
Half an hour later, Zhao Lichuan and the others had gained a solid grasp of Xiaoke's capabilities.
It was incredibly comprehensive. Features like 3D projection, music and video playback, video chat, and seamless voice interaction were a breeze. Worth mentioning,
one feature left both Zhao Lichuan and Su Yuanping equally blown away: Xiaoke's video creation capability.
It could generate videos from text input, similar to OpenAI's current product, Sora. But the difference is, Xiaoko's generated videos surpass Sora by many, many times in terms of frame rate, length, smoothness, composition, camera movement, and other aspects. It's safe to say that, given a well-crafted textual concept, Xiaoko can instantly generate a feature film or television series based on your text, complete with audio, and the content remains highly faithful to the original source material. Whoa! Does this mean if I input my favorite novel, I can instantly see the video version? The novel-loving national researcher murmured in awe among the crowd. At the same time, an absurd thought flashed through his mind. If it were those suggestive, lowbrow novels, wouldn't that mean? But upon closer thought, that seemed unlikely. Xiaoko must have some kind of restriction in place. Otherwise, that would be too outrageous. It wouldn't align with the values of our Dragon Nation's people. His mentor, Su Yuanping, held the exact opposite perspective. In his view, Xiaoko was a treasure trove brimming with potential. His eyes gleamed with excitement, his voice rising with fervor as he urgently asked, "Xiaoko, what technology was required to create you? Or perhaps you could tell us what technologies you embody. Could you provide us with technical assistance?" Xiaoko's pleasant mechanical voice sounded again. "Respected user, I apologize. In accordance with Manhwa Corporation's confidentiality regulations in Articles 3 and 11 of the Dragon Nation National Security Act, I cannot provide detailed answers. I can only disclose 4 publicly announced technologies. These are the Ministry of Information's 27th generation GAI artificial intelligence system, controlled nuclear fusion, the 33rd generation universal intelligent robot language, and the 65th generation Europa materials science technology." Boom! Upon hearing these words, Su Yuanping's eyes burned with intense fervor. Especially upon hearing the final technology, his emotions erupted like a volcano, beyond his control, his body trembling almost uncontrollably. The reason was simple. An old friend of his worked in space exploration at the National Aerospace Department. He was one of the core engineers behind both the Shenzhou manned spaceflight program and the Chang'e lunar exploration mission. His greatest ambition was to launch a Dragon Nation manned spacecraft to explore Europa, Jupiter's moon. Because according to current information, first, Europa's surface is a massive ice shell, beneath which a vast liquid ocean is highly probable. Second, though distant from the Sun, Europa's stable atmosphere is maintained by Jupiter's powerful gravitational pull, keeping surface temperatures within a habitable range. Third, Enceladus exhibits active geological processes, with frequent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions providing essential nutrients and energy sources for life. Fourth, the ocean of Europa likely contains chemicals such as salt and methane. From every perspective, Europa is a place where life could exist. At the very least, humans could establish long-term settlements there. However, due to its extreme remoteness, humanity has only sent a single probe to Europa thus far. But on the American front, the day after the remarkable feat of using chopsticks to launch a rocket, they dispatched a second probe to Europa aboard a starship. At this moment, Su Yuanping understood clearly. Based on the information provided by Xiaoko, Europa definitely contained new materials essential to humanity. How could this not excite him? Not only was he thrilled, but Zhao Lichuan beside him and other provincial leaders were equally excited. Never mind the information from Europa. Simply acquiring the first 2 technologies from Xiaoko would enable our mighty Dragon Nation to leapfrog ahead and stride directly to the pinnacle of the world. Alas! According to Chu Guang's account, Xiaoko's power system seemed to be supplied by a miniature controllable nuclear fusion battery. Compared to controlled nuclear fusion technology, the preceding technologies are like comparing the devil you know to the devil you don't. Unfortunately, it cannot be obtained from Xiaoko himself. Instead, we must conduct comprehensive research on his power supply system to derive it. But then, Su Yuanping shifted his gaze and looked at Zhao Lichuan meaningfully, asking, "Director Zhao, why are we pursuing our own research? Since the wasteland apocalypse has ready-made solutions, why not bring them back?" With that, Zhao Lichuan turned to him with a smile and nodded. "Old Su, you're thinking exactly what I am." Then, both turned their heads and looked at Chu Guang before them. The doubt and suspicion that had once filled their eyes had long since vanished. What remained was nothing but unparalleled excitement and earnestness. Indeed, the gaze they fixed upon Chu Guang was no longer that of looking at a mere person. It was the gaze reserved for a treasured possession, for a national treasure. Chu Guang felt as though, in the eyes of these elders, he was like a money god who could spew gold coins at any moment. He swore he'd never seen such a look before. It was a bit terrifying. But it was actually kind of exhilarating. Ahem. Zhao Lichuan cleared his throat to break the awkward silence. A radiant smile blossomed across his face like spring sunshine. With genuine sincerity and careful restraint, he said, "Comrade Chu, I must apologize. This matter is simply too important. We had to confirm it repeatedly just now. Please don't take it personally." Chu Guang. Seeing the other man's cautious demeanor, he couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He waved his hand dismissively, saying unconcernedly, "It's fine, Chief Zhao. If I were in your shoes, I'd do the same." Zhao Lichuan burst into laughter. Ha ha. Comrade Chu, it's wonderful that you see it this way. However, the matter at hand is too significant. We must report it to Yin Jing immediately. Over the next few days, we'll still need Comrade Chu's cooperation.